In 1980, I visited a luggage store in Beverly Hills, California, and inquired the prices of briefcases. The store belonged to Leopold Pfefferberg, a Schindler survivor. It was beneath Pfefferberg's shelves of imported Italian leather goods that I first heard of Oskar Schindler, the German bon vivant, speculator, charmer, and sign of contradiction, and of his salvage of a cross-section of a condemned race during those years now known by the generic name Holocaust. This account of Oskar's astonishing history is based in the first place on interviews with 50 Schindler survivors from 7 nations: Australia, Israel, West Germany, Austria, the United States, Argentina, and Brazil. It is enriched by a visit, in the company of Leopold Pfefferberg, to locations that prominently figure in the book: Cracow, Oskar's adopted city; Płaszów, the scene of Armand Goeth's foul labour camp; Lipowa Street, Zabłockie, where Oskar's factory still stands; Auschwitz-Birkenau, from which Oskar extracted his women prisoners. But the narration depends also on documentary and other information supplied by those few wartime associates of Oskar's who can still be reached, as well as by the large body of his post-war friends. Many of the plentiful testimonies regarding Oskar deposited by Schindler Jews at Yad Vashem, the Martyrs and Heroes Remembrance Authority, further enriched the record, as did written testimonies from private sources and a body of Schindler papers and letters, some supplied by Yad Vashem, some by Oskar's friends. To use the texture and devices of a novel to tell a true story is a course that has frequently been followed in modern writing. It is the one I choose to follow here, both because the novelist's craft is the only one I can lay claim to, and because the novel's techniques seem suited for a character of such ambiguity and magnitude as Oskar. I have attempted, however, to avoid all fiction, since fiction would debase the record, and to distinguish between reality and the myths which are likely to attach themselves to a man of Oskar's stature. It has sometimes been necessary to make reasonable constructs of conversations of which Oskar and others have left only the briefest record. But most exchanges and conversations, and all events, are based on the detailed recollections of the Schindlerjuden, Schindler Jews, of Schindler himself, and of other witnesses to Oskar's acts of outrageous rescue. I would like to thank first 3 Schindler survivors: Leopold Pfefferberg, Justice Moshe Beisky of the Israeli Supreme Court, and Mieczysław Pemper, who not only passed on their memories of Oskar to the author and gave him certain documents which have contributed to the accuracy of the narrative, but also read the early draft of the book and suggested corrections. Many others, whether Schindler survivors or Oskar's post-war associates, gave interviews and generously contributed information through letters and documents. These include Frau Emilia Schindler, Mrs. Ludmilla Pfefferberg, Dr. Sophia Stern, Mrs. Helen Horowitz, Dr. Jonas Dresner, Mr. and Mrs. Henry and Mariana Rosner, Leopold Rosner, Dr. Alex Rosner, Dr. Idek Schindel, Dr. Danuta Schindel, Mrs. Regina Horowitz, Mrs. Bronislava Karakulska, Mr. Richard Horowitz, Mr. Shmuel Springmann, the late Mr. Jakob Sternberg, Mr. Jerzy Sternberg, Mr. and Mrs. Louis Fagen, Mr. Henry Kinstlinger, Mrs. Rebecca Bau, Mr. Edward Heuberger, Mr. and Mrs. M. Hirschfeld, Mr. and Mrs. Irving Glovin, and many others. In my home city, Mr. and Mrs. E. Korn not only gave of their memories of Oskar, but were a constant support. At Yad Vashem, Dr. Josef Kermisch, Dr. Shmuel Krakowski, Vera Prausnitz, Chana Abels, and Hadassah Mödlinger provided generous access to the testimonies of Schindler survivors and to video and photographic material. Lastly, I would like to honor the efforts which the late Mr. Martin Gosch expended on bringing the name of Oskar Schindler to the world's notice, and to signify my thanks to his widow, Mrs. Lucille Gaines, for her cooperation with this project. Through the assistance of all these people, Oskar Schindler's astonishing history appears for the first time in extended form. Tom Keneally. Prologue. Autumn 1943. In Poland's deepest autumn, a tall young man in an expensive overcoat, double-breasted dinner jacket beneath it, and, in the lapel of the dinner jacket, a large ornamental gold-on-black enamel Hakenkreuz, swastika, emerged from a fashionable apartment building in Straszewskiego Street, on the edge of the ancient centre of Cracow, and saw his chauffeur waiting with fuming breath by the open door of an enormous, and even in this blackened world, lustrous Adler limousine. "Watch the pavement, Herr Schindler," said the chauffeur. "It's as icy as a widow's heart." In observing this small winter scene, we are on safe ground. The tall young man would to the end of his days wear double-breasted suits, would, being something of an engineer, always be gratified by large, dazzling vehicles, would, though a German, and at this point in history a German of some influence, always be the sort of man with whom a Polish chauffeur could safely crack a lame, comradely joke. But it will not be possible to see the whole story under such easy character headings. For this is the story of the pragmatic triumph of good over evil, a triumph in eminently measurable, statistical, unsubtle terms. When you work from the other end of the beast, when you chronicle the predictable and measurable success evil generally achieves, it is easy to be wise, wry, piercing, to avoid bathos. It is easy to show the inevitability by which evil acquires all of what you could call the real estate of the story, even though good might finish up with a few imponderables like dignity and self-knowledge. Fatal human malice is the staple of narrators. Original sin, the mother fluid of historians. But it is a risky enterprise to have to write of virtue. Virtue, in fact, is such a dangerous word that we have to rush to explain. Herr Oskar Schindler, risking his glimmering shoes on the icy pavement in this old and elegant quarter of Cracow, was not a virtuous young man in the customary sense. In this city he kept house with his German mistress, and maintained a long affair with his Polish secretary. His wife, Emilia, chose to live most of the time at home in Moravia, though she sometimes came to Poland to visit him. There's this to be said for him, that to all his women he was a well-mannered and generous lover. But under the normal interpretation of virtue, that's no excuse. Likewise, he was a drinker. Some of the time he drank for the pure glow of it, at other times with associates, bureaucrats, SS men, for more palpable results. Like few others, he was capable of staying canny while drinking, of keeping his head. That again, though, under the narrow interpretation of morality, has never been an excuse for carousing. And although Herr Schindler's merit is well documented, it is a feature of his ambiguity that he worked within, or at least on the strength of, a corrupt and savage scheme, one that filled Europe with camps of varying but consistent inhumanity, and created a submerged, unspoken-of nation of prisoners. The best thing, therefore, may be to begin with a tentative instance of Herr Schindler's strange virtue, and of the places and associates to which it brought him. At the end of Straszewskiego Street, the car moved beneath the black bulk of Wawel Castle, from which the National Socialist Party's darling lawyer, Hans Frank, ruled the Government General of Poland. As from the palace of any evil giant, no light showed. Neither Herr Schindler nor the driver glanced up at the ramparts as the car turned southeast toward the river. At the Podgórze Bridge, the guards, placed above the freezing Vistula to prevent the transit of partisans and other curfew breakers between Podgórze and Cracow, were used to the vehicle, to Herr Schindler's face, to the Passierschein presented by the chauffeur. Herr Schindler passed this checkpoint frequently, travelling either from his factory, where he also had an apartment, to the city on business, or else from his Straszewskiego Street apartment to his plant in the suburb of Zabłockie. They were used to seeing him after dark, too, attired formally or semi-formally, passing one way or another to a dinner, a party, a bedroom. Perhaps, as was the case tonight, on his way 10 kilometres out of town to the forced labour camp at Poichouf, to dine there with SS Hauptsturmführer Armand Goeth, that highly placed sensualist. Herr Schindler had a reputation for being generous with gifts of liquor at Christmas, and so the car was permitted to pass over into the suburb of Podgórze without much delay. It is certain that by this stage of his history, in spite of his liking for good food and wine, Herr Schindler approached tonight's dinner at Commandant Goeth's more with loathing than with anticipation. There had in fact never been a time when to sit and drink with Armand had not been a repellent business. Yet the revulsion Herr Schindler felt was of a piquant kind, an ancient, exultant sense of abomination, of the same sort as in a medieval painting the just show for the damned. An emotion, that is, which stung Oscar rather than unmanned him. In the black leather interior of the Adler, as it raced along the trolley tracks in what had been until recently the Jewish ghetto, Herr Schindler, as always, chain-smoked. But it was composed chain-smoking. There was never tension in the hands. He was stylish. His manner implied that he knew where the next cigarette was coming from, and the next bottle of cognac. Only he could have told us whether he had to succour himself from a flask as he passed by the mute black village of Prokochim, and saw, on the line to Lvov, a string of stalled cattle cars, which might hold infantry or prisoners, or even, though the odds were against it, cattle. Out in the countryside, perhaps 10 kilometres from the centre of town, the Adler turned right at a street named, by an irony, Jerozolimska. This night of sharp, frosty outlines, Herr Schindler saw beneath the hill first a ruined synagogue, and then the bare shapes of what passed these days as the city of Jerusalem. Forced labour camp Poichouf, barracks town of 20,000 unquiet Jews. The Ukrainian and Waffen-SS men at the gate greeted Herr Schindler courteously, for he was known at least as well here as on the Podgórze bridge. When level with the administration building, the Adler moved onto a prison road paved with Jewish gravestones. The campsite had been till 2 years before a Jewish cemetery. Commandant Goeth, who claimed to be a poet, had used in the construction of his camp whatever metaphors were to hand. This metaphor of shattered gravestones ran the length of the camp, splitting it in two, but did not extend eastward to the villa occupied by Commandant Goeth himself. On the right, past the guard barracks, stood a former Jewish mortuary building. It seemed to declare that here all death was natural and by attrition, that all the dead were laid out. In fact, the place was now used as the Commandant's stables. Though Herr Schindler was used to the sight, it is possible that he still reacted with a small, ironic cough. Admittedly, if you reacted to every little irony of the new Europe, you took it into you, it became part of your baggage. But Herr Schindler possessed an immense capacity for carrying that sort of luggage. A prisoner named Poldek Pfefferberg was also on his way to the Commandant's villa that evening. Lischek, the Commandant's 19-year-old orderly, had come to Pfefferberg's barracks with passes signed by an SS NCO. The boy's problem was that the Commandant's bathtub had a stubborn ring around it, and Lischek feared that he would be beaten for it when Commandant Goeth came to take his morning bath. Pfefferberg, who had been Lischek's teacher in high school in Podgórze, worked in the camp garage and had access to solvents. So, in company with Lischek, he went to the garage and picked up a stick with a swab on the end and a can of cleaning fluid. To approach the Commandant's villa was always a dubious business, but involved the chance that you would be given food by Helen Hirsch, Goeth's mistreated Jewish maid, a generous girl who had also been a student of Pfefferberg's. When Herr Schindler's Adler was still 100 metres from the villa, it set the dogs barking. The Great Dane, the Wolfhound, and all the others Armand kept in the kennels beyond the house. The villa itself was square-built, with an attic. The upper windows gave onto a balcony. All around the walls was a terraced patio with a balustrade. Armand Goethe liked sitting out of doors in the summer. Since he'd come to Poichouf, he'd put on weight. Next summer, he'd make a fat sun-worshipper. But in this particular version of Jerusalem, he'd be safe from mockery. An SS Unterscharführer, sergeant, in white gloves, had been put on the door tonight. Saluting, he admitted Herr Schindler to the house. In the hallway, the Ukrainian orderly, Ivan, took Herr Schindler's coat and Homburg. Schindler patted the breast pocket of his suit to be sure he had the gift for his host, a gold-plated cigarette case, black market. Armand was doing so well on the side, especially with confiscated jewellery, that he would be offended by anything less than gold plate. At the double doors opening onto the dining room, the Rosner brothers were playing, Henry on violin, Leo on accordion. At Goethe's demand, they had put aside the tattered clothing of the camp paint shop where they worked in the daytime, and adopted the evening clothes they kept in their barracks for such events. Oskar Schindler knew that although the commandant admired their music, the Rosners never played at ease in the villa. They had seen too much of Armand. They knew he was erratic and given to extempore executions. They played studiously and hoped that their music would not suddenly, inexplicably give offence. At Goethe's table that night there would be 7 men. Apart from Schindler himself and the host, the guests included Julian Scherner, head of the SS for the Cracow region, and Rolf Tschurda, chief of the Cracow branch of the SD, the late Heydrich's security service. Scherner was an Oberführer, an SS rank between colonel and brigadier general, for which there is no army equivalent. Tschurda, an Obersturmbannführer, equivalent to lieutenant colonel. Goethe himself held the rank of Hauptsturmführer, or captain. Scherner and Tschurda were the guests of highest honour, for this camp was under their authority. They were years older than Commandant Goethe, and SS Police Chief Scherner looked definitely middle-aged with his glasses and bald head and slight obesity. Even so, in view of his protégé's profligate living habits, the age difference between himself and Armand didn't seem so great. The oldest of the company was Herr Franz Bosch, a veteran of the First War, manager of various workshops, legal and illegal, inside Poichouf. He was also an economic advisor to Julian Scherner and had business interests in the city. Oskar despised Bosch and the 2 police chiefs, Scherner and Tschurda. Their cooperation, however, was essential to the existence of his own peculiar plant in Zaborcie, and so he regularly sent them gifts. The only guests with whom Oskar shared any fellow feeling were Julius Madrich, owner of the Madrich uniform factory inside this camp of Poichouf, and Madrich's manager, Raimund Titsch. Madrich was a year or so younger than Oskar and Herr Commandant Goethe. He was an enterprising but humane man, and if asked to justify the existence of his profitable factory inside the camp, would have argued that it kept nearly 4,000 prisoners employed and therefore safe from the death mills. Raimund Titsch, a man in his early 40s, slight and private, and likely to leave the party early, was Madrich's manager, smuggled in truckloads of food for his prisoners, an enterprise that could have earned him a fatal stay in Montelupich prison, the SS jail, or else Auschwitz, and agreed with Madrich. Such was the regular roster of dinner companions at Herr Commandant Goethe's villa. The 4 women guests, their hair elaborately coiffed and their gowns expensive, were younger than any of the men. They were better-class whores, German and Polish, from Cracow. Some of them were regular dinner guests here. Their number permitted a range of gentlemanly choice for the two field-grade officers. Gert's German mistress, Majola, usually stayed at her apartment in the city during these feasts of Amons. She looked on Gert's dinners as male occasions and thus offensive to her sensibilities. There is no doubt that in their fashion, the police chiefs and the commandant liked Oscar. There was, however, something odd about him. They might have been willing to write it off in part as stemming from his origins. He was Sudeten German, Arkansas to their Manhattan, Liverpool to their Cambridge. There were signs that he wasn't right-minded, though he paid well, was a good source of scarce commodities, could hold his liquor, and had a slow and sometimes rowdy sense of humour. He was the sort of man you smiled and nodded at across the room, but it was not necessary or even wise to jump up and make a fuss over him. It is most likely that the SS men noticed Oskar Schindler's entrance because of a frisson among the four girls. Those who knew Oskar in those years speak of his easy magnetic charm, exercised particularly over women, with whom he was unremittingly and improperly successful. The two police chiefs, Tschurda and Scherner, now probably paid attention to Herr Schindler as a means of keeping the attention of the women. Gert also came forward to take his hand. The commandant was as tall as Schindler, and the impression that he was abnormally fat for a man in his early 30s was enhanced by this height, an athletic height onto which the obesity seemed unnaturally grafted. The face seemed scarcely flawed at all, except that there was a vinous light in the eyes. The commandant drank indecent quantities of the local brandy. He was not, however, as far gone as Herr Bosch, Poichoff's and the SS's economic genius. Herr Bosch was purple-nosed. The oxygen, which by rights belonged to the veins of his face, had for years gone to feed the sharp blue flame of all that liquor. Schindler, nodding to the man, knew that tonight Bosch would, as usual, put in an order for goods. "Welcome to our industrialist," boomed Gert. And then he made a formal introduction to the girls around the room. The Rosner brothers played Strauss melodies through this, Henry's eyes wandering only between his strings and the emptiest corner of the room, Leo smiling down at his accordion keys. Herr Schindler was now introduced to the women. While Herr Schindler kissed the proffered hands, he felt some pity for these Cracow working girls, since he knew that later, when the slap and tickle began, the slap might leave welts and the tickle gouge the flesh. But for the present, Hauptsturmführer Armon Gert, a sadist when drunk, was an exemplary Viennese gentleman. The pre-dinner conversation was unexceptional. There was talk of the war, and while SD Chief Tschurda took it upon himself to assure a tall German girl that the Crimea was securely held, SS Chief Scherner informed one of the other women that a boy he knew from Hamburg days, a decent chap, Oberscharführer in the SS, had had his legs blown off when the partisans bombed a restaurant in Czestochowa. Schindler talked factory business with Madrich and his manager Titsch. There was a genuine friendship between these three entrepreneurs. Herr Schindler knew that little Titsch procured illegal quantities of black market bread for the prisoners of the Madrich uniform factory, and that much of the money for the purpose was put up by Madrich. This was the merest humanity, since the profits in Poland were large enough, in Herr Schindler's opinion, to satisfy the most inveterate capitalist and justify some illegal outlay for extra bread. In Schindler's case, the contracts of the Rüstungsinspektion, the Armaments Inspectorate, the body that solicited bids and awarded contracts for the manufacture of every commodity the German forces needed, had been so rich that he had exceeded his desire to be successful in the eyes of his father. Unhappily, Madrich and Titsch, and he, Oskar Schindler, were the only ones he knew who regularly spent money on black market bread. Near the time when Gert would call them to the dinner table, Herr Bosch approached Schindler, predictably took him by the elbow, and led him over by the door where the musicians played, as if he expected the Rosner's impeccable melodies to cover the conversation. "Business good, I see," said Bosch. Schindler smiled at the man. "You see that, do you, Herr Bosch?" "I do," said Bosch. And of course Bosch would have read the official bulletins of the main armaments board, announcing contracts awarded to the Schindler factory. "I was wondering," said Bosch, inclining his head, "if, in view of the present boom, founded, after all, on our general successes on a series of fronts, I was wondering if you might wish to make a generous gesture. Nothing big, just a gesture." "Of course," said Schindler. He felt the nausea that goes with being used, and at the same time a sensation close to joy. The office of Police Chief Schellner had twice used its influence to get Oskar Schindler out of jail. His staff were willing now to build up the obligation of having to do it again. "My aunt in Bremen's been bombed out, poor old dear," said Bosch. "Everything. The marriage bed, the sideboards, all her Meissen and crockery. I wondered, could you spare some kitchenware for her? And perhaps a pot or two. Those big terrine things you turn out at DEF. Deutsche Emailwarenfabrik, German enamelware factory, was the name of Herr Schindler's booming business. Germans called it DEF for short, but the Poles and the Jews had a different sort of shorthand, calling it Emalia. Herr Schindler said, "I think that can be managed. Do you want the goods consigned direct to her or through you?" Bosch did not even smile. "Through me, Oskar. I'd like to enclose a little card." "Of course." "So it's settled. We'll say half a gross of everything. Soup bowls, plates, coffee mugs, and half a dozen of those stew pots." Herr Schindler, raising his jaw, laughed frankly, though with weariness. But when he spoke, he sounded complacent. As indeed he was. He was always reckless with gifts. It was simply that Bosch seemed to suffer constantly from bombed-out kinfolk. Oskar murmured, "Does your aunt run an orphanage?" Bosch looked him in the eye again. Nothing furtive about this drunk. "She's an old woman with no resources. She can barter what she doesn't need." "I'll tell my secretary to see to it." "That Polish girl?" said Bosch. "The looker?" "The looker," Schindler agreed. Bosch tried to whistle, but the tension of his lips had been destroyed by the overproof brandy, and the sound emerged as a low raspberry. "Your wife," he said, man to man, "must be a saint." "She is," Herr Schindler admitted curtly. Bosch was welcome to his kitchenware, but Schindler didn't want him talking about his wife. "Tell me," said Bosch, "how do you keep her off your back? She must know, yet you seem to be able to control her very well." All the humour left Schindler's face now. Anyone could have seen frank distaste there. The small, potent growl that arose from him, however, was not unlike Schindler's normal voice. "I never discuss private matters," he said. Bosch rushed in. "Forgive me, I didn't—" He went on incoherently, begging pardon. Herr Schindler did not like Herr Bosch enough to explain to him, at this advanced night of his life, that it wasn't a matter of controlling anyone, that the Schindler marital disaster was instead a case of an ascetic temperament, Frau Emilie Schindler's, and a hedonistic temperament, Herr Oskar Schindler's, willingly and against good advice, binding themselves together. But Oskar's anger at Bosch was more profound than even he would have admitted. Emilie was very like Oskar's late mother, Frau Luisa Schindler. Herr Schindler Sr. had left Luisa in 1935. So Oskar had a visceral feeling that in making light of the Emilia-Oskar marriage, Bosch was also demeaning the marriage of the Schindlers Sr. The man was still rushing out apologies. Bosch, a hand in every till in Cracow, was now in a sweating panic at the chance of losing 6 dozen sets of kitchenware. The guests were summoned to the table. An onion soup was carried in and served by the maid. While the guests ate and chatted, the Rosner brothers continued to play, moving in closer to the diners, but not so close as to impede the movements of the maid, or of Ivan and Petra, Gert's two Ukrainian orderlies. Herr Schindler, sitting between the tall girl whom Schindler had appropriated, and a sweet-faced, small-boned Pole who spoke German, saw that both girls watched this maid. She wore the traditional domestic uniform, black dress and white apron. She bore no Jewish star on her arm, no stripe of yellow paint on her back. She was Jewish just the same. What drew the attention of the other women was the condition of her face. There was bruising along the jawline, and you would have thought that Gert had too much shame to display a servant in that condition in front of the guests from Cracow. Both the women and Herr Schindler could see, as well as the injury to her face, a more alarming purple, not always covered by her collar, at the junction where her thin neck met her shoulder. Not only did Amon Gert refuse to leave the girl unexplained in the background, but he turned his chair toward her, gesturing at her with a hand, displaying her to the assembled company. Herr Schindler had not been at this house for 6 weeks now, but his informants told him the relationship between Gert and the girl had taken this twisted path. When with friends, he used her as a conversation piece. He hid her only when senior officers from beyond the Cracow region were visiting. "Ladies and gentlemen," he called, mimicking the tones of a mock-drunken cabaret master of ceremonies, "may I introduce Lena? After 5 months with me, she is now doing well in cuisine and deportment." "I can see from her face," said the tall girl, "that she's had a collision with the kitchen furniture." "And a bitch could have another," said Gert with a genial gurgle. "Yes, another. Couldn't you, Lena?" "He's hard on women," the SS chief boasted, winking at his tall consort. Schindler's intention might not have been unkind, since he did not refer to Jewish women but to women in general. It was when Gert was reminded of Lena's Jewishness that she took more punishment, either publicly, in front of dinner guests, or later, when the commandant's friends had gone home. Schindler, being Gert's superior, could have ordered the commandant to stop beating the girl, but that would have been bad form, would have soured the friendly parties at Amon's villa. Schindler came here not as a superior, but as a friend, an associate, a carouser, a savourer of women. Amon was a strange fellow, but no one could produce parties the way he could. Next there was herring in sauce, then pork knuckles, superbly cooked and garnished by Lena. They were drinking a heavy Hungarian red wine with the meat. The Rosner brothers moved in with a torrid czardash, and the air in the dining room thickened. All the officers were moving their uniform jackets. There was more gossip about war contracts. Madrich, the uniform manufacturer, was asked about his Tarnów factory. Was it doing as well with armaments inspectorate contracts as was his factory inside Płaszów? Madrich referred to Titch, his lean, ascetic manager. Gert seemed suddenly preoccupied, like a man who has remembered in the middle of a dinner some urgent business detail he should have cleared up that afternoon, and which now calls out to him from the darkness of his office. The girls from Cracow were bored. The small-boned Pole, glossy-lipped, perhaps 20, probably 18, placing a hand on Herr Schindler's right sleeve. "You're not a soldier?" she murmured. "You'd look dashing in uniform." Everyone began to chuckle. Madrich, too. He'd spent a while in uniform in 1940, until released because his managerial talents were so essential to the war effort. But Herr Schindler was so influential that he had never been threatened with the Wehrmacht. Madrich laughed knowingly. "Did you hear that?" Oberführer Schindler asked the table at large. "The little lady's got a picture of our industrialist as a soldier. Private Schindler, eh? Eating out of one of his own mess kits with a blanket around his shoulders. over in Kharkov." In view of Herr Schindler's well-tailored elegance, it did make a strange picture, and Schindler himself laughed at it. "Happened to, said Bosch, trying to snap his fingers, "happened to, what's his name up in Warsaw?" "Turbans," said Gert, reviving without warning. "Happened to Turbans. Almost." The SD chief, Churda, said, "Oh, yes, near thing for Turbans." Turbans was a Warsaw industrialist. Bigger than Schindler, bigger than Madrich. Quite a success. "Heine," said Churda, Heine being Heinrich Himmler, "went to Warsaw and told the armaments man up there, 'Get the fucking Jews out of Turbans' factory and put Turbans in the army, and send him to the front. I mean, the front.' And then Heine told my associate up there, he said, 'Go over his books with a microscope.'" Turbans was a darling of the Armaments Inspectorate, which had favoured him with war contracts, and which he had favoured in return with gifts. The Armaments Inspectorate's protests had managed to save Turbans, Schärner told the table solemnly, and then leaned over his plate to wink broadly at Schindler. "Never happened in Cracow, Oscar. We all love you too much." All at once, perhaps to indicate the warmth the whole table felt for Herr Schindler the industrialist, Gert climbed to his feet and sang a wordless tune in unison with the theme from Madame Butterfly, which the dapper brothers Rösner were working on as industriously as any artisan in any threatened factory, in any threatened ghetto. By now, Pfefferberg and Lischek, the orderly, were upstairs in Gert's bathroom, scrubbing away at the heavy bathtub ring. They could hear the Rosner's music and the bursts of laughter and conversation. It was coffee time down there, and the battered girl, Lena, had brought the tray in to the dinner guests and retreated unmolested back to the kitchen. Madrich and Titch drank their coffee quickly and excused themselves. Schindler prepared to do the same. The little Polish girl seemed to protest, but this was the wrong house for him. Anything was permitted at the Gert house, but Oscar found that his inside knowledge of the limits of SS behaviour in Poland threw sickening light on every word you spoke here, every glass you drank, not to mention any proposed sexual exchange. Even if you took a girl upstairs, you could not forget that Bosch and Schärner and Gert were your brothers in pleasure. Were, on the stairs or in a bathroom or bedroom, going through the same motions. Herr Schindler, no monk, would rather be a monk than have a woman at Chez Gert. He spoke across the girl to Schärner, talking about war news, Polish bandits, the likelihood of a bad winter, letting the girl know that Schärner was a brother and that he would never take a girl from a brother. Saying good night, though, he kissed her on the hand. He saw that Gert, in his shirt sleeves, was disappearing out the dining room door, heading for the stairwell, supported by one of the girls who had flanked him at dinner. Oscar excused himself and caught up with the commandant. He reached out and laid a hand on Gert's shoulder. The eyes Gert turned on him struggled for focus. "Oh," he muttered. "Going, Oscar?" "I have to be home," said Oscar. At home was Ingrid, his German mistress. "You're a bloody stallion," said Gert. "Not in your class," said Schindler. "No, you're right. I'm a friggin' Olympian. Where are we going? He turned his head to the girl, but answered the question himself. "We're going to the kitchen to see that Lena's clearing up properly." "No," said the girl, laughing. "We aren't doing that." She steered him to the stairs. It was decent of her. The sorority in operation, to protect the thin, bruised girl in the kitchen. Schindler watched them, the hulking officer, the slight supporting girl, staggering crookedly up the staircase. Gert looked like a man who would have to sleep at least till lunchtime, but Oscar knew the commandant's amazing constitution and the clock that ran in him. By 3 a.m., Gert might even decide to rise and write a letter to his father in Vienna. By 7, after only an hour's sleep, he'd be on the balcony, infantry rifle in hand, ready to shoot any dilatory prisoners. When the girl and Gert reached the first landing, Schindler sidled down the hallway toward the back of the house. Pfefferberg and Lischek heard the commandant, considerably earlier than they had expected him, entering the bedroom and mumbling to the girl he'd brought upstairs. In silence, they picked up their cleaning equipment, crept into the bedroom, and tried to slip out a side door. Still standing and able to see them on their line of escape, Gert recoiled at the sight of the cleaning stick, suspecting the two men might be assassins. When Lischek stepped forward, however, and began a tremulous report, the commandant understood that they were merely prisoners. "Herr Commandant," said Lischek, panting with justified fear, "I wish to report that there has been a ring in your bathtub." "Oh," said Amon. "So you called in an expert." He beckoned to the boy. "Come here, darling." Lischek edged forward and was struck so savagely that he went sprawling halfway under the bed. Amon again uttered his invitation, as if it might amuse the girl to see him speaking endearments to prisoners. Young Lischek rose and tottered toward the commandant again for another round. As the boy picked himself up the second time, Pfefferberg, an experienced prisoner, expected anything: that they'd be marched down to the garden and summarily shot by Ivan. Instead, the commandant simply raged at them to leave, which they did at once. When Pfefferberg heard a few days later that Lischek was dead, shot by Amon, he presumed it was over the bathroom incident. In fact, it was for a different matter altogether. Lischek's offence had been to harness a horse and buggy for Herr Bosch, without first asking the commandant's permission. In the kitchen of the villa, the maid, whose real name was Helen Hirsch, Gert called her Lena out of laziness, she would always say, looked up to see one of the dinner guests in the doorway. She put down the dish of meat scraps she'd been holding and stood at attention with a jerky suddenness. "Herr..." She looked at his dinner jacket and sought the word for him. "Herr Direktor. I was just putting aside the bones for the Herr Commandant's dogs." "Please, please," said Herr Schindler. "You don't have to report to me, Fräulein Hirsch." He moved around the table. He did not seem to be stalking her, but she feared his intentions. Even though Amon enjoyed beating her, her Jewishness always saved her from overt sexual attack. But there were Germans who were not as fastidious on racial matters as Amon. This one's tone of voice, however, was one to which she was not accustomed, even from SS officers and NCOs who came to the kitchen to complain about Amon. "Don't you know me?" he asked. Just like a man, a football star or a violinist, whose sense of his own celebrity has been hurt by a stranger's failure to recognize him. "I'm Schindler." She bowed her head. "Herr Direktor," she said, "of course, I've heard. And you've been here before. I remember..." He put his arm around her. He could surely feel the tensing of her body as he touched her cheek with his lips. He murmured, "It's not that sort of kiss. I'm kissing you out of pity, if you must know." She couldn't avoid weeping. Herr Direktor Schindler kissed her hard now in the middle of the forehead, in the manner of Polish farewells in railway stations, a resounding Eastern European smack of the lips. She saw that he had begun to weep too. "That kiss is something I bring you from..." He waved his hand, indicating some honest tribe of men out in the dark, sleeping in tiered bunks or hiding in forests, people for whom, by absorbing punishment from Hauptsturmführer Gert, she was in part a buffer. Herr Schindler released her and reached into his side pocket, bringing out a large candy bar. In its substance, it too seemed pre-war. "Keep that somewhere," he advised her. I get extra food here, she told him, as if it were a matter of pride that he not assume she was starving. Food, in fact, was the least of her worries. She knew she would not survive Ammon's house, but it wouldn't be for lack of food. If you don't want to eat it, trade it, Herr Schindler told her. Or why not build yourself up? He stood back and surveyed her. Itzhak Stern told me about you. Herr Schindler, murmured the girl. She put her head down and wept, neatly, economically, for a few seconds. Herr Schindler, he likes to beat me in front of those women. On my first day here, he beat me because I threw out the bones from dinner. He came down to the basement at midnight and asked me where they were. For his dogs, you understand. That was the first beating. I said to him, I don't know why I said it. I'd never say it now. Why are you beating me? He said, the reason I'm beating you now is you asked me why I'm beating you. She shook her head and shrugged, as if reproving herself for talking so much. She didn't want to say any more. She couldn't convey the history of her punishments, her repeated experience of the Hauptsturmführer's fists. Herr Schindler bent his head to her confidingly. Your circumstances are appalling, Helen, he told her. It doesn't matter, she said. I've accepted it. Accepted it? One day he'll shoot me. Schindler shook his head, and she thought it was too glib an encouragement to her to hope. Suddenly the good cloth and the pampered flesh of Herr Schindler were a provocation. For God's sake, Herr Director, I see things. We were up on the roof on Monday, chipping off the ice, young Lischek and I. And we saw the Herr Commandant come out of the front door and down the steps by the patio right below us, and there, on the steps, he drew his gun and shot a woman who was passing. A woman carrying a bundle, through the throat. Just a woman on her way somewhere. You know, she didn't seem fatter or thinner or slower or faster than anyone else. I couldn't guess what she'd done. The more you see of the Herr Commandant, the more you see that there's no set of rules you can keep to. You can't say to yourself, if I follow these rules, I'll be safe. Schindler took her hand and wrung it for emphasis. Listen, my dear Fräulein Helen Hirsch. In spite of all that, it's still better than Majdanek or Auschwitz. If you can keep your health. She said, I thought it would be easy to do that in the Commandant's kitchen. When I was assigned here from the camp kitchen, the other girls were jealous. A pitiful smile spread on her lips. Schindler raised his voice now. He was like a man enunciating a principle of physics. He won't kill you because he enjoys you too much, my dear Helen. He enjoys you so much he won't even let you wear the star. He doesn't want anyone to know it's a Jew he's enjoying. He shot the woman from the steps because she meant nothing to him. She was one of a series. She neither offended nor pleased him. You understand that? But you? It's not decent, Helen, but it's life. Someone else had said that to her. Leo John, the Commandant's deputy. John was an SS Untersturmführer, equivalent to second lieutenant. He won't kill you, John had said, till the end, Lena, because he gets too much of a kick out of you. Coming from John, it hadn't had the same effect. Herr Schindler had just condemned her to a painful survival. He seemed to understand that she was stunned. He murmured encouragement. He'd see her again. He'd try to get her out. Out? She asked. Out of the villa, he explained. Into my factory, he said. Surely you have heard of my factory. I have an enamelware factory. "Oh, yes," she said, like a slum child speaking of the Riviera. "Schindler's Emalia. I've heard of it." "Keep your health," he said again. He seemed to know it would be the key. He seemed to draw on a knowledge of future intentions. Himmler's, Frank's, when he said it. "All right," she conceded. She turned her back on him and went to a china closet, dragging it forward from the wall, an exercise of strength which in such a diminished girl amazed Herr Schindler. She removed a brick from the section of the wall the closet had previously covered. She brought out a wad of money. Occupations Worte. "I have a sister in the camp kitchen," she said. "She's younger than I am. I want you to spend this buying her back if ever she's put on the cattle cars. I believe you often find out about these things beforehand." "I'll make it my business," Schindler told her, but with ease, not like a solemn promise. "How much is it?" 4,000 zloty. He took it negligently, her nest egg, and shoved it into a side pocket. It was still safer with him than in a niche behind Amon Gert's china closet. So the story of Oskar Schindler is begun perilously, with Gothic Nazis, with SS hedonism, with a thin and brutalized girl, and with a figure of the imagination somehow as popular as the golden-hearted whore, the good German. On one hand, Oskar has made it his business to know the full face of the system, the rabid face behind the veil of bureaucratic decency. He knows, that is, earlier than most would dare know it, what Sonderbehandlung means. That though it says special treatment, it means pyramids of cyanotic corpses in Beaujetz, Sobibor, Treblinka, and in that complex west of Cracow, known to the Poles as Oświęcim-Brzezina, but which will be known to the West by its German name, Auschwitz-Birkenau. On the other hand, he is a businessman, a dealer by temperament, and he does not openly spit in the system's eye. He has already reduced the pyramids, and though he does not know how this year and next they will grow in size and number, and overtop the Matterhorn, he knows the mountain is coming. Though he cannot predict what bureaucratic shifts will occur in its construction, he still presumes there will always be room and need for Jewish labour. Therefore, during his visit to Helen Hirsch, he insists, "Keep your health." He is sure, and out in the darkened Arbeitslager, work camp of Poischouf, wakeful Jews stir and promise themselves that no regime, the tide set against it, can afford to do away with a plentiful source of free labour. It's the ones who break down, spit blood, fall to dysentery, who are put on the Auschwitz transports. Herr Schindler himself has heard prisoners, out on the Appellplatz of the Poischouf labour camp, summoned for morning roll call, murmur, "At least I still have my health," in a tone which in normal life only the aged use. So, this winter night, it is both early days and late days for Herr Schindler's practical engagement in the salvage of certain human lives. He is in deep. He has broken Reich laws to an extent that would earn him a multiplicity of hangings, beheadings, consignments to the drafty huts of Auschwitz or Gross-Rosen. But he does not know yet how much it will really cost. Though he has spent a fortune already, he does not know the extent of payments still to be made. Not to stretch belief so early, the story begins with a quotidian act of kindness. A kiss, a soft voice, a bar of chocolate. Helen Hirsch would never see her 4,000 zloty again. Not in a form in which they could be counted and held in the hand. But to this day she considers it a matter of small importance that Oskar was so inexact with sums of money. 1. General Sigmund List's armoured divisions, driving north from the Sudetenland, had taken the sweet South Polish jewel of Cracow from both flanks on September the 6th, 1939. And it was in their wake that Oskar Schindler entered the city, which, for the next 5 years, would be his oyster. Though within the month he would show that he was disaffected from National Socialism, he could still see that Cracow, with its railroad junction and its as yet modest industries, would be a boom town of the new regime. He wasn't going to be a salesman anymore. Now he was going to be a tycoon. It is not immediately easy to find in Oskar's family's history the origins of his impulse toward rescue. He was born on April the 28th, 1908, into the Austrian Empire of Franz Josef, into the hilly Moravian province of that ancient Austrian realm. His hometown was the industrial city of Zwickau, to which some commercial opening had brought the Schindler ancestors from Vienna at the beginning of the 16th century. Herr Hans Schindler, Oskar's father, approved of the imperial arrangement, considered himself culturally an Austrian, and spoke German at the table, on the telephone, in business, in moments of tenderness. Yet when in 1918 Herr Schindler and the members of his family found themselves citizens of the Czechoslovak Republic, of Masaryk and Beneš, it did not seem to cause any fundamental distress to the father, and even less still to his 10-year-old son. The child Hitler, according to the man Hitler, was tormented even as a boy by the gulf between the mystical unity of Austria and Germany and their political separation. No such neurosis of disinheritance soured Oskar Schindler's childhood. Czechoslovakia was such a bosky, unravished little dumpling of a republic that the German speakers took their minority stature with some grace, even if the Depression and some minor governmental follies would later put a certain strain on the relationship. Zwickau, Oskar's hometown, was a small, coal-dusted city in the southern reaches of the mountain range known as the Jeseniks. Its surrounding hills stood partly ravaged by industry and partly forested with larch and spruce and fir. Because of its community of German-speaking Sudetendeutschen, it maintained a German grammar school, which Oskar attended. There he took the Realgymnasium course, which was meant to produce engineers, mining, mechanical, civil, to suit the area's industrial landscape. Herr Schindler himself owned a farm machinery plant, and Oskar's education was a preparation for this inheritance. The family Schindler was Catholic. So too was the family of young Amon Goeth, by this time also completing the science course and sitting for the Matura examinations in Vienna. Oskar's mother, Louisa, practiced her faith with energy, her clothes redolent all Sunday of the incense burned in clouds at high mass in the church of St. Maurice. Hans Schindler was the sort of husband who drives a woman to religion. He liked cognac, he liked coffee houses. A redolence of brandy-warm breath, good tobacco, and confirmed earthiness came from the direction of that good monarchist, Mr. Hans Schindler. The family lived in a modern villa, set in its own gardens, across the city from the industrial section. There were 2 children, Oskar and his sister Elfriede. But there are not witnesses left to the dynamics of that household, except in the most general terms. We know, for example, that it distressed Frau Schindler that her son, like his father, was a negligent Catholic. But it cannot have been too bitter a household. From the little that Oskar would say of his childhood, there was no darkness there. Sunlight shines among the fir trees in the garden. There are ripe plums in the corner of those early summers. If he spends a part of some June morning at Mass, he does not bring back to the villa much of a sense of sin. He runs his father's car out into the sun in front of the garage and begins tinkering inside its motor. Or else he sits on a side step of the house, filing away at the carburetor of the motorcycle he is building. Oskar had a few middle-class Jewish friends, whose parents also sent them to the German grammar school. These children were not village Ashkenazim, quirky Yiddish-speaking Orthodox, but multilingual and not-so-ritual sons of Jewish businessmen. Across the Hana Plain and in the Beskide Hills, Sigmund Freud had been born of just such a Jewish family, and that not so long before Hans Schindler himself was born to solid German stock in Zwickau. Oscar's later history seems to call out for some set piece in his childhood. The young Oscar should defend some bullied Jewish boy on the way home from school. It is a safe bet it didn't happen, and we are happier not knowing, since the event would seem too pat. Besides, one Jewish child saved from a bloody nose proves nothing. For Himmler himself would complain, in a speech to one of his Einsatzgruppen, that every German had a Jewish friend. The Jewish people are going to be annihilated, says every party member. Sure, it's in our program. Elimination of the Jews, annihilation, we'll take care of it. And then they all come trudging, 80 million worthy Germans, and each one has his one decent Jew. Sure, the others are swine, but this one is an A1 Jew. Trying still to find, in the shadow of Himmler, some hint of Oscar's later enthusiasms, we encounter the Schindlers' next-door neighbor, a liberal rabbi named Dr. Felix Cantor. Rabbi Cantor was a disciple of Abraham Geiger, the German liberalizer of Judaism, who claimed that it was no crime, in fact was praiseworthy, to be a German as well as a Jew. Rabbi Cantor was no rigid village scholar. He dressed in the modern mode and spoke German in the house. He called his place of worship a temple, and not by that older name, synagogue. His temple was attended by Jewish doctors, engineers, and proprietors of textile mills in Zwickau. When they travelled, they told other businessmen, "Our rabbi is Dr. Cantor. He writes articles not only for the Jewish journals in Prague and Brno, but for the dailies as well." Rabbi Cantor's two sons went to the same school as the son of his German neighbour, Schindler. Both boys were bright enough eventually, perhaps, to become two of the rare Jewish professors at the German University of Prague. These crew-cut German-speaking prodigies raced in knee pants around the summer gardens, chasing the Schindler children and being chased, and Cantor, watching them flash in and out among the yew hedges, might have thought it was all working as Geiger and Gretz and Lazarus and all those other 19th century German Jewish liberals had predicted. We lead enlightened lives. We are greeted by German neighbours. Mr. Schindler will even make snide remarks about Czech statesmen in our hearing. We are secular scholars as well as sensible interpreters of the Talmud. We belong both to the 20th century and to an ancient tribal race. We are neither offensive nor offended against. Later, in the mid-1930s, the rabbi would revise this happy estimation and make up his mind in the end that his sons could never buy off the National Socialists with a German-language PhD, that there was no outcrop of 20th century technology or secular scholarship behind which a Jew could find sanctuary, any more than there could ever be a species of rabbi acceptable to the new German legislators. In 1936, all the Cantors moved to Belgium. The Schindlers never heard of them again. Race, blood, and soil meant little to the adolescent Oscar. He was one of those boys for whom a motorcycle is the most compelling model of the universe. And his father, a mechanic by temperament, seems to have encouraged the boy's zeal for red-hot machinery. In the last year of high school, Oscar was riding around Zwickau on a red 500cc Galoni. A school friend, Erwin Tragac, watched with unspeakable desire as the red Galoni farted its way down the streets of the town and arrested the attention of promenaders on the square. Like the Cantor boys, it too was a prodigy. Not only the sole Galoni in Zwickau, not only the only 500cc Italian Galoni in Moravia, but probably a unique machine in all Czechoslovakia. In the spring of 1928, the last months of Oscar's adolescence and prelude to a summer in which he would fall in love and decide to marry, he appeared in the town square on a 250cc Moto Guzzi, of which there were only 4 others on the continent, outside Italy, and those 4 owned by international races: Giesler, Hans Winkler, the Hungarian Jo, and the Pole Koloczkowski. There must have been townspeople who shook their heads and said that Herr Schindler was spoiling the boy. But it would be Oscar's sweetest and most innocent summer. An apolitical boy in a skull-fitting leather helmet, revving the motor of the Moto Guzzi, racing against the local factory teams in the mountains of Moravia, son of a family for whom the height of political sophistication was to burn a candle for Franz Josef. Just around the pine-clad curve, an ambiguous marriage, an economic slump, 17 years of fatal politics. But on the rider's face, no knowledge, just the wind-flattened grimace of a high-speed biker, who, because he is new, because he is no pro, because all his records are as yet unset, can afford the price better than the older ones, the pros, the racers with times to beat. His first contest was in May, the mountain race between Brno and Sobeslav. It was high-class competition, so that at least the expensive toy prosperous Herr Hans Schindler had given his son was not rusting in a garage. He came in third on his red Moto Guzzi, behind two Terreaus, which had been souped up with English Blackburn motors. For his next challenge, he moved farther from home, to the Altvater circuit, in the hills on the Saxon border. The German 250cc champion, Walfried Winkler, was there for the race, and his veteran rival, Kurt Henkelmann, on a water-cooled DKW. All the Saxon hotshots, Horowitz, Kolcher and Klivar, had entered. The Terreau Blackburns were back, and some Coventry Eagles. There were 3 Moto Guzzis, including Oskar Schindler's, as well as the big guns from the 350cc class and a BMW 500cc team. It was nearly Oscar's best, most unalloyed day. He kept within touch of the leaders during the first laps and watched to see what might happen. After an hour, Winkler, Henkelmann and Oscar had left the Saxons behind, and the other Moto Guzzis fell away with some mechanical flaw. In what Oscar believed was the second-to-last lap, he passed Winkler and must have felt, as palpably as the tar itself and the blur of pines, his imminent career as a factory team rider and the travel-obsessed life it would permit him to lead. In what then he assumed was the last lap, Oscar passed Henkelmann and both the DKWs, crossed the line and slowed. There must have been some deceptive sign from officials, because the crowd also believed the race was over. By the time Oscar knew it wasn't, that he had made some amateur mistake. Walfried Winkler and Mita Wichodil had passed him, and even the exhausted Henkelmann was able to nudge him out of third place. He was fated home. Except for a technicality, he'd beaten Europe's best. Tragac surmised that the reasons Oscar's career as a motorcycle racer ended there were economic. It was a fair guess. For that summer, after a courtship of only 6 weeks, he hurried into marriage with a farmer's daughter, and so fell out of favour with his father, who happened also to be his employer. The girl he married was from a village to the east of Zwittau in the Hana Plain. She was convent-schooled and had the sort of reserve he admired in his mother. Her widowed father was no peasant, but a gentleman farmer. In the 30 Years' War, her Austrian ancestors had survived the recurrent campaigns and famines which had swept that fertile plain. 3 centuries later, in a new era of risk, their daughter entered an ill-advised marriage with an unformed boy from Zwittau. Her father disapproved of it as deeply as Oscar's. Hans didn't like it because he could see that Oscar had married in the pattern of his, Hans's, own uneasy marriage. A sensual husband, a boy with a wild streak, looking too early in his life for some sort of peace from a nun-like, gracious, unsophisticated girl. Oscar had met Emilia at a party in Zwittau. She was visiting friends from her village of Altmolstein. Oscar knew the place, of course. He'd sold tractors in the area. When the banns were announced in the parish churches of Zwittau, some people thought the couple so ill-matched that they began to look for motives other than love. It is possible that even that summer the Schindler farm machinery factory was in trouble. for it was geared to the manufacture of steam-driven tractors of a type already going out of style with farmers. Oskar was pouring a large part of his wages back into the business, and now, with Emilia, came a dowry of 500,000 Reichsmarks, an honest and alleviating lump of capital in anyone's language. The suspicion of the gossips was unfounded, though. For that summer, Oskar was infatuated. And since Emilia's father would never find grounds to believe the boy would settle down and be a good husband, only a fraction of the 500,000 was ever paid. Emilia herself was delighted to escape stultifying Alt-Molstein by marrying handsome Oskar Schindler. Her father's closest friend had always been the dull parish priest, and Emilia had grown up pouring the two of them tea and listening to their naive opinions on politics and theology. If we are still seeking significant Jewish connections, there had been some in Emilia's girlhood, the village doctor who treated her grandmother, and Rita, granddaughter of the storekeeper Reif. During one of his visits to the farmhouse, the parish priest told Emilia's father that it was not good on principle for a Catholic child to have a particular friendship with a Jew. Out of the almost glandular stubbornness of girlhood, Emilia resisted the priest's edict. The friendship with Rita Reif would survive till the day in 1942 when local Nazi officials executed Rita in front of the store. After the marriage, Oskar and Emilia settled in an apartment in Zwickau. For Oskar, the 30s must have seemed a mere epilogue to his glorious mistake on the Altvater circuit in the summer of 28. He did his military service in the Czechoslovak army, and although it gave him the chance to drive a truck, found that he abhorred the military life, not on pacifist grounds, but on grounds of discomfort. Home again in Zwickau, he neglected Emilia in the evenings, staying late in cafes like a single man, talking to girls neither nun-like nor gracious. The family business went bankrupt in 1935, and that same year his father left Frau Luise Schindler and took an apartment of his own. Oskar hated him for that, and went and drank tea with his aunts, and denounced Hans to them, and even in cafes made speeches about his father's treachery to a good woman. He seems to have been blind to the resemblance between his own faltering marriage and his parents' broken one. Because of his good business contacts, his conviviality, his gifts of salesmanship, his ability to hold his liquor, he got a job even in the midst of the Depression as sales manager of Moravian Electrotechnik. Its head office was located in the grim provincial capital of Brno, and Oskar commuted between Brno and Zwickau. He liked the travelling life. It was half the destiny he'd promised himself when he'd passed Winkler on the Altvater circuit. When his mother died, he rushed back to Zwickau and stood beside his aunts. His sister Elfriede and his wife Emilia on one side of the grave, while treacherous Hans stood solitary, except of course for the parish priest, at the head of the coffin. Louisa's death had consecrated the enmity between Oskar and Hans. Oskar couldn't see it. Only the women could. That Hans and Oskar were in fact two brothers separated by the accident of paternity. By the time of that funeral, Oskar was wearing the Hakenkreuz emblem of Konrad Henlein's Sudeten-German party. Neither Emilia nor the aunts approved, but they did not take it too hard. It was something young Czech Germans were wearing that season. Only the Social Democrats and the Communists did not sport the badge or subscribe to Henlein's party. And God knew Oskar was neither a communist nor a Social Democrat. Oskar was a salesman. All things being equal, when you went into a German company manager wearing the badge, you got the order. Yet even with his order book wide open and his pencil flying, Oskar also, in the months in 1938, before the German divisions entered the Sudetenland, felt a sense of a grand shift in history, and was seduced by the itch to be party to it. Whatever his motives for running with Henlein, it seems that as soon as the divisions entered Moravia, he suffered an instant disillusionment with National Socialism, as thorough and as quick as the disillusionment that had set in after marriage. He seems to have expected that the invading power would allow some brotherly Sudeten republic to be founded. In a later statement, he said he was appalled by the new regime's bullying of the Czech population, by the seizure of Czech property. His first documented acts of rebellion would occur very early in the coming world conflict, and there is no need to doubt that the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, proclaimed by Hitler from Hradčin Castle in March 1939, surprised him with its early showing of tyranny. Besides that, the two people whose opinions he most respected, Emilia's and his estranged father, were not taken in by the grand Teutonic hour, and both claimed to know Hitler could not succeed. Their opinions were not sophisticated, but neither were Oscar's. Emilia believed simply that the man would be punished for making himself God. Herr Schindler Sr., as his position was relayed to Oscar by an aunt, fell back on basic historical principles. Just outside Brno was the stretch of river where Napoleon had won the Battle of Austerlitz. And what had befallen this triumphant Napoleon? He'd become a nobody, growing potatoes on an island in the mid-Atlantic. The same would happen to this fellow. Destiny, said Herr Schindler Sr., was not a limitless rope. It was a piece of elastic. The harder you went forward, the more fiercely you were jerked back to your starting point. That was what life, a failed marriage, and the economic slump had taught Herr Hans Schindler. But perhaps his son, Oscar, was not yet a clear enemy of the new system. One evening that autumn, young Herr Schindler attended a party at a sanitarium in the hills outside Ostrava, up near the Polish border. The hostess was the sanitarium manager, a client and friend Oscar had acquired on the road. She introduced him to a personable German named Eberhard Gebauer. They talked about business and what moves France and Britain and Russia might make. Then they went off with a bottle to a spare room, so that, as Gebauer suggested, they could talk more frankly. There Gebauer identified himself as an officer of Admiral Canaris's Abwehr intelligence, and offered his new drinking companion the chance to work for the foreign section of the Abwehr. Oscar had accounts across the border in Poland, throughout Galicia and Upper Silesia. Would he agree to supply the Abwehr with military intelligence from that region? Gebauer said he knew from his friend the hostess that Oscar was intelligent and gregarious. With these gifts, he could make use not only of his own observations of industrial and military installations in the area, but of those of any German Poles he might happen to recruit in restaurants or bars, or during business meetings. Again, apologists for the young Oscar would say that he agreed to work for Canaris because, as an Abwehr agent, he was exempt from army service. That was a large part of the proposal's charm. But he must also have believed that a German advance into Poland would be appropriate. Like the slim officer sitting drinking on the bed with him, he must still have approved of the national business, though he did not like the management. For Oscar, Gebauer may have possessed a moral allure, for he and his Abwehr colleagues considered themselves a decent Christian elite. Though it did not prevent their planning for a military intrusion into Poland, it gave them a contempt for Himmler and the SS, with whom, they believed high-handedly, they were in competition for the control of Germany's soul. Later, a very different intelligence-gathering body would find Oscar's reports to be full and praiseworthy. On his Polish journeys for the Abwehr, he showed a gift for charming news out of people, especially in a social setting, at the dinner table over cocktails. We do not know the exact nature or importance of what he found out for Gebauer and Canaris, but he came to like the city of Cracow very well, and to discover that though it was no great industrial metropolis, it was an exquisite medieval city, surrounded with a fringe of metal, textile, and chemical plants. As for the unmotorized Polish army, its secrets were all too apparent. 2. In late October 1939, Two young German NCOs entered the showroom of J.C. Buchheister and Company in Stradom Street, Cracow, and insisted on buying some expensive bolts of cloth to send home. The Jewish clerk behind the counter, a yellow star sewn to his breast, explained that Buchheisters did not sell direct to the public, but supplied garment factories and retail outlets. The soldiers would not be dissuaded. When it was time to settle their bill, they did it whimsically, with a Bavarian banknote of 1858 and a piece of German army occupation scrip dated 1914. Perfectly good currency, one of them told the Jewish bookkeeper. They were healthy-looking young men who had spent all spring and summer on manoeuvres, the early autumn yielding them an easy triumph, and later all the latitude of conquerors in a sweet city. The bookkeeper agreed to the transaction and got them out of the shop before ringing up a sale on the cash register. Later in the day, a young German accounts manager, an official appointed by the deftly named East Trust Agency to take over and run Jewish businesses, visited the showroom. He was one of two German officials assigned to Buchheister. The first was Sepp Auer, the supervisor, a middle-aged, unambitious man, and the second, this young go-getter. The young man inspected the books and the till. He took out the valueless currency. What did it mean, this comic opera money? The Jewish bookkeeper told his story. The accounts manager accused him of substituting the antique notes for hard złoty. Later in the day, in Buchheister's warehouse upstairs, the go-getter reported to Sepp Auer and said they should call in the Schutzpolizei. Herr Auer and the young accountant both knew that such an act would lead to the imprisonment of the bookkeeper in the SS jail in Montelupich Street. The accountant thought that this would set an excellent example for Buchheister's remaining Jewish staff. But the idea distressed Auer, who had a secret liability of his own, his grandmother having been Jewish, though no one had yet found that out. Auer sent an office boy with a message to the company's original accountant, a Polish Jew named Itzhak Stern, who was at home with influenza. Auer was a political appointee with little accounting experience. He wanted Stern to come into the office and resolve the impasse over the bolts of linen. He had just sent the message off to Stern's house in Podgórze when his secretary came into the office and announced that a Herr Oskar Schindler was waiting outside, claiming to have an appointment. Auer went into the outer room and saw a tall young man, placid as a large dog, tranquilly smoking. The two had met at a party the night before. Oskar had been there with a Sudeten German girl named Ingrid, Treuhänder, or supervisor, of a Jewish hardware company, just as Auer was Treuhänder of Buchheisters. They were a glamorous couple, Oskar and this Ingrid, frankly in love, stylish, with lots of friends in the Abwehr. Herr Schindler was looking for a career in Cracow. Textiles, Auer had suggested. It isn't just uniforms. The Polish domestic market itself is large enough and inflated enough to support us all. You're welcome to look Buchheisters over, he'd urged Oskar, not knowing how he might regret his tipsy camaraderie at 2 p.m. the next day. Schindler could see that Herr Auer had possible second thoughts about his invitation. If it's not convenient, Herr Treuhänder, Oskar suggested. Herr Auer said not at all, and took Schindler through the warehouse and across a yard to the spinning division, where great rolls of golden fabric were running off the machines. Schindler asked if the Treuhänder had had trouble with the Poles. No, said Sepp, they're cooperative. Stunned, if anything. After all, it's not exactly a munitions factory. Schindler so obviously had the air of a man with connections that Auer could not resist the temptation to test the point. Did Oskar know the people at the main armaments board? Did he know General Julius Schindler, for example? Perhaps General Schindler was a relative. That makes no difference, said Herr Schindler disarmingly. In fact, General Schindler was unrelated to him. The general wasn't such a bad fellow, compared with some, said Oskar. Auer agreed. But he himself would never dine with General Schindler or meet him for drinks. That was the difference. They returned to the office, encountering on the way Itzhak Stern, Buchheister's Jewish accountant, waiting on a chair provided by Auer's secretary, blowing his nose and coughing harshly. He stood up, joined his hands one on top of the other in front of his chest, and with immense eyes watched both conquerors approach, pass him, and enter the office. There, Auer offered Schindler a drink, and then, excusing himself, left Oscar by the fire and went out to interview Stern. He was so thin, and there was a scholarly dryness to him. He had the manners of a Talmudic scholar, but also of a European intellectual. Auer told him the story of the bookkeeper and the NCOs, and the assumptions the young German accountant had made. He produced from the safe the currency, the 1858 Bavarian, the 1914 occupation. "I thought you might have instituted an accounting procedure to deal with just this situation," said Auer. "It must be happening a great deal in Cracow just now." Itzhak Stern took the notes and studied them. He had indeed developed a procedure, he told the Herr Treuhänder. Without a smile or a wink, he moved to the open fire at the end of the room and dropped both notes into it. "I write these transactions off to profit and loss under free samples," he said. There had been a lot of free samples since September. Auer liked Stern's dry, effective style with the legal evidence. He began to laugh, seeing in the accountant's lean features the complexities of Cracow itself, the parochial canniness of a small city. Only a local knew the ropes. In the inner office, Herr Schindler sat in need of local information. Auer led Stern through into the manager's office to meet Herr Schindler, who stood staring at the fire, an unstoppered hip flask held absently in one hand. The first thing Itzhak Stern thought was, "This isn't a manageable German." Auer wore the badge of his Führer, a miniature Hakenkreuz, as negligently as a man might wear the badge of a cycling club. But big Schindler's coin-sized emblem took the light from the fire in its black enamel. It and the young man's general affluence were all the more the symbols of Stern's autumn griefs as a Polish Jew with a cold. Auer made the introductions. According to the edict already issued by Governor Frank, Stern made his statement. "I have to tell you, sir, that I am a Jew." "Well," Herr Schindler growled at him, "I'm a German, so there we are." "All very well," Stern almost intoned privately behind his sodden handkerchief. "In that case, lift the edict." For Itzhak Stern was a man, even now, in only the 7th week of the new order in Poland, not under one edict, but already under many. Hans Frank, Governor-General of Poland, had already initiated and signed 6 restrictive edicts, leaving others to his district governor, Dr. Otto Wächter, an SS Gruppenführer, equivalent to Major General, to implement. Stern, besides declaring his origins, had also to carry a distinctive registration card marked by a yellow stripe. The orders in council forbidding kosher preparation of meats and commanding forced labour for Jews were 3 weeks old when Stern stood coughing in Schindler's presence. And Stern's official ration as an Untermensch, subhuman, was little more than half that of a non-Jewish Pole, the latter being tainted by Untermenschhood himself. Finally, by an edict of November the 8th, a general registration of all Cracovian Jews had begun, and was required to be completed by the 24th. Stern, with his calm and abstract cast of mind, knew that the edicts would continue, would circumscribe his living and breathing further still. Most Cracow Jews expected such a rash of edicts. There would be some disruption of life. Jews from the shtetls being brought to town to shovel coal, intellectuals being sent into the countryside to hoe beets. There would also be sporadic slaughters for a time, like the one over at Tursk, where an SS artillery unit had kept people working on a bridge all day and then driven them into the village synagogue in the evening and shot them. There would always be such intermittent instances, but the situation would settle. The race would survive by petitioning, by buying off the authorities. It was the old method. It had been working since the Roman Empire. It would work again. In the end, the civil authorities needed Jews, especially in a nation where they were 1 in every 11. Stern, however, wasn't one of the sanguine ones. He didn't presume that the legislation would soon achieve a plateau of negotiable severity, for these were the worst of times. So though he did not know that the coming fire would be different in substance as well as degree, he was already resentful enough of the future to think, all very well for you, Herr Schindler, to make generous little gestures of equality. This man, said Auer, introducing Itzhak Stern, was Buchheister's right-hand man. He had good connections in the business community here in Cracow. It was not Stern's place to argue with Auer about that. Even so, he wondered if the Treuhänder wasn't gilding the lily for the distinguished visitor. Auer excused himself. Left alone with Stern, Schindler murmured that he'd be grateful if the accountant could tell him what he knew about some of the local businesses. Testing Oscar, Stern suggested that perhaps Herr Schindler should speak to the officials of the trust agency. They're thieves, said Herr Schindler genially. They're bureaucrats, too. I would like some latitude. He shrugged. I am a capitalist by temperament, and I don't like being regulated. So Stern and the self-declared capitalist began to talk. And Stern was quite a source. He seemed to have friends or relatives in every factory in Cracow: textiles, garments, confectionery, cabinet making, metalwork. Herr Schindler was impressed and took an envelope from the breast pocket of his suit. Do you know a company called Record? He asked. Itzhak Stern did. It was in bankruptcy, he said. It had made enamelware. Since it had gone bankrupt, some of the metal press machinery had been confiscated, and now it was largely a shell, producing, under the management of one of the former owner's relatives, a mere fraction of its capacity. His own brother, said Stern, represented a Swiss company that was one of Record's major creditors. Stern knew that it was permitted to reveal a small degree of fraternal pride and then to deprecate it. The place was very badly managed, said Stern. Schindler dropped the envelope into Stern's lap. This is their balance sheet. Tell me what you think. Itzhak said that Herr Schindler should of course ask others as well as himself. Of course, Oscar told him, but I would value your opinion. Stern read the balance sheets quickly. Then, after some 3 minutes of study, all at once felt the strange silence of the office, and looked up, finding Herr Oskar Schindler's eyes full on him. There was, of course, in men like Stern, an ancestral gift for sniffing out the just goy, who could be used as buffer or partial refuge against the savageries of the others. It was a sense for where a safe house might be, a potential zone of shelter. And from now on, the possibility of Herr Schindler as sanctuary would colour the conversation, as might a half-glimpsed, intangible sexual promise colour the talk between a man and a woman at a party. It was a suggestion Stern was more aware of than Schindler, and nothing explicit would be said for fear of damaging the tender connection. It's a perfectly good business, said Stern. You could speak to my brother. And, of course, now there's the possibility of military contracts. Exactly, murmured Herr Schindler. For almost instantly after the fall of Cracow, even before Warsaw's siege ended, an armaments inspectorate had been set up in the Government General of Poland, its mandate being to enter into contracts with suitable manufacturers for the supply of army equipment. In a plant like Record, mess kits and field kitchenware could be turned out. The Armaments Inspectorate, Stern knew, was headed by a Major General Julius Schindler of the Wehrmacht, Was the general a relative of Herr Oskar Schindler's? Stern asked. No, I'm afraid not, said Schindler, but as if he wanted Stern to keep his non-relationship a secret. In any case, said Stern, even the skeleton production at Record was grossing more than 500,000 zloty a year. A new metal pressing plant and furnaces could be acquired relatively easily. It depended on Herr Schindler's access to credit. Enamelware, said Schindler, was closer to his line than textiles. His background was in farm machinery, and he understood steam presses and so forth. It did not any longer occur to Stern to ask why an elegant German entrepreneur wished to talk to him about business options. Meetings like this one had occurred throughout the history of his tribe, and the normal exchanges of business did not quite explain them. He talked on at some length, explaining how the commercial court would set the fee for the leasing of the bankrupt estate. Leasing with an option to buy. It was better than being a Treuhänder. As a Treuhänder, only a supervisor, you were completely under the control of the economics ministry. Stern lowered his voice then and risked saying it. You will find you are restricted in the people you'll be allowed to employ. Schindler was amused. How do you know all this? About ultimate intentions? I read it in a copy of the Berliner Tageblatt. A Jew is still permitted to read German newspapers. Schindler continued to laugh, reached out a hand, and let it fall on Stern's shoulder. Is that so? He asked. In fact, Stern knew these things because Auer had received a directive from Reich Secretary of State Eberhard von Jagwitz of the Economics Ministry, outlining the policies to be adopted in Aryanizing businesses. Auer had left it to Stern to make a digest of the memorandum. Von Jagwitz had indicated, more in sadness than in anger, that there would be pressure from other government and party agencies, such as Heydrich's RHSA, the Reich Security Main Office, to Aryanize not just the ownership of companies, but also the management and workforce. The sooner Treuhänders filtered out the skilled Jewish employees, the better. Always, of course, bearing in mind the maintenance of production at an acceptable level. At last, Herr Schindler put the accounts of Record back into his breast pocket, stood up, and led Itzhak Stern out into the main office. They stood there for a time, among the typists and clerks, growing philosophical, as Oskar liked to do. It was here that Oskar brought up the matter of Christianity's having its base in Judaism, a subject which, for some reason, perhaps even because of his boyhood friendship with the cantors in Zwickau, interested him. Stern spoke softly, at length, learnedly. He had published articles in journals of comparative religion. Oskar, who wrongly fancied himself a philosopher, had found an expert. The scholar himself, Stern, whom some thought a pedant, found Oskar's understanding shallow, a mind genial by nature but without much conceptual deftness. Not that Stern was about to complain. An ill-assorted friendship was firmly established. So that Stern found himself drawing an analogy, as Oskar's own father had, from previous empires, and giving his own reasons why Adolf Hitler could not succeed. The opinion slipped out before Stern could withdraw it. The other Jews in the office bowed their heads and stared fixedly at their worksheets. Schindler did not seem disturbed. Near the end of their talk, Oskar did say something that had novelty. In times like these, he said, it must be hard for the churches to go on telling people that their Heavenly Father cared about the death of even a single sparrow. He'd hate to be a priest, Herr Schindler said, in an era like this, when life did not have the value of a pack of cigarettes. Stern agreed, but suggested, in the spirit of the discussion, that the biblical reference Herr Schindler had made could be summed up by a Talmudic verse which said that he who saves the life of one man saves the entire world. Of course, said Oskar Schindler. Itzhak, rightly or wrongly, always believed that it was at that moment that he had dropped the right seed in the furrow. 3. There is another Cracow Jew who gives an account of meeting Schindler that autumn, and of coming close to killing him. This man's name was Leopold Poldek Pfefferberg. He had been a company commander in the Polish army during the recent tragic campaign. After suffering a leg wound during the battle for the River San, he limped around the Polish hospital in Przemyśl, helping with the other wounded. He was no doctor, but a high school physical education teacher who had graduated from the Jagiellonian University of Cracow, and so had some knowledge of anatomy. He was resilient. He was self-confident, 27 years old, and built like a wedge. With some hundreds of other captured Polish officers from Przemyśl, Pfefferberg was on his way to Germany when his train drew into his home city of Cracow, and the prisoners were herded into the first-class waiting room to remain there until new transport could be provided. His home was 10 blocks away. To a practical young man, it seemed outrageous that he could not go out into Pavia Street and catch a number 1 trolley home. The bucolic-looking Wehrmacht guard at the door seemed a provocation. Pfefferberg had in his breast pocket a document signed by the German hospital authority of Przemyśl, indicating that he was free to move about the city with ambulance details, tending to the wounded of both armies. It was spectacularly formal, stamped and signed. He took it out now, and going up to the guard, thrust it at him. "Can you read German?" Pfefferberg demanded. This sort of ploy had to be done right, of course. You had to be young, you had to be persuasive. You had to have retained, undiminished by summary defeat, a confident bearing of a particularly Polish nature, something disseminated to the Polish officer corps, even to those rare members of it who were Jewish, by its plentiful aristocrats. The man had blinked. "Of course I can read German," he said. But after he'd taken the document, he held it like a man who couldn't read at all, held it like a slice of bread. Pfefferberg explained in German how the document declared his right to go out and attend to the ill. All the guard could see was a proliferation of official stamps. Quite a document. With a wave of the head, he indicated the door. Pfefferberg was the only passenger on the number 1 trolley that morning. It was not even 6 a.m. The conductor took his fare without a fuss, for in the city there were still many Polish troops not yet processed by the Wehrmacht. The officers had to register, that was all. The trolley swung around the Barbican, through the gate in the ancient wall, down Florianska to the Church of St. Mary, across the central square, and so, within 5 minutes, into Grodzka Street. Nearing his parents' apartment at number 48, as he had as a boy, he jumped from the car before the air brakes went on and let the momentum of the jump, enhanced by that of the trolley, bring him up with a soft thud against the door jamb. After his escape, he had lived not too uncomfortably in the apartments of friends, visiting Grodzka 48 now and then. The Jewish schools opened briefly. They would be closed again within 6 weeks, and he even returned to his teaching job. He was sure the Gestapo would take some time to come looking for him, and so he applied for ration books. He began to dispose of jewellery, as an agent and in his own right, on the black market that operated in Cracow's central square, in the arcades of the Sukienice, and beneath the 2 unequal spires of St. Mary's Church. Trade was brisk, among the Poles themselves, but more so for the Polish Jews. Their ration books, full of pre-cancelled coupons, entitled them to only 2/3 of the meat and half of the butter allowance that went to Aryan citizens, while all the cocoa and rice coupons were cancelled. And so the black market, which had operated through centuries of occupation and the few decades of Polish autonomy, became the food and income source and the readiest means of resistance for respectable bourgeois citizens, especially those who, like Leopold Pfefferberg, were streetwise. He presumed that he would soon be travelling over the ski routes around Zakopane in the Tatras, across Slovakia's slender neck into Hungary or Romania. He was equipped for the journey. He had been a member of the Polish national ski team. On one of the high shelves of the porcelain stove in his mother's apartment, he kept an elegant little .22 pistol, armoury both for the proposed escape and in case he was ever trapped inside the apartment by the Gestapo. With this pearl-handled semi-toy, Pfefferberg came close to killing Oskar Schindler one chilly day in November. Schindler, in double-breasted suit, party badge on the lapel, decided to call on Mrs. Mina Pfefferberg, Poldek's mother, to offer her a commission. He had been given by the Reich housing authorities a fine modern apartment in Strażewskiego Street. It had previously been the property of a Jewish family by the name of Nussbaum. Such allocations were carried out without any compensation to the previous occupant. On the day Oskar came calling, Mrs. Mina Pfefferberg herself was worried that it would happen to her apartment in Grodzka. A number of Schindler's friends would claim later, though it is not possible to prove it, that Oskar had gone looking for the dispossessed Nussbaums at their lodgings in Podgorje and had given them a sum close to 50,000 zloty in compensation. With this sum, it is said, the Nussbaums bought themselves an escape to Yugoslavia. 50,000 zloty signified substantial dissent. But there would be other similar acts of dissent by Oskar before Christmas. Some friends would in fact come to say that generosity was a disease in Oskar, a frantic thing, one of his passions. He would tip taxi drivers twice the fare on the meter. But this has to be said too, that he thought the Reich housing authorities were unjust and told Stern so, not when the regime got into trouble, but even in that, its sweetest autumn. In any case, Mrs. Pfefferberg had no idea what the tall, well-tailored German was doing at her door. He could have been there to ask for her son, who happened to be in the kitchen just then. He could have been there to commandeer her apartment, and her decorating business, and her antiques, and her French tapestry. In fact, by the December feast of Hanukkah, the German police would, on the orders of the housing office, get around the Pfefferbergs, arriving at their door and then ordering them, shivering in the cold, downstairs onto the pavement of Grodzka. When Mrs. Pfefferberg asked to go back for a coat, she would be refused. When Mr. Pfefferberg made for a bureau to get an ancestral gold watch, he would be punched in the jaw. "I have witnessed terrible things in the past," Hermann Goering had said. "Little chauffeurs and Gauleiters have profited so much from these transactions that they now have about 500,000. The effect of such easy pickings as Mr. Pfefferberg's gold watch on the moral fibre of the party might distress Goering. But in Poland that year, it was the style of the Gestapo to be unaccountable for the contents of apartments. When Schindler first came to the Pfefferberg second-floor apartment, however, the family was still in tenuous occupation. Mrs. Pfefferberg and her son were talking among the samples and bolts of fabric and wallpaper when Herr Schindler knocked. Leopold was not worried. There were two front entrances to the apartment. The business door and the kitchen door faced each other across a landing. Leopold retreated to the kitchen and looked through the crack in the door at the visitor. He saw the formidable size of the man, the fashionable cut of his suit. He returned to his mother in the living room. He had the feeling, he said, that the man was Gestapo. "When you let him in at the office door, I can always slip out through the kitchen." Mrs. Mina Pfefferberg was trembling. She opened the office door. She was, of course, listening for sounds along the corridor. Pfefferberg had in fact picked up the pistol and put it into his belt, and intended to wed the sound of his exit to the sound of Herr Schindler's entry. But it seemed folly to go without knowing what the German official wanted. There was a chance the man would have to be killed, and then there would need to be a concerted family flight into Romania. If the magnetic drift to the event had drawn Pfefferberg to take out his pistol and fire, the death, the flight, the reprisals would have been considered unexceptional and appropriate to the history of the month. Herr Schindler would have been briefly mourned and summarily avenged. And this would have been, of course, the brisk ending to all Oscar's potentialities. And back in Svetow, they would have said, was it someone's husband? The voice surprised the Pfefferbergs. It was calm, quiet, suited to the doing of business, even to the asking of favours. They had got used in past weeks to the tone of decree and summary expropriation. This man sounded fraternal. That was somehow worse, but it intrigued you too. Pfefferberg had slipped from the kitchen and concealed himself behind the double doors of the dining room. He could see a sliver of the German. "You're Mrs. Pfefferberg?" the German asked. "You were recommended to me by Herr Nussbaum. I have just taken over an apartment in Straszewskiego Street, and I would like to have it redecorated." Mina Pfefferberg kept the man at the door. She spoke so incoherently that the son took pity on her and appeared in the doorway, his jacket buttoned up over the weapon. He asked the visitor in, and at the same time whispered assurances in Polish to his mother. Now Oskar Schindler gave his name. There was some measuring up, for Schindler could tell that Pfefferberg had appeared to perform an act of primal protection. Schindler showed his respect by talking now through the son as through an interpreter. "My wife is coming up from Czechoslovakia," he said, "and I'd like the place redone in her style." He said the Nussbaums had maintained the place excellently, but they went in for heavy furniture and sombre colours. Mrs. Schindler's tastes were livelier, a little French, a little Swedish. Mrs. Pfefferberg had recovered enough to say that she didn't know. It was a busy time with Christmas coming up. Leopold could tell there might be an instinctive resistance in her to developing a German clientele. But the Germans might be the only race this season with enough confidence in the future to go in for interior design. And Mrs. Pfefferberg needed a good contract. Her husband had been removed from his job and worked now for a pittance in the housing office of the Gemeinde, the Jewish Welfare Bureau. Within 2 minutes, the men were chatting like friends. The pistol in Pfefferberg's belt had now been relegated to the status of armament for some future remote emergency. There was no doubt that Mrs. Pfefferberg was going to do the Schindler apartment, no expense spared. And when that was settled, Schindler mentioned that Leopold Pfefferberg might like to come around to the apartment to discuss other business. "There is the possibility that you can advise me on acquiring local merchandise," Herr Schindler said. "For example, your very elegant blue shirt. I don't know where to begin to look for that kind of thing myself." His ingenuousness was a ploy, but Pfefferberg appreciated it. "The stores, as you know, are empty," murmured Oskar, like a hint. Leopold Pfefferberg was the sort of young man who survived by raising the stakes. "Herr Schindler, these shirts are extremely expensive. I hope you understand. They cost 25 zloty each." He had multiplied the price by 5. There was, all at once, an amused knowingness in Herr Schindler. Not enough, though, to imperil the tenuous friendship, or remind Pfefferberg that he was armed. "I could probably get you some," said Pfefferberg, "if you give me your size. But I'm afraid my contacts will require money in advance." Herr Schindler, still with that knowingness in his eyes, took out his wallet and handed Pfefferberg 200 Reichsmarks. The sum was flamboyantly too much, and even at Pfefferberg's inflated price, would have bought shirts for a dozen tycoons. But Pfefferberg knew the game and did not blink. "You must give me your measurements," he said. A week later, Pfefferberg brought a dozen silk shirts to Schindler's apartment on Straszewskiego Street. There was a pretty German woman in the apartment, who was introduced to Pfefferberg as Treuhänder of a Cracow hardware business. Then, one evening, Pfefferberg saw Oskar in the company of a blonde and large-eyed Polish beauty. If there was a Frau Schindler, She did not appear even after Mrs. Pfefferberg had redecorated the place. Pfefferberg himself became one of Schindler's most regular connections to that market in luxuries, silk, furnishings, jewellery, which flourished in the ancient town of Cracow. The next time Itzhak Stern met Oskar Schindler was on a morning in early December. Schindler's application to the Polish Commercial Court of Cracow had already been filed. Yet Oskar had the leisure to visit the offices of Buchheister, and after conferring with Auer, to stand near Stern's desk in the outer office, clap his hands, and announce in a voice that sounded already tipsy, "Tomorrow it's going to start. Josefa and Izaka streets are going to know all about it." There were in Kazimierz a Josefa Street and an Izaka Street. There were in every ghetto, and Kazimierz was the site of the old ghetto of Cracow, once an island ceded to the Jewish community by Kazimierz the Great, now a near suburb nestled in an elbow of the Vistula River. Herr Schindler bent over Stern, and Stern felt his brandy-warm breath and considered this question. Did Herr Schindler know something would happen in Josefa Street and Izaka Street? Or was he just brandishing the names? In any case, Stern suffered a nauseating sense of disappointment. Herr Schindler was whistling up a pogrom, boasting inexactly about it, as if to put Stern in his place. It was December the 3rd. When Oskar said tomorrow, Stern presumed he was using the term not in the sense of December the 4th, but in the terms in which drunks and prophets always used it, as something that either would or damn well should happen soon. Only a few of those who heard or heard about Herr Schindler's boozy warning took it literally. Some packed an overnight bag and moved their families across the river to Podgorje. As for Oskar, he felt he had passed on hard news at some risk. He had got it from at least two sources, new friends of his. One, an officer attached to the SS police chief's staff, was a policeman named Wachtmeister, Sergeant Hermann Toffel. The other, Dieter Reder, belonged to the staff of SD Chief Tschurda. Both these contacts were characteristic of the sympathetic officers Oskar always managed to sniff out. He was never good, though, at explaining his motives for speaking to Stern that December. He would say later that in the period of the German occupation of Bohemia and Moravia, he had seen enough seizure of Jewish and Czech property, and forcible removal of Jews and Czechs from those Sudeten areas considered German, to cure him of any zeal for the new order. His leaking of the news to Stern, far more than the unconfirmed Nussbaum story, goes some way toward proving his case. He must have hoped also, as the Jews of Cracow did, that after its initial fury, the regime would relax and let people breathe. If the SS raids and incursions of the next few months could be mitigated by the leaking of advance information, then perhaps sanity would reassert itself in the spring. After all, both Oskar and the Jews told themselves, the Germans were a civilized nation. The SS invasion of Kazimierz would, however, arouse in Oskar a fundamental disgust. Not one that impinged too directly yet on the level at which he made his money, entertained women, or dined with friends, but one that would, the clearer the intentions of the reigning power became, lead, obsess, imperil, and exalt him. The operation was meant in part to be a raid for jewellery and furs. There'd be some evictions from houses and apartments in the wealthier borderland between Cracow and Kazimierz. But beyond these practical results, that first Aktion was also meant to serve dramatic notice to the dismayed people of the old Jewish quarter. For that purpose, Reder told Oskar, a small detachment of Einsatzgruppe men would drive down Stradom and into Kazimierz in the same trucks as the boys of the local SS and the field police. 6 Einsatzgruppen had come to Poland with the invading army. Their name had subtle meanings. Special duty groups is a close translation. But the amorphous word Einsatz was also rich with a nuance, of challenge, of picking up a gauntlet, of knightliness. These squads were recruited from Heydrich's Sicherheitsdienst, SD, Security Service. They already knew their mandate was broad. Their supreme leader had 6 weeks ago told General Wilhelm Keitel that, in the government general of Poland, there will have to be a tough struggle for national existence, which will permit of no legal restraints. In the high rhetoric of their leaders, the Einsatz soldiers knew a struggle for national existence meant race warfare, just as Einsatz itself, special chivalrous duty, meant the hot barrel of a gun. The Einsatz squad, destined for action in Kazimierz that evening, were an elite. They would leave to the peace workers of the Cracow SS the sordid task of searching the tenements for diamond rings and fur-trimmed coats. They themselves would take part in some more radically symbolic activity, to do with the very instruments of Jewish culture, that is, with the ancient synagogues of Cracow. They had for some weeks been waiting to exercise Einsatz, as had the local SS Sonderkommandos, or special squads, also assigned to this first Cracow Aktion, and the security police of SD Chief Tschurda. The army had negotiated with Heydrich and the higher police chiefs a stay of operations until Poland passed from military to civil rule. This passage of authority had now taken place, and throughout the country, the Knights of Einsatz and the Sonderkommandos were unleashed to advance with an appropriate sense of racial history and professional detachment into the old Judaic ghettos. At the end of the street where Oscar's apartment stood, rose the fortified rock outcrop of Wawel Castle, from which Hans Frank ruled. And if Oscar's Polish future is to be understood, there is a need to look at the linkage between Frank and the young field operatives of SS and SD, and then between Frank and the Jews of Cracow. In the first place, Hans Frank had no direct kingship over these special squads moving into Kazimierz. Heinrich Himmler's police forces, wherever they worked, would always be their own lawmakers. As well as resenting their independent power, Frank also disagreed with them on practical grounds. He had as refined an abomination of the Jewish population as anyone in the party, and found the sweet city of Cracow intolerable because of its manifold Jews. In past weeks, he'd complained when the authorities tried to use the government general, and especially Cracow with its railway junction, as a dumping ground for Jews from the cities of the Vaterland, from Łódź and Poznan. But he did not believe the Einsatzgruppen or the Sonderkommandos, using current methods, could really make a dent in the problem. It was Frank's belief, shared with Himmler in some stages of Heine's mental vagaries, that there should be a single vast concentration camp for Jews, that it should at least be the city of Lublin and the surrounding countryside, or even more desirably, the island of Madagascar. The Poles themselves had always believed in Madagascar. In 1937, the Polish government had sent a commission to study that high-spined island so far from the coasts of their European sensibilities. The French Colonial Office, to which Madagascar belonged, was willing to make a deal, government to government, on such a resettlement, for a Madagascar crowded with Europe's Jews would make a grand export market. The South African Defence Minister, Oswald Pirov, had acted for a time as negotiator between Hitler and France in the matter of the island. Therefore, Madagascar, as a solution, had an honourable pedigree. Hans Frank had his money on it, and not on the Einsatzgruppen. For their sporadic raids and massacres could not cut down the subhuman population of Eastern Europe. During the time of the campaign around Warsaw, the Einsatzgruppen had hung Jews up in the synagogues of Silesia, ruptured their systems with water torture, raided their homes on Sabbath evenings or feast days, cut off their prayer locks, set their prayer shawls afire, stood them against a wall. It had barely counted. There were many indications from history Frank proposed, that threatened races generally outbred the genocides. The phallus was faster than the gun. What no one knew, neither the parties to the debate, the well-educated Einsatzgruppe boys in the back of one truck, the not-so-refined SS boys in the back of another, the evening worshippers in the synagogues, Herr Oskar Schindler on his way home to Straszewskiego to dress for dinner. What none of them knew, and many a party planner scarce hoped for, was that a technological answer would be found. That a disinfectant chemical compound, Zyklon B, would supplant Madagascar as the solution. There had been an incident involving Hitler's pet actress and director, Leni Riefenstahl. She had come to Łódź with a roving camera crew soon after the city fell, and had seen a line of Jews, visible Jews, the prayer-locked variety, executed with automatic weapons. She had gone straight to the Führer, who was staying at Southern Army headquarters, and made a scene. That was it. The logistics, the weight of numbers, the considerations of public relations. They made the Einsatz boys look silly. But Madagascar, too, would look ridiculous, once means were discovered to make substantial inroads into the subhuman population of Central Europe, at fixed sites with adequate disposal facilities, which no fashionable movie maker was likely to stumble upon. As Oskar had forewarned Stern in the front office of Buchheisters, the SS carried economic warfare from door to door in Jakoba and Isaka and Josefa. They broke into apartments, dragged out the contents of closets, smashed the locks on desks and dressers. They took valuables off fingers and throats and out of watch fobs. A girl who would not give up her fur coat had her arm broken. A boy from Chemna Street, who wanted to keep his skis, was shot. Some of those whose goods were taken, unaware that the SS were operating outside legal restraint, would tomorrow complain at police stations. Somewhere, history told them, was a senior officer with a little integrity who would be embarrassed and might even discipline some of these unruly fellows. There would have to be an investigation into the business of the boy in Chemna and the wife whose nose was broken with a truncheon. While the SS were working the apartment buildings, the Einsatzgruppe squad moved against the 14th century synagogue of Stara Bosnica. As they expected, they found at prayer there a congregation of traditional Jews with beards and sidelocks and prayer shawls. They collected a number of the less orthodox from surrounding apartments and drove them in as well, as if they wanted to measure the reaction of one group to the other. Among those pushed across the threshold of Stara Bosnica was the gangster Max Redlicht, who would not otherwise have entered an ancient temple or been invited to do so. They stood in front of the Ark, these two poles of the same tribe, who would on a normal day have found each other's company offensive. An Einsatz NCO opened the Ark and took out the parchment Torah scroll. The disparate congregation on the synagogue floor were to file past and spit at it. There was to be no faking. The spittle was to be visible on the calligraphy. The Orthodox Jews were more rational about it than those others, the agnostics, the liberals, the self-styled Europeans. It was apparent to the Einsatz men that the modern ones balked in front of the scroll, and even tried to catch their eye as if to say, "Come on, we're all too sophisticated for this nonsense." The SS men had been told in their training that the European character of liberal Jews was a tissue-thin facade. And in Stara Bosnica, the backsliding reluctance of the ones who wore short haircuts and contemporary clothes went to prove it. Everyone spat in the end, except Max Redlicht. The Einsatzgruppe men may have seen this as a test worth their time. To make a man who visibly does not believe renounce with spittle a book he views intellectually as antique tribal drivel, but which his blood tells him is still sacred. Could a Jew be retrieved from the persuasions of his ridiculous blood? Could he think as clearly as Kant? That was the test. Redlicht would not pass it. He made a little speech. I've done a lot, but I won't do that. They shot him first, then shot the rest anyway, and set fire to the place, making a shell of the oldest of all Polish synagogues. 5. Wiktoria Klonowska, a Polish secretary, was the beauty of Oscar's front office, and he immediately began a long affair with her. Ingrid, his German mistress, must have known, as surely as Emilia Schindler knew about Ingrid. For Oscar would never be a surreptitious lover. He had a childlike sexual frankness. It wasn't that he boasted. It was that he never saw any need to lie, to creep into hotels by the back stairs, to knock quietly on any girl's door in the small hours. Since Oscar would not seriously try to tell his women lies, their options were reduced. Traditional lovers' arguments were difficult. Blonde hair piled up above her pretty, foxy, vividly made-up face, Wiktoria Klonowska looked like one of those light-hearted girls to whom the inconveniences of history are a temporary intrusion into the real business of life. This autumn of simple clothes, Klonowska was frivolous in her jacket and frilled blouse and slim skirt. Yet she was hard-headed, efficient, and adroit. She was a nationalist, too, in the robust Polish style. She would, in the end, negotiate with the German dignitaries for her Sudeten lover's release from SS institutions. But for the moment, Oscar had a less risky job for her. He mentioned that he would like to find a good bar or cabaret in Cracow, where he could take friends. Not contacts, not senior people from the Armaments Inspectorate. Genuine friends. Somewhere lively where middle-aged officials would not turn up. Did Klonowska know of such a place? She discovered an excellent jazz cellar in the narrow streets north of the Rynek, the city square. It was a place that had always been popular with the students and younger staff of the university, but Wiktoria herself had never been there before. The middle-aged men who had pursued her in peacetime would never want to go to a student dive. If you wished to, it was possible to rent an alcove behind a curtain for private parties, under cover of the tribal rhythms of the band. For finding this music club, Oscar nicknamed Klonowska Columbus. The party line on jazz was that it not only was artistically decadent, but expressed an African, a subhuman animality. The umpapa of Viennese waltzes was the preferred beat of the SS and of party officials, and they earnestly avoided jazz clubs. Round about Christmas in 1939, Oscar got together a party at the club for a number of his friends. Like any instinctive cultivator of contacts, he would never have any trouble drinking with men he didn't like. But that night, the guests were men he did. Additionally, of course, they were all useful. Junior but not uninfluential members of sundry agencies of occupation, and all of them more or less double exiles. Not only were they away from home, but home or abroad, they were all variously uneasy under the regime. There was, for example, a young German surveyor from the Government General's Division of the Interior. He had marked out the boundaries of Oscar's enamel factory in Zabłockie. At the back of Oscar's plant, Deutsche Emailfabrik, DEF, stood a vacant area where two other manufactories abutted, a box factory and a radiator plant. Schindler had been delighted to find that most of the waste area belonged, according to the surveyor, to DEF. Visions of economic expansion danced in his head. The surveyor had, of course, been invited because he was a decent fellow, because he could talk to him, because he might be handy to know for future building permits. The policeman Hermann Toffel was there also, and the SD-man Reda, as well as a young officer, also a surveyor, named Steinhauser, from the Armaments Inspectorate. Oscar had met and taken to these men while seeking the permits he needed to start his plant. He had already enjoyed drinking bouts with them, He would always believe that the best way to untie bureaucracy's Gordian knot, short of bribery, was booze. Finally, there were two Abwehrmen. The first was Eberhard Gebauer, the lieutenant who had recruited Oskar into the Abwehr the year before. The second was Lieutenant Martin Plate of Canaris's headquarters in Breslau. It had been through his friend Gebauer's recruitment that Herr Oskar Schindler had first discovered what a city of opportunity Cracow was. There would be a byproduct from the presence of Gebauer and Plate. Oskar was still on the Abwehr's books as an agent, and in his years in Cracow would keep the staff of Canaris's Breslau office satisfied by passing on to them reports on the behaviour of their rivals in the SS. Gebauer and Plate would consider his bringing along of a more or less disaffected gendarme like Toffel and of Raeder of the SD as an intelligence favour, a gift quite apart from the good company and the liquor. Though it is not possible to say exactly what the members of the party talked about that night, it is possible from what Oskar said later of each of these men to make a plausible reconstruction. It was Gebauer, of course, who would have made the toast, saying he would not give them governments, armies, or potentates. Instead, he would give them the enamel factory of their good friend Oskar Schindler. He did so because if the factory prospered, there would be more parties. Parties in the Schindler style, the best parties you could imagine. But after the toast had been drunk, the talk turned naturally to the subject that bemused or obsessed all levels of the civil bureaucracy: the Jews. Toffel and Raeder had spent the day at Mogilska station, supervising the unloading of Poles and Jews from eastbound trains. These people had been shipped in from the incorporated territories, newly conquered regions which had been German in the past. Toffel wasn't making a point about the comfort of the passengers in the Ostbahn cattle cars, although he confessed that the weather had been cold. But the transport of populations in livestock carriages was new to everyone, and the cars were not as yet inhumanly crowded. What confused Toffel was the policy behind it all. "There is a persistent rumour," said Toffel, "that we are at war. And in the midst of it, the incorporated territories are too damn Simon Pure to put up with a few Poles and 500,000 Jews. The whole Ostbahn system," said Toffel, "has to be turned over to delivering them to us." The Abwehrmen listened, slight smiles on their faces. To the SS, the enemy within might be the Jew, but to the Canaris, the enemy within was the SS. The SS, Toffel said, had reserved the entire rail system from November the 15th on. Across his desk in Pomorska Street, he said, had crossed copies of angry SS memoranda, addressed to army officials, and complaining that the army was welching on its deal, had gone 2 weeks over schedule in its use of the Ostbahn. For Christ's sake, Toffel asked, shouldn't the army have first use, for as long as it liked, of the railway system? How else is it to deploy east and west? Toffel asked, drinking excitedly. On bicycles? Oskar was half amused to see that the Abwehrmen did not comment. They suspected Toffel might be a plant instead of simply being drunk. The surveyor and the man from the armaments inspectorate asked Toffel some questions about these remarkable trains arriving at Mogilska. Soon, such shipments wouldn't be worth talking about. Transports of humans would become a cliché of resettlement policy. But on the evening of Oskar's Christmas party, they were still a novelty. They call it, said Toffel, concentration. That's the word you find in the documents. Concentration. I call it bloody obsession. The owner of the jazz club brought in plates of herring and sauce. The fish went down well with the fiery liquor, and as they wolfed it, Gebauer spoke about the Judenrats, the Jewish councils, set up in each community on the order of Governor Frank. In cities like Warsaw and Cracow, the Judenrat had 24 elected members, personally responsible for the fulfillment of the orders of the regime. The Judenrat of Cracow had been in existence for less than a month. Marek Biberstein, a respected municipal authority, had been appointed its president. But, Gebauer remarked, he had heard that it had already approached Wawel Castle with a plan for a roster of Jewish labour. The Judenrat would supply the labour details for digging ditches and latrines and clearing snow. Didn't everyone find that excessively cooperative of them? Not at all, said Engineer Steinhauser of the Armaments Inspectorate. They thought that if they supplied the labour squads, it would stop random press ganging. Press ganging led to beatings and the occasional bullet in the head. Martin Plater agreed. They'll be cooperative for the sake of avoiding something worse, he said. It's their method. You have to understand that. They'd always bought the civil authorities off by cooperating with them and then negotiating. Gebauer seemed to be out to mislead Toffel and Raeder by pushing the point, by seeming more passionately analytic about Jews than he really was. I'll tell you what I mean by cooperation, he said. Frank passes an edict demanding that every Jew in the government general wear a star. That edict's only a few weeks old. In Warsaw, you've got a Jewish manufacturer churning them out in washable plastic at 3 zloty each. It's as if they've got no idea what sort of law it is. It's as if the thing were an emblem of a bicycle club. It was suggested then that since Schindler was in the enamel business, it might be possible to press a deluxe enamel badge at the Schindler plant and retail it through the hardware outlet his girlfriend Ingrid supervised. Someone remarked that the star was their national insignia, the insignia of a state that had been destroyed by the Romans and that now existed only in the minds of Zionists. So perhaps people were proud to wear the star. The thing is, said Gebauer, they don't have any organisation for saving themselves. They've got weathering the storm sorts of organisations, but this one's going to be different. This storm will be managed by the SS. Gebauer, again, sounded as if, without being too florid about it, he approved of the professional thoroughness of the SS. Come on, said Plater. The worst that can happen to them is that they'll get sent to Madagascar, where the weather is better than it is in Cracow. I don't believe they'll ever see Madagascar, said Gebauer. Oscar demanded a change of subject. Wasn't it his party? In fact, Oscar had already seen Gebauer hand over forged papers for a flight to Hungary to a Jewish businessman in the bar of the Hotel Cracovia. Maybe Gebauer was taking a fee, though he seemed too morally sensitive to deal in papers, to sell a signature, a rubber stamp. But it was certain, in spite of his act in front of Toffel, that he was no abominator of Jews. Nor was any of them. At Christmas 1939, Oscar found them simply a relief from the orotund official line. Later, they would have more positive uses. 6. The Aktion of the night of December the 4th had convinced Stern that Oskar Schindler was that rarity, the just Goy. There is the Talmudic legend of the Chasidei Umot Ha'olam, the righteous of the nations, of whom there are said to be, at any point in the world's history, 36. Stern did not believe literally in the mystical number, but the legend was psychologically true for him, and he believed it a decent and wise course to try to make of Schindler a living and breathing sanctuary. The German needed capital. The Rekord plant had been partially stripped of machinery, except for one small gallery of metal presses, enamel bins, lathes and furnaces. While Stern might be a substantial spiritual influence on Oscar, the man who put him in touch with capital on good terms was Abraham Bankier, the office manager of Rekord, whom Oscar had won over. The two of them, big, sensual Oscar and squat, elfin Bankier, went visiting possible investors. By a decree of November the 23rd, the bank and safe deposits of all Jews were held by the German administration in fixed trust, without allowing the owner any right of access or interest. Some of the wealthier Jewish businessmen, those who knew anything about history, kept secret funds in hard currencies. But they could tell that for a few years under Governor Hans Frank, currencies would be risky, Portable wealth, diamonds, gold, trade goods, would be desirable. Around Cracow there were a number of men Bankier knew who were willing to put up investment capital in return for a guaranteed quantity of product. The deal might be an investment of 50,000 zloty in return for so many kilos of pots and pans a month, delivery to begin July 1940 and to continue for a year. For a Cracow Jew, given Hans Frank in the Wawel, kitchenware was safer and more disposable than zloty. The parties to these contracts, Oskar, the investor, Bankier as middleman, brought away from these arrangements nothing, not even deal memoranda. Full-fledged contracts were of no use and could not be enforced anyhow. Nothing could be enforced. It all depended on Bankier's accurate judgment of this Sudeten manufacturer of enamelware. The meeting would take place, perhaps, in the investor's apartment in the centrum of Cracow, the old inner city. The Polish landscapists the investor's wife adored, the French novels his bright and fragile daughters savoured, would glow in the light of the transaction. Or else the investing gentleman had already been thrown out of his apartment and lived in poorer quarters in Podgórze. And he would be a man already in shock, his apartment gone and himself now an employee in his own business. And all this in a few months, the year not over yet. At first sight, it seems a heroic embellishment of the story to say that Oskar was never accused of welching on these informal contracts. He would, in the new year, have a fight with one Jewish retailer over the quantity of product the man was entitled to take from DEF's loading dock on Lipova Street. And the gentleman would be critical of Oskar on those grounds to the end of his life. But that Oskar did not fulfill deals, that was never said. For Oskar was by nature a payer, who somehow gave the impression that he could make limitless repayments out of limitless resources. In any case, Oskar and the other German opportunists would make so much in the next 4 years that only a man consumed by the profit motive would have failed to repay what Oskar's father would have called a debt of honour. Emilia Schindler came up to Cracow to visit her husband there for the first time in the new year. She thought the city was the most delightful she had ever been in, so much more gracious and pleasant and old-fashioned than Brno, with its clouds of industrial smoke. She was impressed with her husband's new apartment. The front windows looked across at the Planty, an elegant ring of parkland that ran right around the city, following the route of the ancient walls long since knocked down. At the bottom of the street, the great fortress of Wawel rose, and amidst all this antiquity was Oskar's modern apartment. She looked around at Mrs. Pfefferberg's fabrics and wall hangings. His new success was tangible in them. "You've done very well in Poland," she said. Oskar knew that she was really talking about the matter of the dowry, the one her father had refused to pay a dozen years back, when travellers from Zwittau had rushed into the village of Altmolstein with news that his son-in-law was living and loving like an unmarried man. His daughter's marriage had become exactly the marriage he had feared it would, and he was damned if he'd pay. And though the absence of the 400,000 Reichsmark had altered Oskar's prospects a little, the gentleman farmer of Altmolstein did not know how the non-payment would pain his daughter, make her even more defensive, nor that 12 years later, when it no longer counted for Oskar, it would still be at the front of Emilia's mind. "My dear," Oskar was always growling, "I never needed the damn money." Emilia's intermittent relations with Oskar seemed to have been those of a woman who knows her husband is not and will not be faithful, but who nonetheless doesn't want evidence of his affairs thrust under her nose. She must have moved warily in Cracow, going to parties where Oskar's friends would surely know the truth, would know the names of the other women, the names she did not really want to hear. One day a young Pole, it was Poldek Pfefferberg, who had nearly shot her husband, but she could not know that, arrived at the door of the apartment with a rolled-up rug over his shoulder. It was a black market rug from Istanbul via Hungary, and Pfefferberg had been given the job of finding it by Ingrid, who had moved out for the duration of Emilia's visit. "Is Frau Schindler in?" asked Pfefferberg. He always referred to Ingrid as Frau Schindler because he thought it was less offensive. "I am Frau Schindler," said Emilia, knowing what the question meant. Pfefferberg showed some sensitivity in covering up. Actually, he did not need to see Frau Schindler, though he'd heard so much about her from Herr Schindler. He had to see Herr Schindler about some business matter. "Herr Schindler wasn't in," said Emilia. She offered Pfefferberg a drink, but he hastily refused. Emilia knew what that meant too, that the young man was just a little shocked by Oscar's personal life, and thought it indecent to sit and drink with the victim. The factory Oscar had leased was across the river in Zabłockie at number 4 Lipova Street. The offices, which faced the street, were modern in design, and Oscar thought it might be possible and convenient for him to move in at some time, to have an apartment on the 3rd floor, even though the surroundings were industrial and not as exhilarating as Straszewskiego Street. When Oscar took over the record works, renaming it Deutsche E-Meilenfabrik, there were 45 employees involved in a modest output of kitchenware. Early in the new year, he received his first army contracts. They were no surprise. He had cultivated various influential Wehrmacht engineers who sat on the main armaments board of General Schindler's Armaments Inspectorate. He had gone to the same parties and taken them to dinner at the Cracovia Hotel. There are photographs of Oscar sitting with them at expensive tables, everyone smiling urbanely at the camera, everyone well-fed, generously liquored, and the officers elegantly uniformed. Some of them put the right stamps on his bids and wrote the crucial letters of recommendation to General Schindler, merely out of friendship and because they believed Oscar had the plant and would deliver. Others were influenced by gifts, the sort of gifts Oscar would always proffer to officials: cognac and carpets, jewelry and furniture, and hampers of luxury food. As well as that, it became known that General Schindler was acquainted with and liked very much his enamelware-producing namesake. Now, with the authority of his lucrative armaments inspectorate contracts, Oscar was permitted to expand his plant. There was room. Beyond the lobby and offices of DEF stood 2 large industrial lofts. Some of the floor space in the building on the left as you emerged from the lobby into the interior of the factory was occupied by present production. The other building was totally empty. He bought new machinery, some locally, some from the homeland. Apart from the military demand, there was the all-devouring black market to serve. Oscar knew now that he could be a magnate. By midsummer of 1940, he would be employing 250 Poles and would be faced with instituting a night shift. Herr Hans Schindler's farm machinery plant in Zwickau had at the best of times employed 50. It is a sweet thing to outstrip a father whom you haven't forgiven. At times throughout the year, Itzhak Stern would call on Schindler to arrange employment for some young Jew, a special case, an orphan from Łódź, the daughter of a clerk in one of the departments of the Judenrat, Jewish Council. Within a few months, Oscar was employing 150 Jewish workers, and his factory had a minor reputation as a haven. It was a year, like each succeeding year for the rest of the war, when Jews would be looking for some employment considered essential to the war effort. In April, Governor-General Frank had decreed an evacuation of Jews from his capital, Cracow. It was a curious decision, since the Reich authorities were still moving Jews and Poles back into the government general at the rate of nearly 10,000 a day. Yet conditions in Cracow, Frank told his cabinet, were scandalous. He knew of German divisional commanders who had to live in apartment buildings that contained Jewish tenants. Higher officials were also subjected to the same scandalous indignity. Over the next 6 months, he promised, he would make Cracow judenfrei, free of Jews. There would be a permitted remnant of 5,000 to 6,000 skilled Jewish workers. All the rest were to be moved into other cities in the government general, into Warsaw or Radom, Lublin or Częstochowa. Jews could immigrate voluntarily to the city of their choice, as long as they did it before August the 15th. Those still left in the city after that date would be trucked out with a small amount of luggage to whatever place suited the administration. From November the 1st, said Hans Frank, it would be possible for the Germans of Cracow to breathe good German air, to walk abroad without seeing the streets and lanes crawling with Jews. Frank would not manage that year to reduce the Jewish population to quite so low a level. But when his plans were first announced, there was a rush among the Jews of Cracow, especially among the young, to acquire skilled qualifications. Men like Itzhak Stern, official and unofficial agents of the Judenrat, had already developed a list of sympathizers, Germans to whom they could appeal. Schindler was on that list. So was Julius Madrich, a Viennese who had recently managed to get himself released from the Wehrmacht and taken up the post of Treuhänder of a plant manufacturing military uniforms. Madrich could see the benefits of Armaments Inspectorate's contracts, and now intended to open a uniform factory of his own in the suburb of Podgórze. In the end, he would make an even larger fortune than Schindler. But in the Annus Mirabilis of 1940, he was still on a salary. He was known to be humane, that was all. By November the 1st, 1940, Frank had managed to move 23,000 Jewish volunteers out of Cracow. Some of them went to the new ghettos in Warsaw and Łódź. The gaps at table, the grieving at railway stations can be imagined. But people took it meekly, thinking, we'll do this, and that will be the brunt of what they ask. Oscar knew it was happening, but like the Jews themselves, hoped it was a temporary excess. That year would very likely be the most industrious of Oscar's life, a year spent building the place up from a bankrupt manufactory to a company government agencies could take seriously. As the first snows fell, Schindler noticed and was irritated when, on any given day, 60 or more of his Jewish employees would be absentees. They would have been detained by SS squads on the way to work and employed in clearing snow. Herr Schindler visited his friend Toffel at SS headquarters in Pomorska Street to complain. On one day, he told Toffel, he had 125 absentees. Toffel confided in him. You've got to understand that some of these fellows here don't give a damn about production. To them, it's a matter of national priority that Jews be made to shovel snow. I don't understand it myself. It's got a ritual significance for them, Jews shoveling snow. And it's not just you. It's happening to everyone. Oscar asked if all the others were complaining too. Yes, said Toffler. However, he said, an economic big shot from the SS Budget and Construction Office had come for lunch in Pomorska and said that to believe the Jewish skilled worker had a place in Reich economics was treasonable. I think you're going to have to put up with a lot of snow shoveling yet, Oscar. Oscar, for the moment, assumed the stance of the outraged patriot, or perhaps of the outraged profiteer. If they want to win the war, said Oscar, they'd have to get rid of SS men like that. Get rid of them? Asked Toffel. For Christ's sake, they're the bastards who are on top. As a result of such conversations, Oscar became an advocate of the principle that a factory owner should have unimpeded access to his own workers, that these workers should have access to the plant, that they should not be detained or tyrannized on their way to and from the factory. It was, in Oscar's eyes, a moral axiom as much as an industrial one. In the end, he would apply it to its limit at Deutsche Email Fabrik. 7. Some people from the big cities, from Warsaw and Łódź with their ghettos, and Cracow with Frank's commitment to making it judenfrei, went to the countryside to lose themselves among the peasants. The Rosner brothers, Cracovian musicians who would come to know Oscar well, settled in the old village of Tyniec. It was on a pretty bend of the Vistula, and an old Benedictine abbey on a limestone cliff hung above it. It was anonymous enough for the Rosners, though. It had a few Jewish storekeepers and Orthodox artisans, with whom nightclub musicians had little to converse about. But the peasants, busy with the tedium of the harvest, were as pleased as the Rosners could have hoped to find musicians in their midst. They'd come to Tyniec not from Cracow, not from that great marshalling point outside the Botanical Gardens in Mogilska Street, where young SS men pushed people onto trucks and called out bland and lying promises about the later delivery of all adequately labelled baggage. They had come, in fact, from Warsaw, where they had been enjoying an engagement at the Basilisk. They had left the day before the Germans sealed up the Warsaw ghetto. Henry and Leopold and Henry's wife, Manci, and 5-year-old son, Oleg. The idea of a South Polish village like Tyniec, not far from their native Cracow, appealed to the brothers. It offered the option, should conditions improve, of catching a bus into Cracow and finding work. Manci Rosner, an Austrian girl, had brought with her sewing machine, and the Rosners set up a little clothing business in Tyniec. In the evenings they played in the taverns and became a sensation in a town like that. Villagers welcome and support occasional wonders, even Jewish ones. And the fiddle was, of all instruments, most venerated in Poland. One evening, a travelling Volksdeutscher, German-speaking Pole, from Poznan, heard the brothers playing outside the inn. The Volksdeutscher was a municipal official from Cracow, one of those Polish Germans in whose name Hitler had taken the country in the first place. The Volksdeutscher told Henry that the mayor of Cracow, Obersturmbannführer Pawlu, and his deputy, the renowned skier Sepp Röhre, would be visiting the countryside at harvest time, and he would like to arrange for them to hear such an accomplished pair as the Rosners. On an afternoon when the bound sheaves lay drowsing in fields as quiet and as abandoned as on Sunday, a convoy of limousines wound through Tyniec and up a rise to the villa of an absentee Polish aristocrat. On the terrace, the dapper Rosner brothers waited, and when all the ladies and gentlemen had been seated, in a room that might once have been used for balls, they were invited to perform. Henry and Leopold felt both exultation and fear at the seriousness with which Obersturmbannführer Pawlu's party had geared themselves for their playing. The women wore white dresses and gloves, the military officials full dress, the bureaucrats their winged collars. When people went to such trouble, it was easier to disappoint them. For a Jew, even to impose a cultural disappointment on the regime was a serious crime. But the audience loved them. They were a characteristically gemütlich crowd. They loved Strauss, the confections of Offenbach and Lehar, André Messager and Leo Fall. At request time, they grew mawkish. And as Henry and Leopold performed, the ladies and gentlemen drank champagne from long-stemmed flutes brought in by hamper. Once the official recital had finished, the brothers were taken down the hill to where the peasants and the soldiers of the escort had been gathered. If there was to be some crude racial demonstration, it would take place here. But again, once the brothers had climbed onto a wagon and looked the crowd in the eye, Henry knew they would be safe. The pride of the peasants, partly a national thing, the Rosners being for the night a credit to Polish culture, all that protected them. It was so like old times that Henry found himself smiling down at Oleg and Manci, playing to her, capable of ignoring the rest. It did seem, for those seconds, that the earth had at last been pacified by music. When it was finished, a middle-aged SS NCO, a Rottenführer, a junior non-commissioned SS rank, perhaps, Henry not being as familiar as he might become with the gradations of SS rank, approached them as they stood by the wagon receiving congratulations. He nodded to them and barely smiled. "I hope you have a nice harvest holiday," he said, bowed and left. The brothers stared at each other. As soon as the SS man was out of hearing, they gave in to the temptation to discuss his meaning. Leopold was convinced. "It's a threat," he said. It went to show what they had feared in their marrow when the Volksdeutsche official first spoke to them, that these days it didn't do to stand out, to acquire a distinctive face. That was life in the country in 1940. The curtailment of a career, the rustic tedium, the scratching out of a trade, the occasional terror, the pull of that bright core called Cracow. To that, the Rosners knew they would eventually return. Emilia had returned home in the autumn, and when Stern next came to Schindler's apartment, it was Ingrid who brought the coffee. Oscar made no secret of his weaknesses, and never seemed to think that ascetic Itzhak Stern needed any apologia for Ingrid's presence. Similarly, when the coffee was finished, Oscar went to the liquor cabinet and brought back a fresh bottle of brandy, setting it down on the table between his seat and Stern's, as if Stern were really likely to help him drink it. Stern had come that evening to tell Oscar that a family whom we shall call the Seas were spreading stories about him. The reason an initial is employed here instead of a fictionalized name is that in Cracow the whole range of Polish Jewish names were found, and that to employ any name other than the Sea's real one might cause offence to the memory of some vanished family or to some living friend of Oscar's. Old David and young Leon C. were saying, even on the streets in Kazimierz, let alone in parlours, that Oscar was a German gangster, a thug. When Stern passed on these accusations to Oscar, he didn't use terms quite as vivid as that. Oscar knew Stern wasn't looking for a response, that he was just passing on intelligence. But of course he felt he had to respond anyway. "I could spread stories about them," said Oscar. "They're robbing me blind. Ask Ingrid if you like." Ingrid was the Sea's supervisor. She was a benign Treuhänder, and being only in her 20s, commercially inexperienced. The rumour was that Schindler himself had got the girl appointed, so that he would have an assured outlet for his kitchenware. The Seas, however, still did pretty well what they wanted with their company. If they resented the idea that it was held in trust by the occupying power, no one could blame them for that. Stern waved Oscar's suggestion away. Who was he to want to grill Ingrid? Wasn't much use to compare notes with the girl anyhow. "They run rings around Ingrid," said Oscar. "They turned up at Lipova Street for delivery of their orders and altered the invoices on the spot and took away more than they had paid for. She says it's all right," they'd tell the Schindler employees. "He's arranged it with Ingrid." The Sun had in fact been gathering crowds and telling them that Schindler had had the SS beat him up. But his story varied. The beating was supposed to have occurred at Schindler's factory, in a storeroom from which young C emerged with a black eye and broken teeth. Then it was supposed to have occurred on Limanovskiego, in front of witnesses. A man called F, an employee of Oscar's and a friend of the C's, had said he'd heard Oscar stamping up and down in his office on Lipova Street and threatening to kill old David C. Then Oscar was said to have driven around to Stradom and raided the C cash register, to have stuffed his pockets with currency and told them that there was a new order in Europe, and then to have beaten up old David in his office. Was it possible that Oscar could let fly at old David C. and land him in bed with bruises? Was it likely he would call on friends in the police to assault Leon? On one level, Oscar and the C's were gangsters, selling tons of kitchenware illegally, without sending records of sales to the Transferstelle. without use of the required merchandising coupons called Bezugsschein. On the black market, the dialogue was primitive and tempers were short. Oscar admitted he'd raged into the Sea's showroom and called father and son thieves, and indemnified himself out of the till for the kitchenware the Seas had taken without authorization. Oscar admitted he'd punched young Leon, but that was the limit of his admissions. And the Seas, whom Stern had known since childhood. They had one of those reputations, not exactly criminal, but sharp in dealing, and, significant in this case, with a reputation for squealing when caught. Stern knew Leon C.'s bruises did exist. Leon wore them down the street and was willing to elaborate on them. The SS beating did take place, somewhere or other, but it could have had a dozen causes. Stern not only did not believe that Oscar had begun asking the SS for that sort of favour, but also had the sense that to believe or disbelieve what was said to have happened in this case was irrelevant to his own wider purposes. It would become relevant only when and if Herr Schindler established a brutal pattern. For Stern's purposes, occasional lapses did not count. Had Oscar been without sin, this apartment would not exist in its present form, and neither would Ingrid be waiting in the bedroom. And it is yet again one of those things which must be said, that Oscar would save all of them. Mr. and Mrs. C., Leon C., Mr. H., Miss M., old C's secretary, and that they would always admit that, but that they would also and always stick to their story of the bruises. That evening, Itzhak Stern also brought news of Marek Bieberstein's jail sentence. He had got 2 years in the prison in Montelupich Street, this Marek Bieberstein, who was the president of the Judenrat, or who had been until his arrest. In other cities, the Judenrat was already cursed by the general Jewish population, for its main work had become the drawing up of lists for forced labour, for transfers to camps. The Judenrats were regarded by the German administration as organs of its will, but in Cracow, Marek Bieberstein and his cabinet still saw themselves as buffers between the office of the military mayor of Cracow, Schmidt, and later Pavlu, on the one hand, and the Jewish inhabitants of the city on the other. In the Cracow German newspaper of March 13, 1940, a Dr. Dietrich Redeker said that on a visit to the Judenrat office, he was struck by the contrast between its carpet and plush chairs and the poverty and squalor of the Jewish quarter in Kazimierz. But Jewish survivors do not remember the first Cracow Judenrat as men who cut themselves off from the people. Hungry for revenue, however, they had made the mistake the Judenrats of Łódź and Warsaw had made before them, permitting the affluent to buy their way off forced labour lists, forcing the poor onto the roster in return for soup and bread. But even later, in 1941, Bieberstein and his council still had the respect of the Jews of Cracow. That first membership of the Judenrat consisted of 24 men, most of them intellectuals. Each day, on his way to Zabłockie, Oscar passed their corner office in Podgórze, into which were crowded a number of secretariats. In the manner of a cabinet, each member of the council took care of a different aspect of government. Mr. Schenker had charge of taxes, Mr. Steinberg of buildings. An essential job in a society where people drifted in and out, this week trying the option of refuge in some small village, next week walking back to town, surfeited with the narrowness of the peasants. Leon Salpeter, a pharmacist by profession, had charge of one of the social welfare agencies. There were secretariats for food, cemeteries, health, travel documentation, economic affairs, administrative services, culture, even, in the face of the ban on schooling, of education. Bieberstein and his council believed on principle that the Jews who were expelled from Cracow would end up in worse places, and so they decided to fall back on an ancient stratagem: bribery. The hard-up Judenrat treasury allocated 200,000 zloty for the purpose. Bieberstein and the housing secretary, Chaim Goldfluss, had sought out an intermediary, in this case a Volksdeutscher named Reichert, a man who had contacts in the SS and the city administration. Reichert's task was to pass on the money to a series of officials, beginning with Obersturmführer, an SS rank equivalent to first lieutenant, Seibert, the liaison officer between the Judenrat and the city government. In return for the money, the officials were to permit another 10,000 Jews of the Cracow community to remain at home, despite Frank's order. Whether Reichert had insulted officials by retaining too large a percentage for himself and making too low an offer, or whether the gentleman involved felt that Governor Frank's most cherished ambition to render his city Judenfrei made the taking of bribes too perilous, no one could tell from the court proceedings. But Bieberstein had got 2 years in Montelupich, Goldfluss 6 months in Auschwitz. Reichert himself had got 8 years. Yet everyone knew he would have a softer time of it than the other two. Schindler shook his head at the idea of putting 200,000 zloty on such a fragile hope. Reichert is a crook, he murmured. Just 10 minutes before, they had been discussing whether he and the Seas were crooks and had let the question stand. But there was no doubt about Reichert. I could have told them Reichert was a crook, he kept insisting. Stern commented, as a philosophic principle, that there were times when the only people left to do business with were crooks. Schindler laughed at that, a wide, toothy, almost rustic laugh. "Thank you very much, my friend," he told Stern. 8. It wasn't such a bad Christmas that year. But there was a wistfulness, and snow lay like a question in the parkland across from Schindler's apartment, like something posed, watchful and eternal, on the roof of the Wawel up the road and under the ancient facades of Keneally Street. No one believed any more in a quick resolution. Neither the soldiery, nor the Poles, nor the Jews on either side of the river. For his Polish secretary, Klonowska, that Christmas Schindler bought a poodle, a ridiculous Parisian thing, acquired by Pfefferberg. For Ingrid he bought jewellery, and sent some also to gentle Emilia down in Zwickau. Poodles were hard to find, Leopold Pfefferberg reported, but jewellery was a snap. Because of the times, gems were in a high state of movement. Oscar seems to have pursued his simultaneous attachments to 3 women and sundry casual friendships with others, all without suffering the normal penalties that beset the womanizer. Visitors to his apartment cannot remember ever finding Ingrid sulking. She seems to have been a generous and complaisant girl. Emilia, with even greater grounds for complaint, had too much dignity to make the scenes Oscar richly deserved. If Klonowska had any resentment, it does not seem to have affected her manner in the front office of DEF, nor her loyalty to the Herr Direktor. One could expect that in a life like Oscar's, public confrontations between angry women would be commonplace. But no one among Oscar's friends and workers, witnesses willing enough to admit and even in some cases chuckle over his sins of the flesh, remembers such painful confrontations, so often the fate of far more restrained philanderers than Oscar. To suggest, as some have, that any woman would be pleased with partial possession of Oscar is to demean the women involved. The problem was, perhaps, that if you wanted to talk to Oscar about fidelity, a look of childlike and authentic bewilderment entered his eyes, as if you were proposing some concept like relativity, which could be understood only if the listener had 5 hours to sit still and concentrate. Oscar never had 5 hours, and never understood. Except in his mother's case. That Christmas morning, for his dead mother's sake, Oscar went to Mass at the Church of St. Mary. There was a space above the high altar where Wittstwoscher's wooden triptych had until weeks ago diverted worshippers with its crowd of jostling divinities. The vacancy, the pallor of the stone where the triptych's fixings had been, distracted and abashed Herr Schindler. Someone had stolen the triptych. It had been shipped to Nuremberg. What an improbable world it had become. Business was wonderful that winter, just the same. In the next year, his friends in the Armaments Inspectorate began to talk to Oscar about the possibility of opening a munitions division to manufacture anti-tank shells. Oscar was not as interested in shells as in pots and pans. Pots and pans were easy engineering. You cut out and pressed the metal, dipped it in the tubs, fired it at the right temperature. You didn't have to calibrate instruments. The work was nowhere near as exacting as it would be for arms. There was no under-the-counter trade in shell casings, and Oscar liked under-the-counter, liked the sport of it, the disrepute, the fast returns, the lack of paperwork. But because it was good politics, he established a munitions section, installing a few immense high-low machines for the precision pressing and tooling of shell casings in one gallery of his No. 2 workshop. The munitions section was so far developmental. It would take some months of planning, measuring, and test production before any shells appeared. The big high-lows, however, gave the Schindler works, as a hedge against the questionable future, at least the appearance of essential industry. Before the high-lows had even been properly calibrated, Oscar began to get hints from his SS contacts at Pomorska Street that there was to be a ghetto for Jews. He mentioned the rumour to Stern, not wanting to arouse alarm. "Oh yes," said Stern, "the word was out. Some people were even looking forward to it. We'll be inside, the enemy will be outside. We can run our own affairs. No one will envy us, no one stone us in the streets. The walls of the ghetto will be fixed. The walls would be the final fixed form of the catastrophe." The Edict, Government General 44/91, posted on March the 3rd, was published in the Cracow dailies and blared forth from loudspeakers on trucks in Kazimierz. Walking through his munitions department, Oscar heard one of his German technicians comment on the news. "Won't they be better off in there?" asked the technician. "The Poles hate them, you know." The edict used the same excuse. As a means of reducing racial conflict in the government general, a closed Jewish quarter would be set up. Enclosure in the ghetto would be compulsory for all Jews, but those with a proper labour card could travel from the ghetto to work, returning in the evening. The ghetto would be located in the suburb of Podgórze, just across the river. The deadline for entering it would be March the 20th. Once in, you would be allocated housing by the Judenrat. But Poles presently living in the area of the ghetto, and who therefore had to move, were to apply to their own housing office for apartments in other parts of town. A map of the new ghetto was appended to the edict. The north side would be bounded by the river, the east end by the railway line to Lvov, the south side by the hills beyond Rakavka, the west by Podgórze Place. It would be crowded in there. But there was hope that repression would take definite form now and provide people with a basis on which to plan their restricted futures. For a man like Judah Dresner, a textile wholesaler of Stradom Street, who would come to know Oscar, the past year and a half had brought a bewildering succession of decrees, intrusions, and confiscations. He had lost his business to the trust agency, his car, his apartment. His bank account had been frozen. His children's schools had been closed, or else they had been expelled from them. The family's jewellery had been seized, and their radio. He and his family were forbidden entry to the centre of Cracow, denied any travel by train. They could use only segregated trolley cars. His wife and daughter and sons were subject to intermittent roundups for snow shovelling or other compulsory labour. You never knew, when you were forced into the back of a truck, if the absence would be a short or long one, or what sort of hair-trigger madman might be supervising the work you would be forced to. Under this sort of regimen, you felt that life offered no footholds, that you were slithering into a pit which had no bottom. But perhaps the ghetto was the bottom, the point at which it was possible to take organized thought. Besides, the Jews of Cracow were accustomed, in a way that could best be described as congenital, to the idea of a ghetto. And now that it had been decided, the very word had a soothing, ancestral ring. Their grandfathers had not been permitted to emerge from the ghetto of Kazimierz until 1867, when Franz Josef signed a decree permitting them to live wherever they wished in the city. Cynics said that the Austrians had needed to open up Kazimierz, socketed as it was in the elbow of the river so close to Cracow, so that Polish labourers could find accommodation close to their places of work. But Franz Josef was nonetheless revered by the older people from Kazimierz, as energetically as he had been in the childhood household of Oskar Schindler. Although their liberty had come so late, there was at the same time among the older Cracow Jews a nostalgia for the old ghetto of Kazimierz. A ghetto implied certain squalors, a crowding in tenements, a sharing of bathroom facilities, disputes over drying space on clotheslines. Yet it also consecrated the Jews to their own specialness, to a richness of shared scholarship, to songs and Zionist talk, elbow to elbow, in coffee houses rich in ideas if not in cream. Evil rumours emanated from the ghettos of Łódź and Warsaw, but the Podgórze ghetto, as planned, was more generous with space, for if you superimposed it on a map of the Centrum, you found that the ghetto was in area about half the size of the old city. By no means enough space, but not quite strangulation. There was also in the edict a sedative clause that promised to protect the Jews from their Polish countrymen. Since the early 1930s, a willfully orchestrated racial contest had prevailed in Poland. When the Depression began and farm prices fell, the Polish government had sanctioned a range of anti-Semitic political groups, of the kind that saw the Jews as the base of all their economic troubles. Sanacja, Marshal Pilsudski's moral cleansing party, made an alliance after the old man's death with the Camp of National Unity, a right-wing Jew-baiting group. Prime Minister Składkowski, on the floors of Parliament in Warsaw, declared, "Economic war on the Jews? All right." Rather than give the peasants land reform, Sanacja encouraged them to look at the Jewish stalls on market day as the symbol and total explanation of Polish rural poverty. There were pogroms against the Jewish population in a series of towns, beginning in Grodno in 1935. The Polish legislators also entered the struggle, and Jewish industries were starved under new laws on bank credit. Craft guilds closed their lists to Jewish artisans, and the universities introduced a quota, or what they themselves, strong in the classics, called numerus clausus aut nullus, a closed number or nil, on the entry of Jewish students. Faculties gave way to national unity insistence that Jews be appointed special benches in the quadrangle and be exiled to the left side of the lecture halls. Commonly enough in Polish universities, the pretty and brilliant daughters of city Jewry emerged from lecture halls to have their faces savaged by a quick razor stroke delivered by a lean, serious youth from the Camp of National Unity. In the first days of the German occupation, the conquerors had been astounded by the willingness of Poles to point out Jewish households, to hold a prayer-locked Jew still while a German docked the Orthodox beard with scissors, or pinking the facial flesh as well with an infantry bayonet. In March 1941, therefore, the promise to protect the ghetto dwellers from Polish national excess fell on the ear almost credibly. Although there was no great spontaneous joy among the Jews of Cracow as they packed for the move to Podgórze, there were strange elements of homecoming to it, as well as that sense of arriving at a limit, beyond which, with any luck, he wouldn't be further uprooted or tyrannized. Enough so that even some people from the villages around Cracow, from Wieliczka, from Niepołomice, from Lipnica, Murowana, and Tyniec, hurried to town lest they be locked out on March the 20th and find themselves in a comfortless landscape. For the ghetto was, by its nature, almost by definition, habitable, even if subject to intermittent attack. The ghetto represented stasis instead of flux. The ghetto would introduce a minor inconvenience in Oskar Schindler's life. It was usual for him to leave his luxury apartment in Straszewskiego, past the limestone lump of the Wawel, stuck in the mouth of the city like a cork in a bottle, and so roll down through Kazimierz, over the Kościuszko Bridge, and left towards his factory in Zabłockie. Now that route would be blocked by the ghetto walls. It was a minor problem, but it made the idea of maintaining an apartment on the top floor of his office building in Lipowa Street more reasonable. It wasn't such a bad place, built in the style of Walter Gropius. Lots of glass and light, fashionable cubic bricks in the entranceway. Whenever he did travel between the city and Zabłockie in those March days before the deadline, he would see the Jews of Kazimierz packing, and on Stradom Street would pass, early in the grace period, families pushing barrows piled with chairs, mattresses, and clocks toward the ghetto. Their families had lived in Kazimierz since the time it was an island separated from the Centrum by a stream called Stara Wisła, since, in fact, the time Kazimierz the Great had invited them to Cracow, when elsewhere they were footing the blame for the Black Death. Oskar surmised that their ancestors would have turned up in Cracow like that, pushing a barrow full of bedding, more than 500 years before. Now they were leaving, it seemed, with the same barrowful. Kazimier's invitation had been cancelled. During those morning journeys across town, Oskar noticed that the plan was for the city trolleys to go on rolling down Lwówska Street, through the middle of the ghetto. All walls facing the trolley line were being bricked up by Polish workmen, and where there had been open spaces, cement walls were raised. As well, the trolleys would have their doors closed as they entered the ghetto, and could not stop until they emerged again in the Umwelt, the Aryan world, at the corner of Lwówska and Święty Street. Oskar knew people would catch that trolley anyhow. Doors closed, no stops, machine guns on walls, it wouldn't matter. Humans were incurable that way. People would try to get off it, someone's loyal Polish maid with a parcel of sausage. And people would try to get on, some fast-moving athletic young man like Leopold Pfefferberg, with a pocket full of diamonds, or occupations Woti, or a message in code for the partisans. People responded to any slim chance, even if it was an outside one, its doors locked shut, moving fast between mute walls. From March the 20th, Oskar's Jewish workers would not receive any wages and were meant to live entirely by their rations. Instead, he would pay a fee to SS headquarters in Cracow. Both Oskar and Madrich were uneasy about that, for they knew the war would end, and the slaveholders, just as in America, would be shamed and stripped naked. The dues he would pay to the police chiefs were the standard SS main administrative and economic office fees. 7 Reichsmarks 50 per day for a skilled worker, 5 Reichsmarks for unskilled and women. They were, by a margin, cheaper rates than those which operated on the open labour market. But for Oskar and Julius Madrich both, the moral discomfort outweighed the economic advantage. The meeting of his wage bill was the least of Oskar's worries that year. Besides, he was never an ideal capitalist. His father had accused him often in his youth of being reckless with money. While he was a mere sales manager, he'd maintained 2 cars, hoping that Hans would get to hear of it and be shocked. Now, in Cracow, he could afford to keep a stable full: a Belgian Minerva, a Maybach, an Adler Cabriolet, a BMW. To be a prodigal and still be wealthier than your more careful father. That was one of the triumphs Schindler wanted out of life. In boom times, the cost of labour was beside the point. It was that way for Madrich, too. Julius Madrich's uniform mill stood on the western side of the ghetto, a mile or so from Oscar's enamel works. He was doing so well that he was negotiating to open a similar plant in Tarnów. He, too, was a darling of the armaments inspectorate, and his credit was so good that he had received a loan of 1,000,000 zloty from the Bank Emissene, Issue Bank. Whatever ethical queasiness they felt, it is not likely that either entrepreneur, Oscar or Julius, felt a moral obligation to avoid employing additional Jews. That was a stance, and since they were pragmatists, stances weren't their style. In any case, Itzhak Stern, as well as Roman Ginter, a businessman and representative of the relief office of the Judenrat, called on Oscar and Julius both and begged them to employ more Jews, as many as could be fitted in. The objective was to give the ghetto an economic permanence. It was almost axiomatic, Stern and Ginter considered at that stage, that a Jew who had an economic value in a precocious empire hungry for skilled workers was safe from worse things. And Oscar and Madrich agreed. So, for 2 weeks, the Jews trundled their barrows through Kazimierz and over the bridge into Podgorje. Middle-class families, whose Polish servants had come with them to help push the cart. At the bottom of the barrows lay the remaining brooches, the fur coats, under mattresses and kettles and skillets. Crowds of Poles on Stradom and Starowiślna streets jeered and hurled mud. "The Jews are going! The Jews are going! Goodbye, Jews!" Beyond the bridge, a fancy wooden gate greeted the new citizens of the ghetto. White with scalloped ramparts, which gave it an arabesque look, it had 2 wide arches for the trolleys coming from and going to Cracow, and at the side was a white sentry box. Above the arches, a title in Hebrew sought to reassure. "Jewish Town," it proclaimed. High barbed wire fences had been strung along the front of the ghetto, facing the river, and open spaces were sealed with round-topped cement slabs 9 feet tall, resembling strings of gravestones for the anonymous. At the ghetto gate, the trundling Jew was met by a representative of the Judenrat housing office. If he had a wife and large family, a man might be assigned 2 rooms and have the use of a kitchen. Even so, after the good living of the 20s and 30s, it was painful to have to share your private life with families of different rituals, of another distasteful musk and habits. Mothers screamed, and fathers said things could be worse, and sucked on hollow teeth and shook their heads. In the one room, the Orthodox found the liberals an abomination. On March the 20th, the movement was complete. Everyone outside the ghetto was forfeit and in jeopardy. Inside, for the moment, there was living space. 23-year-old Edith Liebgold was assigned a first-floor room to share with her mother and her baby. The fall of Cracow 18 months back had put her husband into a mood verging on despair. He'd wandered away from home, as if he wanted to look into the courses open to him. He had ideas about the forests, about finding a safe clearing. He had never returned. From her end window, Edith Liebgold could see the Vistula through the barbed wire barricade. But her path to other parts of the ghetto, especially to the hospital in Węgierska Street, took her through Platz Zgody, Peace Square, the ghetto's only square. Here, on the second day of her life inside the walls, she missed by 20 seconds being ordered into an SS truck and taken to shovel coal or snow in the city. It was not just that work details, often, according to rumour, returned to the ghetto with 1 or more fewer members than when they had left. More than this sort of odds, Edith feared being forced into a truck when, half a minute earlier, you'd thought you were going to Pankiewicz's pharmacy, and your baby was due to be fed in 20 minutes. Therefore she went with friends to the Jewish employment office. If she could get shift work, her mother would mind the baby at night. The office in those first days was crowded. The Judenrat had its own police force now, the Ordnungsdienst, or OD, expanded and regularized to keep order in the ghetto. And a boy with a cap and an armband organized waiting lines in front of the office. Edith Liebgold's group were just inside the door, making lots of noise to pass the time, when a small middle-aged man wearing a brown suit and a tie approached her. They could tell that they'd attracted him with their racket, their brightness. At first they thought he intended to pick Edith up. "Look," he said, "rather than wait, there is an enamel factory over in Zabwotche." He let the address have its effect. Zabwotche was outside the ghetto, he was telling them. You could barter with the Polish workers there. He needed 10 healthy women for the night shift. The girls made faces, as if they could afford to choose work and might even turn him down. "Not heavy," he assured them, "and they'll teach you on the job." His name, he said, was Abraham Bankier. He was the manager. There was a German owner, of course. "What sort of German?" they asked. Bankier grinned, as if he suddenly wanted to fulfill all their hopes. "Not a bad sort," he told them. That night, Edith Liebgold met the other members of the enamel factory night shift and marched across the ghetto towards Zabwotche, under the guard of a Jewish OD. In the column, she asked questions about this Deutsche Emailfabrik. "They serve a soup with plenty of body," she was told. "Beatings?" she asked. "It's not that sort of place," they said. "It's not like Beckmann's razor blade factory. More like Madrich. Madrich is all right. And Schindler, too." At the entrance to the factory, the new night shift workers were called out of the column by Bankier and taken upstairs and past vacant desks to a door marked Herr Direktor. Edith Liebgold heard a deep voice tell them all to come in. They found the Herr Direktor seated on the corner of his desk, smoking a cigarette. His hair, somewhere between blonde and light brown, looked freshly brushed. He wore a double-breasted suit and a silk tie. He looked exactly like a man who had a dinner to go to, but had waited specially to have a word with them. He was immense. He was still young. From such a Hitlerite dream, Edith expected a lecture on the war effort and increasing production quotas. "I wanted to welcome you," he told them in Polish. "You're part of the expansion of this factory." He looked away. It was even possible he was thinking, "Don't tell them that. They've got no stake in the place." Then, without blinking, without any introduction, any qualifying lift of the shoulders, he told them, "You'll be safe working here. If you work here, then you'll live through the war." Then he said good night and left the office with them, allowing Bankier to hold them back at the head of the stairs so that the Herr Direktor could go down first and get behind the wheel of his automobile. The promise had dazed them all. It was a godlike promise. How could a mere man make a promise like that? But Edith Liebgold found herself believing it instantly. Not so much because she wanted to, not because it was a sop, a reckless incentive. It was because in the second Herr Schindler uttered the promise, it left no option but belief. The new women of DEF took their job instruction in a pleasant daze. It was as if some mad old gypsy with nothing to gain had told them they would marry a count. The promise had forever altered Edith Liebgold's expectation of life. If ever they did shoot her, she would probably stand there protesting, "But the Herr Direktor said this couldn't happen." The work made no mental demands. Edith carried the enamel-dipped pots, hanging by hooks from a long stick, to the furnaces. And all the time she pondered Herr Schindler's promise. Only madmen made promises as absolute as that, without blinking. Yet he wasn't mad, for he was a businessman with a dinner to go to. Therefore, he must know. But that meant some second sight, some profound contact with God or devil, or the pattern of things. But again, his appearance, his hand with the gold signet ring, wasn't the hand of a visionary. It was a hand that reached for the wine. It was a hand in which you could somehow sense the latent caresses. And so she came back to the idea of his madness again, to drunkenness, to mystical explanations, to the technique by which the Herr Direktor had infected her with certainty. Similar loops of reasoning would be traced this year and in years to come by all those to whom Oskar Schindler made his heady promises. Some would become aware of the unstated corollary. If the man was wrong, if he lightly used his powers of passing on conviction, then there was no God and no humanity, no bread, no succor. There were, of course, only odds. And the odds weren't good. 9. That spring, Schindler left his factory in Cracow and drove west in a BMW over the border and through the awakening spring forests to Zwickau. He had Emilia to see, and his aunts and sister. They had all been allies against his father. They were all tenders of the flame of his mother's martyrdom. If there was a parallel between his late mother's misery and his wife's, Oskar Schindler, in his coat with the fur lapels, guiding the custom-made wheel with kid-gloved hands, reaching for another Turkish cigarette on the straight stretches of thawing road in the Jeseniks, did not see it. It was not a child's business to see these things. His father was a god and subject to tougher laws. He liked visiting the aunts. The way they raised their hands, palm upward in admiration of the cut of his suit. His younger sister had married a railway official and lived in a pleasant apartment provided by the rail authorities. Her husband was an important man in Zwickau, for it was a rail junction town and had large freight yards. Oskar drank tea with his sister and her husband, and then some schnapps. There was a faint sense of mutual congratulation. The Schindler children hadn't turned out so badly. It was, of course, Oskar's sister who had nursed Frau Schindler in her last illness, and who had now been visiting and speaking to their father in secret. She could do no more than make certain hints in the direction of a reconciliation. She did that over the tea, and was answered by growls. Later, Oskar dined at home with Emilia. She was excited to have him there for the holiday. They could attend the Easter ceremonies together like an old-fashioned couple. Ceremonies was right, for they danced around each other ceremoniously all evening, attending to each other at table like polite strangers. And in their hearts and minds, both Emilia and Oskar were amazed by this strange marriage disability. That he could offer and deliver more to strangers, to workers on his factory floor, than he could to her. The question that lay between them was whether Emilia should join him in Cracow. If she gave up the apartment in Zwickau and put in other tenants, she would have no escape at all from Cracow. She believed it her duty to be with Oskar. In the language of Catholic moral theology, his absence from her house was a proximate occasion of sin. Yet life with him in a foreign city would be tolerable only if he was careful and guarded and sensitive to her feelings. The trouble with Oskar was that you could not depend on him to keep his lapses to himself. Careless, half tipsy, half smiling, he seemed sometimes to think that if he really liked some girl, you had to like her too. The unresolved question about her going to Cracow lay so oppressively between them that when dinner was finished, he excused himself and went to a cafe in the main square. It was a place frequented by mining engineers, small businessmen, the occasional salesman turned army officer. Gratefully, he saw some of his biker friends there, most of them wearing Wehrmacht uniforms. He began drinking cognac with them. Some expressed surprise that a big husky chap like Oscar was not in uniform. "Essential industry," he growled. "Essential industry." They reminisced about their motorcycle days. There were jokes about the one he'd put together out of spare parts when he was in high school, its explosive effects. The explosive effects of his big 500cc Galoni. The noise level in the cafe mounted. More cognac was being shouted for. From the dining annex, old school friends appeared. That look on their faces, as if they had recognized a forgotten laugh, as in fact they had. Then one of them got serious. "Oscar, listen. Your father's having dinner in there all by himself." Oscar Schindler looked into his cognac. His face burned, but he shrugged. "You ought to talk to him," said someone. "He's a shadow, the poor old bastard." Oscar said that he had better go home. He began to stand, but their hands were on his shoulders, forcing him down again. "He knows you're here," they said. Two of them had already gone through to the annex and were persuading old Hans Schindler over the remnants of his dinner. Oscar, in a panic, was already standing, searching in his pocket for the checkroom disc, when Herr Hans Schindler, his expression pained, appeared from the dining room, propelled gently along by two young men. Oscar was halted by the sight. In spite of his anger at his father, he'd always imagined that if any ground was covered between himself and Hans, he'd be the one who'd have to cover it. The old man was so proud, yet here he was, letting himself be dragged to his son. As the two of them were pushed toward each other, the old man's first gesture was an apologetic half-grin and a sort of shrug of the eyebrows. The gesture, by its familiarity, took Oscar by storm. "I couldn't help it," Hans was saying. "The marriage and everything, your mother and me, it all went according to laws of its own." The idea behind the gesture might have been an ordinary one, but Oscar had seen an identical expression on someone's face already that evening, on his own, as he shrugged to himself, facing the mirror in the hallway of Emilia's apartment. "Marriage and everything, it's all going according to laws of its own." He had shared that look with himself, and here, 3 cognacs later, his father was sharing it with him. "How are you, Oscar?" asked Hans Schindler. There was a dangerous wheeze along the edge of the words. His father's health was worse than he remembered it. So Oscar decided that even Herr Hans Schindler was human, a proposition he had not been able to swallow at tea time at his sister's. And he embraced the old man, kissing him on the cheek 3 times, feeling the impact of his father's bristles, and beginning to weep as the corps of engineers and soldiers and past motorcyclists applauded the gratifying scene. 10. The councilmen of Arthur Rosenzweig's Judenrat, who still saw themselves as guardians of the breath and health and bread ration of the internees of the ghetto, impressed upon the Jewish ghetto police that they were also public servants. They tended to sign up young men of compassion and some education, though at SS headquarters the OD was regarded as just another auxiliary police force, which would take orders like any police force. That was not the picture most OD men lived by in the summer of 41. It cannot be denied that as the ghettos grew older, the OD man became increasingly a figure of suspicion, a supposed collaborator. Some OD men fed information to the underground and challenged the system, but perhaps a majority of them found that their existence and that of their families depended increasingly on the cooperation they gave the SS. To honest men, the OD would become a corrupter. To crooks, it was an opportunity. But in its early months in Cracow, it seemed a benign force. Leopold Pfefferberg could stand as a token of the ambiguity of being a member. When all education for Jews, even that organised by the Judenrat, was abolished in December 1940, Poldek had been offered a job managing the waiting lines and keeping the appointment book in the Judenrat housing office. It was a part-time job, but gave him a cover under which he could travel around Cracow with some freedom. In March 1941, the OD itself was founded with the stated purpose of protecting the Jews entering the Podgorze ghetto from other parts of the city. Poldek accepted the invitation to put on the cap of the OD. He believed he understood its purpose, that it was not only to ensure rational behaviour inside the walls, but also to achieve that correct degree of grudging tribal obedience, which, in the history of European Jewry, has tended to ensure that the oppressors will go away more quickly, will become forgetful, so that in the interstices of their forgetfulness, life may again become feasible. At the same time Pfefferberg wore his OD cap, he ran illegal goods, leatherwork, jewellery, furs, currency, in and out of the ghetto gate. He knew the Wachtmeister at the gate, Oswald Bosco, a policeman who had become so rebellious against the regime that he let raw materials into the ghetto to be made up into goods, garments, wine, hardware, and then let the goods out again to be sold in Cracow, all without even asking for a bribe. On leaving the ghetto, the officials at the gate, the lounging schmaltzovniks or informers, Pfefferberg would take off the Judaic armband in some quiet alley before moving on to business in Kazimierz or the Centrum. On the city walls, above fellow passengers' heads in the trolleys, he would read the posters of the day, the razor blade advertisements, the latest Wawel edicts on the harbouring of Polish bandits, the slogan, Jews, Lice, Typhus, the billboard depicting a virginal Polish girl handing food to a hook-nosed Jew, whose shadow was the shadow of the devil. Whoever helps a Jew helps Satan. Outside groceries hung pictures of Jews mincing rats into pies, watering milk, pouring lice into pastry, kneading dough with filthy feet. The fact of the ghetto was being validated in the streets of Cracow by poster art, by copywriters from the propaganda ministry. And Pfefferberg, with his Aryan looks, would move calmly beneath the artwork, carrying a suitcase full of garments or jewellery or currency. Pfefferberg's greatest coup had been last year, when Governor Frank had withdrawn 100 and 500 zloty notes from circulation and demanded that existing notes of those denominations be deposited with the Reich Credit Fund. Since a Jew could exchange only 2,000 zloty, it meant that all notes held secretly, in excess of 2,000 and against the regulations, would no longer have any value. Unless you could find someone with Aryan looks and no armband, who was willing on your behalf to join the long lines of Poles in front of the Reich Credit Bank. Pfefferberg and a young Zionist friend gathered from ghetto residents some hundreds of thousands of zloty in the prescribed denominations, went off with a suitcase full of notes, and came back with the approved occupation currency, minus only the bribes they'd had to pay to the Polish blue police at the gate. That was the sort of policeman Pfefferberg was. Excellent by the standards of Chairman Arthur Rosenzweig. Deplorable by the standards of Pomorska. Oscar visited the ghetto in April, both from curiosity and to speak to a jeweller he had commissioned to make 2 rings. He found it crammed beyond what he had imagined. 2 families to a room, unless you were lucky enough to know someone in the Judenrat. There was a smell of clogged plumbing, but the women held off typhus by arduous scrubbing and by boiling clothes in courtyards. Things are changing, the jeweller confided in Oscar. The OD have been issued truncheons. As the administration of the ghetto, like that of all ghettos in Poland, had passed from the control of Governor Frank to that of Gestapo Section 4B, the final authority for all Jewish matters in Cracow was now SS Oberführer Julian Schindler, a hearty man of somewhere between 45 and 50, who, in civilian clothes and with his baldness and thick lenses, looked like a nondescript bureaucrat. Oscar had met him at German cocktail parties. Schindler talked a great deal, not about the war, but about business and investment. He was the sort of functionary who abounded in the middle ranks of the SS, a sport, interested in liquor, women, and confiscated goods. He could sometimes be discovered wearing the smirk of his unexpected power, like a childish jam stain in the corner of the mouth. He was always convivial and dependably heartless. Oscar could tell that Schindler favoured working the Jews rather than killing them, that he would bend rules for the sake of profit, but that he would fulfil the general drift of SS policy, however that might develop. Oscar had remembered the police chief last Christmas, sending him 6 bottles of cognac. Now that the man's power had expanded, he would rate more this year. It was because of this shift of power, the SS becoming not simply the arm of policy, but the makers of it as well, that beneath the high June sun, the OD was taking on a new nature. Oscar, merely by driving past the ghetto, became familiar with a new figure, a former glazier named Simke Spira, the new force in the OD. Spira was of Orthodox background, and by personal history as well as temperament, despised the Europeanized Jewish liberals who were still found on the Judenrat Council. He took his orders not from Arthur Rosenzweig, but from Untersturmführer Brandt and SS headquarters across the river. From his conferences with Brandt, he returned to the ghetto with increased knowingness and power. Brandt had asked him to set up and lead a political section OD, and he recruited various of his friends for it. Their uniform ceased to be the cap and armband, and became instead grey shirt, cavalry breeches, Sam Brown belt, and shiny SS boots. Spira's political section would go beyond the demands of grudging cooperation, and would be full of venal men, men with complexes, with close-held grudges about the social and intellectual slights they'd received in earlier days from respectable middle-class Jewry. Apart from Spira, there were Shimon Spitz and Marcel Selinger, Ignacy Diamond, David Gutter the salesman, Forster and Grüner and Landau. They settled into a career of extortion and of making out for the SS lists of unsatisfactory or seditious ghetto dwellers. Poldek Pfefferberg now wanted to escape the force. There was a rumour that the Gestapo would make all OD men swear an oath to the Führer, after which they would have no grounds for disobedience. Poldek did not want to share a profession with grey-shirted Spira or with Spitz and Selinger, the makers of lists. He went down the street to the hospital at the corner of Węgierska to speak to a gentle physician named Alexander Bieberstein, the official physician to the Judenrat. The doctor's brother, Marek, had been that first president of the council, and was presently doing time in mournful Montelupich prison for currency violations and attempting to bribe officials. Pfefferberg begged Bieberstein to give him a medical certificate so that he could leave the OD. It was difficult, Bieberstein said. Pfefferberg did not even look sick. It would be impossible for him to feign high blood pressure. Dr. Bieberstein instructed him in the symptoms of a bad back. Pfefferberg took to reporting for duty severely stooped and using a cane. Spira was outraged. When Pfefferberg had first asked him about leaving the OD, the police chief had pronounced, like a commander of some palace guard, that the only way out was on your shield. Inside the ghetto, Spira and his infantile friends were playing a game of elite corps. They were the Foreign Legion. They were the Praetorians. "We'll send you to the Gestapo doctor," screamed Spira. Bibberstein, who had been aware of the shame in young Pfefferberg, had tutored him well. Poldek survived the Gestapo doctor's inspection and was discharged from the OD as suffering from an ailment likely to inhibit his good performance in crowd control. Spira, saying goodbye to Officer Pfefferberg, expressed a contemptuous enmity. The next day, Germany invaded Russia. Oscar heard the news illicitly on the BBC and knew that the Madagascar plan was finished now. It would be years before there were ships for a solution like that. Oscar sensed that the event changed the essence of SS planning. For everywhere now, the economists, the engineers, the planners of movements of people, the policemen of every stripe, put on the mental habits appropriate not only to a long war, but to a more systematic pursuit of a racially impeccable empire. 11. In an alley off Lipova, its rear pointing toward the workshop of Schindler's enamel plant, stood the German box factory. Oskar Schindler, always restless and hungry for company, used to stroll over there sometimes and chat with the Treuhänder, Ernst Kuhnpast, or to the former owner and unofficial manager, Shimon Yeret. Yeret's box factory had become the German box factory 2 years back, according to the usual arrangement. No fees being paid, no documents to which he was signatory having been drawn up. The injustice of that did not particularly worry Yeret anymore. It had happened to most of the people he knew. What worried him was the ghetto. The fights in the kitchens, the pitiless communality of life there, the stench of bodies, the lice that jumped onto your suit from the greasy jacket of the man whose shoulder you brushed on the stairs. Mrs. Yeret, he told Oscar, was deeply depressed. She'd always been used to nice things. She'd come from a good family in Klepaj, north of Cracow. And when you think, he told Oscar, that with all the pine board I could build myself a place there. He pointed to the wasteland behind his factory. Workers played football there, vast, hard-running games in plentiful space. Most of it belonged to Oscar's factory, the rest to a Polish couple named Bielski. But Oscar did not point that out to poor Yeret, or say either that he too had been preoccupied by that vacant space. Oscar was more interested in the implied offer of lumber. You can alienate as much pine board as that? You know, said Yeret, it's only a matter of paperwork. They stood together at Yeret's office window, considering the wasteland. From the workshop came the sound of hammering and whining power saws. I would hate to lose contact with this place, Yeret told Oscar. I would hate just to vanish into some labour camp and have to wonder from a distance what the damn fools were doing here. You can understand that, surely, Herr Schindler. A man like Yeret could not foresee any deliverance. The German armies seemed to be enjoying limitless success in Russia, and even the BBC was having trouble believing that they were advancing into a fatal salient. The Armament Inspectorate orders for field kitchenware kept turning up on Oscar's desk, sent on with the compliments of General Julius Schindler scribbled at the bottom of the covering letters, accompanied by the telephoned best wishes of sundry junior officers. Oscar accepted the orders and the congratulations in their own right, but took a contradictory joy from the rash letters his father was writing to him to celebrate their reconciliation. It won't last, said Schindler Sr. The man, Hitler, isn't meant to last. America will come down on him in the end. And the Russians? My God, did anyone ever take the trouble to point out to the dictator just how many godless barbarians there are over there? Oscar, smiling over the letters, was not troubled by the conflicting pleasures, the commercial exhilaration of the Armaments Inspectorate contracts, and the more intimate delight of his father's subversive letters. Oscar sent Hans a monthly bank draft of 1,000 Reichsmark in honour of filial love and sedition, and for the joy of largesse. It was a fast and still almost a painless year. Longer hours than Schindler had ever worked, parties at the Cracow, drinking bouts at the jazz club, visits to the gorgeous Klonovska's apartment. When the leaves began to fall, he wondered where the year had gone. The impression of vanished time was augmented by the late summer, and now by autumn rains earlier than usual. The asymmetric seasons would, by favouring the Soviets, affect the lives of all Europeans. But to Herr Oskar Schindler in Lipova Street, weather was still simply weather. Then, in the butt end of 1941, Oskar found himself under arrest. Someone, one of the Polish shipping clerks, one of the German technicians in the munitions section, you couldn't tell, had denounced him, had gone to Pomorska Street and given information. 2 plainclothes Gestapo men drove up Lipova Street one morning and blocked the entrance with their Mercedes, as if they intended to bring all commerce at Emalia to an end. Upstairs, facing Oskar, they produced warrants entitling them to take all his business records with them. But they did not seem to have any commercial training. "Exactly what books do you want?" Schindler asked them. "Cash books," said one. "Your main ledgers," said the other. It was a relaxed arrest. They chatted to Klonovska, while Oskar himself went to get his cash journal and accounts ledger. Oskar was permitted time to scribble down a few names on a pad. Supposedly the names of associates with whom Oskar had appointments which must now be cancelled. Klonovska understood, though, that they were a list of people to be approached for help in bailing him out. The first name on the list was that of Oberführer Julian Scherner. The second, that of Martin Plate of the Abwehr in Breslau. That would be a long-distance call. The third name belonged to the supervisor of the Ostfaser works, the drunken army veteran Franz Bosch, on whom Schindler had settled quantities of illegal kitchenware. Leaning over Klonovska's shoulder, over her piled-up flaxen hair, he underlined Bosch's name. A man of influence, Bosch knew and advised every high official who played the black market in Cracow. And Oskar knew that this arrest had to do with the black market, whose danger was that you could always find officials ready to be bribed, but you could never predict the jealousy of one of your employees. The fourth name on the list was that of the German chairman of Ferrum AG of Sosnowiec, the company from which Herr Schindler bought his steel. These names were a comfort to him, as the Gestapo Mercedes carried him to Pomorska Street, a kilometre or so west of the Centrum. They were a guarantee that he would not vanish into the system without a trace. He was not, therefore, as defenceless as the 1,000 ghetto dwellers who had been rounded up according to Simke Spira's lists and marched beneath the frosty stars of Advent to the cattle cars at Prokotchim station. Oskar knew some heavy guns. The SS complex in Cracow was an immense modern building, humorless but not as portentous as the Montelupich prison. Yet even if you disbelieved the rumours of torture attached to the place, the building confused the arrestee as soon as he entered by its size, its Kafkaesque corridors, by the numb threat of the departmental names painted on the doors. Here you could find the SS main office, the headquarters of the Order Police, of Kripo, Sippo and Gestapo, of SS economy and administration, of personnel, of Jewish affairs, of race and resettlement, of the SS court, of operations, of SS service, of the Reichskommissariat for the strengthening of Germandom, of the welfare office for ethnic Germans. Somewhere in that hive, a middle-aged Gestapo man, who seemed to have a more exact knowledge of accountancy than the arresting officers, began interviewing Oskar. The man's manner was half amused, like a customs official who finds that a passenger suspected of currency smuggling is really smuggling houseplants for an aunt. He told Oskar that all the enterprises involved in war production were under scrutiny. Oskar did not believe it, but said nothing. Herr Schindler could understand, the Gestapo man told him, that businesses supplying the war effort had a moral duty to devote all their product to that great enterprise, and to desist from undermining the economy of the government general by irregular dealings. Oskar murmured away in that peculiar rumble of his, which could at the same time contain threat and bonhomie.
Do you imply, Herr Wachmeister, that there are reports that my factory does not fulfill its quotas?
You live very well, said the man, but with a concessive smile, and as if that were all right. It was acceptable for important industrialists to live well. And anyone who lives well, he pointed out. Well, we have to be sure that his standard of living derives entirely from legitimate contracts. Oscar beamed at the Gestapo man.
Whoever gave you my name, he said, is a fool and is wasting your time.
Who's the plant manager of DEF? Asked the Gestapo man, ignoring this.
Abraham Bankier.
A Jew?
Of course. The business used to belong to relatives of his.
These records might be adequate, said the Gestapo man, but if they wanted more, he presumed Herr Bankier could supply it.
You mean you're going to detain me? Asked Oscar.
He began to laugh.
I want to tell you now, he said. When Oberfuhrer Schindler and I are laughing about all this over a drink, I'll tell him that you treated me with the utmost courtesy.
The two who had made the arrest took him to the second floor, where he was searched and permitted to keep cigarettes and 100 zloty to buy small luxuries. Then he was locked in a bedroom. One of the best they had, Oscar surmised, equipped with a wash basin and toilet and dusty draperies at the barred window. The sort of room they kept dignitaries in while interrogating them. If the dignitary was released, he could not complain about a room like this, any more than he could enthuse over it. And if he was found to be treacherous, seditious, or an economic criminal, then, as if the floor of this room opened like a trapdoor, he'd find himself waiting in an interrogation cell in the basement, sitting motionless and bleeding in one of the series of stalls they called tramways, looking ahead to Montelupich, where prisoners were hanged in their cells. Oscar considered the door. Whoever lays a hand on me, he promised himself, I'll have him sent to Russia. He was bad at waiting. After an hour, he knocked at the door from the inside and gave the Waffen-SS man who answered 50 zloty to buy him a bottle of vodka. It was, of course, 3 times the price of liquor, but that was Oscar's method. Later in the day, by arrangement between Klonovska and Ingrid, a bag of toiletries, books and pyjamas arrived. An excellent meal was brought to him, with a half-bottle of Hungarian wine, and no one came to disturb him or ask him a question. He presumed that the accountant was still slaving over the Emalia books. He would have enjoyed a radio on which to listen to the BBC News from Russia, the Far East, and the newly combatant United States, and he had the feeling that if he asked his jailers, they might bring him one. He hoped the Gestapo had not moved into his apartment on Straszewskiego to assess the furnishings and Ingrid's jewellery. But by the time he fell asleep, he'd got to the stage where he was looking forward to facing interrogators. In the morning he was brought a good breakfast, herring, cheese, eggs, rolls, coffee, and still no one bothered him. And then the middle-aged SS auditor, holding both the cash journal and the accounts ledger, came to visit him. The auditor wished him good morning. He hoped he had had a comfortable night. There had not been time to conduct more than a cursory examination of Herr Schindler's records, but it had been decided that a gentleman who stood so high in the opinion of so many people influential in the war effort need not be too closely looked at for the moment. "We have," said the SS man, "received certain telephone calls." Oscar was convinced, as he thanked the man, that the acquittal was temporary. He received the ledgers and got his money handed back in full at the reception desk. Downstairs, Klonovska was waiting for him, radiant. Her liaison work had yielded this result: Schindler coming forth from the death house in his double-breasted suit and without a scratch. She led him to the Adler, which they had let her park inside the gate. Her ridiculous poodle sat on the back seat. 12. The child arrived at the Dresners, on the eastern side of the ghetto, late in the afternoon. She had been returned to Cracow by the Polish couple who had been taking care of her in the country. They had been able to talk the Polish blue police at the ghetto gate into allowing them entry on business, and the child passed as theirs. They were decent people, and shamefaced at having brought her up to Cracow and the ghetto from the countryside. She was a dear girl. They were attached to her. But you couldn't keep a Jewish child in the countryside anymore. The municipal authorities, never mind the SS, were offering sums of 500 zloty and upward for every Jew betrayed. It was one's neighbours. You couldn't trust your neighbours. And then not only would the child be in trouble, we'd all be. My God, there were areas where the peasants went out hunting Jews with scythes and sickles. The child didn't seem to suffer too much from whatever squalors the ghetto now imposed on her. She sat at a little table among screens of damp clothing and fastidiously ate the heel of bread Mrs. Dresner gave her. She accepted whatever endearments the women sharing the kitchen happened to utter. Mrs. Dresner noticed how strangely guarded the child was in all her answers. She had her vanities, though, and like most 3-year-olds, a passionately preferred colour, red. She sat there in red cap, red coat, small red boots. The peasants had indulged her passion. Mrs. Dresner made conversation by talking about the child's real parents. They, too, had been living, in fact, hiding in the countryside. But, said Mrs. Dresner, they were going to come and join everyone here in Cracow soon. The child nodded, but it didn't seem to be shyness that kept her quiet. In January, her parents had been rounded up according to a list supplied to the SS by Spira, and while being marched to Prokocim station, had passed a crowd of jeering Poles. Bye-bye, Jews. They had dodged out of the column just like 2 decent Polish citizens crossing the street to watch the deportation of social enemies, and had joined the crowd, jeered a little themselves, and then strolled off into the countryside around that outer suburb. Now they, too, were finding life no safer out there, and intended to sneak back into Cracow during the summer. The mother of Redcap, as the Dresner boys nicknamed her as soon as they got home with the work details from the city, was a first cousin of Mrs. Dresner's. Soon Mrs. Dresner's daughter, young Dunker, also got home from her work as a cleaning woman at the Luftwaffe airbase. Dunker was going on 14, tall enough to have the Kenkarte, labour card, enabling her to work outside the ghetto. She enthused over the non-committal child. Genia, I know your mother, Eva. She and I used to go shopping for dresses together, and she'd buy me cakes at the patisserie in Bratska Street. The child kept to her seat, did not smile, looked ahead. Madam, you're mistaken. My mother's name is not Eva, it's Yasha. She went on naming the names in the fictional Polish genealogy in which her parents and the peasants had schooled her, in case the blue police or the SS ever questioned her. The family frowned at each other, brought to a standstill by the unusual cunning of the child, finding it obscene but not wanting to undermine it, since it might, before the week was out, be essential survival equipment. At supper time, Idek Schindler, the child's uncle, a young doctor at the ghetto hospital in Węgierska Street, arrived. He was the sort of whimsical, half-teasing and infatuated uncle a child needs. At the sight of him, Genia became a child, getting down off her chair to rush at him. If he were here, calling these people cousins, then they were cousins. You could admit now that you had a mother named Eva, and that your grandparents weren't really named Ludwig and Sophia. Then Mr. Juda Dresner, purchasing officer of the Bosch plant, arrived home, and the company was complete. April the 28th was Schindler's birthday, and in 1942 he celebrated it like a child of the spring, loudly, profligately. It was a big day at DEF. The Herr Direktor brought in rare white bread, regardless of expense, to be served with the noonday soup. The festivity spread into the outer office and to the workshops out back. Oskar Schindler, industrialist, was celebrating the general succulence of life. This, his 34th birthday, began early at Emalia. Schindler signalled it by walking through the outer office carrying 3 bottles of cognac under his arm to share with the engineers, the accountants, the draftsmen. Office workers in accounts and personnel had handfuls of cigarettes thrust at them, and by mid-morning the handouts had spread to the factory floor. A cake was brought in from a patisserie, and Oskar cut it on Klenowska's desk. Delegations of Jewish and Polish workers began to enter the office to congratulate him, and he heartily kissed a girl named Kucharska, whose father had figured in the Polish parliament before the war. And then the Jewish girls came up, and the men shaking hands, even Stern getting there somehow from the progress works where he was now employed, to take Oskar's hand formally and find himself wrapped up in a rib-cracking embrace. That afternoon, someone, perhaps the same malcontent as last time, contacted Pomorska and denounced Schindler for his racial improprieties. His ledgers might stand up to scrutiny, but no one could deny he was a Jew-kisser. The manner of his arrest seemed more professional than the last. On the morning of the 29th, a Mercedes blocked the factory entrance, and 2 Gestapo men, seeming somehow surer of their ground than the last 2, met him crossing the factory yard. He was charged, they told him, with breaking the provisions of the Race and Resettlement Act. They wanted him to come with them, and no, there was no need for him to visit his office first.
"Do you have a warrant?" he asked them.
"We don't need one," they told him. He smiled at them. The gentlemen should understand that if they took him away without a warrant, they would come to regret it. He said it lightly, but he could tell by their demeanour that the level of threat in them had firmed and focused since last year's half-comic detention. Last time the conversation at Pomorska had been about economic matters and whether they had been breached. This time you were dealing with grotesque law, the law of the lower guts, edicts from the black side of the brain. Serious stuff. "We will have to risk regret," one of the 2 told him. He assessed their assurance, their perilous indifference to him. A man of assets, newly turned 34.
"On a spring morning," he told them, "I can spare a few hours for driving."
He comforted himself that he would again be put into one of those urbane cells at Pomorska. But when they turned right up Kolayova, he knew that this time it would be Montelupich prison.
"I shall wish to speak to a lawyer," he told them.
"In time," said the driver. Oskar had it on the reasonable word of one of his drinking companions that the Jagiellonian Institute of Anatomy received corpses from Montelupich. The wall of the place stretched a long block, and the ominous sameness of the windows of the 3rd and 4th floors could be seen from the back seat of the Gestapo Mercedes. Inside the front gate and through the archway, they came to an office where the SS clerk spoke in whispers, as if raised voices would set up head-splitting echoes along the narrow corridors. They took his cash, but told him it would be given to him during his imprisonment at a rate of 50 zloty a day. No, the arresting officers told him, it was not yet time for him to call a lawyer. Then they left, and in the corridor, under guard, he listened for the traces of screams, which might, in this convent hush, spill out through the cracks of the Judas windows in the walls. He was led down a flight of stairs into a claustrophobic tunnel and past a string of locked cells, one with an open grille. Some half-dozen prisoners in shirt-sleeves sat there, each in a separate stall, facing the rear wall so that their features could not be seen. Oskar noticed a torn ear, and someone was sniffling, but knew better than to wipe his nose. Klenowska, are you making your telephone calls, my love?" They opened a cell for him, and he went in. He had felt a minor anxiety that the place might be crowded. But there was only one other prisoner in the cell, a soldier wearing his greatcoat up around his ears for warmth, and seated on one of the two low wooden bed frames, each with its pallet. There were no wash basins, of course. A water bucket and a waste bucket, and what proved to be a Waffen-SS Standartenführer, an SS rank equivalent to colonel, wearing a slight stubble, a stale unbuttoned shirt under the overcoat, and muddy boots. "Welcome, sir," said the officer with a crooked grin, raising one hand to Oscar. He was a handsome fellow, a few years older than Oscar. The odds were in favour of his being a plant. But one wondered why they had put him in uniform and provided him with such exalted rank. Oscar looked at his watch, sat, stood, looked up at the high windows. A little light from the exercise yards filtered in, but it was not the sort of window you could lean against and relieve the intimacy of the two close bunks, of sitting hands on knees facing each other. In the end they began to talk. Oscar was very wary, but the Standartenführer chattered wildly. What was his name? Philip was his name. He didn't think gentlemen should give their second names in prison. Besides, it was time people got down to first names. If we'd all got down to first names earlier, we'd be a happier race now. Oscar concluded that if the man was not a plant, then he had had some sort of breakdown, was perhaps suffering shell shock. He'd been campaigning in southern Russia, and his battalion had helped hang on to Novgorod all winter. Then he had got leave to visit a Polish girlfriend in Cracow, and they had, in his words, lost themselves in each other, and he had been arrested in her apartment 3 days after his leave expired. "I suppose I decided," said Philip, "not to be too damn exact about dates when I saw the way the other bastards—" He waved a hand at the roof, indicating the structure around him, the SS planners, the accountants, the bureaucrats. "When I saw the way they lived, it wasn't as if I deliberately decided to go absent without leave, but I just felt I was owed a certain damn latitude." Oscar asked him would he rather be in Pomorska Street. "No," said Philip, "I'd rather be here. Pomorska looked more like a hotel, but the bastards had a death cell there, full of shining chromium bars. But that aside, what had Herr Oscar done?" "I kissed a Jewish girl," said Oscar, "an employee of mine, so it's alleged." Philip began to hoot at this. "Ho, ho! Did your prick drop off?" All afternoon, Standartenführer Philip continued to condemn the SS. "Thieves and orgiasts," he said. He couldn't believe it. The money some of the bastards made. They started so incorruptible, too. They would kill some poor bloody Pole for smuggling a kilo of bacon, while they lived like goddamn Hanseatic barons. Oscar behaved as if it were all news to him, as if the idea of venality among the Reichsführers was a painful assault on his provincial Sudetendeutsch innocence, which had caused him to forget himself and caress a Jewish girl. At last, Philip, worn out by his outrage, took a nap. Oscar wanted a drink. A certain measure of liquor would help speed time, make the Standartenführer better company if he was not a plant, and more fallible if he was. Oscar took out a 10 zloty note and wrote down names on it and telephone numbers. More names than last time, a dozen. He took out another 4 notes, crumpled them in his hands, and went to the door and knocked at the Judas window. An SS NCO turned up, a grave, middle-aged face staring in at him. He didn't look like a man who exercised Poles to death or ruptured kidneys with his boots. But of course, that was one of the strengths of torture. You didn't expect it from a man whose features were those of someone's country uncle. "Was it possible to order 5 bottles of vodka?" Oscar asked. "5 bottles, sir?" said the NCO. He might have been advising a young, callow drinker uncertain of quantities. He was also pensive, however, as if he were considering reporting Oscar to his superiors. "The General and I," said Oscar, "would appreciate a bottle apiece to stimulate conversation." You and your colleagues please accept the rest with my compliments." "I presume also," said Oscar, "that a man of your authority has power to make routine telephone calls on behalf of a prisoner. You'll see the telephone numbers there. Yes, on the note. You don't have to call them all yourself, but give them to my secretary, eh? Yes, she's first on the list." "These are very influential people," murmured the SS NCO. "You're a damn fool," Philip told Oscar. "They'll shoot you for trying to corrupt their guards." Oscar slumped, apparently casual. "It's as stupid as kissing a Jewess," said Philip. "We'll see," said Oscar. But he was frightened. At last the NCO came back and brought, together with the 2 bottles, a parcel of clean shirts and underwear, some books, and a bottle of wine, packed at the apartment in Straszewskiego Street by Ingrid, and delivered to the Montelupich gate. Philip and Oscar had a pleasant enough evening together, though at one time a guard pounded on the steel door and demanded that they stop singing. And even then, as the liquor added spaciousness to the cell and an unexpected cogency to the Standartenführer's ravings, Schindler was listening for remote screams from upstairs or for the button-clicking morse of some hopeless prisoner in the next cell. Only once did the true nature of the place dilute the effectiveness of the vodka. Next to his cot, partially obscured by the pallet, Philip discovered a minute statement in red pencil. He spent some idle moments deciphering it. Not doing so well, his Polish much slower than Oscar's. "My God," he translated, "how they beat me. Well, it's a wonderful world, my friend Oscar, isn't it?" In the morning, Schindler woke clear-headed. Hangovers had never plagued him, and he wondered why other people made such a fuss about them. But Philip was white-faced and depressed. During the morning he was taken away and came back to collect his belongings. He was to face a court-martial that afternoon, but had been given a new assignment at a training school in Stutthof, so he presumed they didn't intend to shoot him for desertion. He picked up his greatcoat from his cot and went off to explain his Polish dalliance. Alone, Oscar spent the day reading a Karl May book Ingrid had sent, and in the afternoon speaking to his lawyer, a Sudetendeutscher who'd opened a practice in civil law in Cracow 2 years before. Oscar was comforted by the interview. The cause of the arrest was certainly as stated. They weren't using his transracial caresses as a pretext to hold him while they investigated his affairs. But it will probably come to the SS court, and you'll be asked why you aren't in the army.
"The reason is obvious," said Oscar. "I'm an essential war producer. You can get General Schindler to say so."
Oscar was a slow reader and savoured the Karl May book, The Hunter and the Indian Sage in the American Wilderness, a relationship of decency. He did not rush the reading in any case. It could be a week before he came to court. The lawyer expected that there would be a speech by the president of the court about conduct unbecoming a member of the German race, and then there would be a substantial fine. So be it. He'd leave court a more cautious man. On the 5th morning, he had already drunk the half-litre of black ersatz coffee they'd given him for breakfast, when an NCO and 2 guards came for him. Past the mute doors, he was taken upstairs to one of the front offices. He found there a man he'd met at cocktail parties, Obersturmbannführer Rolf Tschurda, head of the Cracow SD. Tschurda looked like a businessman in his good suit. "Oscar, Oscar," said Tschurda, like an old friend reproving. "We give you those Jewish girls at 5 marks a day. You should kiss us, not them." Oscar explained that it had been his birthday. He'd been impetuous. He'd been drinking. Tschurda shook his head. "I never knew you were such a big-timer, Oscar," he said. "Calls from as far away as Breslau, from our friends in the up there. Of course it would be ridiculous to keep you from your work just because you felt up some Jewess.
You're very understanding, Herr Obersturmbannführer, said Oscar, feeling the request for some sort of gratuity building up in Tschurda. If ever I'm in a position to return your liberal gesture.
As a matter of fact, said Tschurda, I have an old aunt whose flat has been bombed out. Yet another old aunt. Schindler made a compassionate click with his tongue and said that a representative of Chief Tschurda would be welcome any time in Lipova Street to make a selection from the range of products turned out there. But it did not do to let men like Tschurda think of his release as an absolute favour, and of the kitchenware as the least that the luckily released prisoner could offer. When Tschurda said he could go, Oscar objected.
I can't very well just call my car, Herr Obersturmbannführer. After all, my fuel resources are limited.
Tschurda asked if Herr Schindler expected the SD to take him home. Oscar shrugged. He did live on the far side of the city, he said. It was a long way to walk. Tschurda laughed.
Oscar, I'll have one of my own drivers take you back.
But when the limousine was ready, engine running, at the bottom of the main steps, and Schindler, glancing at the blank windows above him, wanted a sign from that other republic, the realm of torture, of unconditional imprisonment, the hell beyond bars of those who had no pots and pans to barter, Rolf Tschurda detained him by the elbow. Jokes aside, Oscar, my dear fellow, you'd be a fool if you got a real taste for some little Jewish skirt. They don't have a future, Oscar. That's not just old-fashioned Jew-hate talking, I assure you. It's policy. 13. Even that summer, people inside the walls were clinging to the idea of the ghetto as a small but permanent realm. The idea had been easy enough to credit during 1941. There had been a post office. There had even been ghetto postage stamps. There had been a ghetto newspaper, even though it contained little else than edicts from the Wawel and Pomorska Street. A restaurant had been permitted in Lvovska Street. Förster's Restaurant, where the Rosner brothers, back from the perils of the countryside and the changeable passions of the peasants, played the violin and the accordion. It had seemed for a brief time that schooling would proceed here in formal classrooms, that orchestras would gather and regularly perform. The Jewish life would be communicated like a benign organism along the streets, from artisan to artisan, from scholar to scholar. It had not yet been demonstrated finally by the SS bureaucrats of Pomorska Street that the idea of that sort of ghetto was to be considered not simply a whimsy, but an insult to the rational direction of history. So when Untersturmführer Brandt had Judenrat President Arthur Rosenzweig around to Pomorska for a beating with the handle of a riding crop, he was trying to correct the man's incurable vision of the ghetto as a region of permanent residence. The ghetto was a depot, a siding, a walled bus station. Anything that would have encouraged the opposite view had by 1942 been abolished. So it was different here from the ghettos old people remembered, even affectionately. Music was no profession here. There were no professions. Henry Rosner went to work in the Luftwaffe mess at the airbase. There he met a young German chef-manager named Richard, a laughing boy hiding, as a chef can, from the history of the 20th century among the elements of cuisine and bar management. He and Henry Rosner got on so well that Richard would send the violinist across town to pick up the Luftwaffe catering corps pay. You couldn't trust a German, said Richard. The last one had run off to Hungary with the payroll. Richard, like any barman worthy of his station, heard things and attracted the affection of officials. On the first day of June, he came to the ghetto with his girlfriend, a Volksdeutsche girl wearing a sweeping cape, which, on account of the June showers, didn't seem too excessive a garment. Through his profession, Richard knew a number of policemen, including Wachtmeister Oswald Bosco, and had no trouble being admitted to the ghetto. even though it was officially out of bounds to him. Once inside the gate, Richard crossed Platz Zgodi and found Henry Rosner's address. Henry was surprised to see them. He had left Richard at the mess only a few hours before, yet here he was with his girl, both dressed as if for a formal visit. It reinforced for Henry the strangeness of the season. For the past 2 days, ghetto people had been lining up at the old Polish Savings Bank building in Józefinska Street for the new identity cards. To your yellow Kenkarte with its sepia passport photograph and its large blue J, the German clerks now attached, if you were lucky, a blue sticker. People could be seen to leave the bank waving their cards with the Blauschein attached, as if it proved their right to breathe, their permanent validity. Workers at the Luftwaffe mess, the Wehrmacht garage, at the Madrich works, at Oskar Schindler's Emalia, at the Progress factory, all had no trouble getting the Blauschein. But those who were refused it felt that their citizenship, even of the ghetto, was under question. Richard said that young Oleg Rosner should come and stay with his girlfriend at her apartment. You could tell that he'd heard something in the mess. He can't just walk out the gate, said Henry. It's fixed with Bosco, said Richard. Henry and Munchie were hesitant and consulted with each other as the girl in the cape promised to fatten Oleg up on chocolate. An Aktion? Henry Rosner asked in a murmur. Is there going to be an Aktion? Richard answered with a question. You've got your Blauschein? He asked. Of course, said Henry. And Munchie? Munchie too. But Oleg hasn't, said Richard. In the drizzling dusk, Oleg Rosner, only child, newly 6 years old, walked out of the ghetto under the cape of Richard the chef's girlfriend. Had some policeman bothered to lift the cape, both Richard and the girl could have been shot for their friendly subterfuge. Oleg, too, would vanish. In the childless corner of their room, the Rosners hoped they'd been wise. Poldek Pfefferberg, runner for Oskar Schindler, had earlier in the year been ordered to begin tutoring the children of Simke Spira, exalted glazier, chief of the OD. It was a contemptuous summons, as if Spira was saying, Yes, we know you're not fit for man's work, but at least you can pass on to my kids some of the benefits of your education. Pfefferberg amused Schindler with stories of the tutorial sessions at Simke's house. The police chief was one of the few Jews to have an entire floor to himself. There, amid two-dimensional paintings of 19th century rabbis, Simke paced, listening to the instruction Pfefferberg gave, seeming to want to see knowledge, like petunias, sprout from his children's ears. A man of destiny with his hand hooked inside his jacket, he believed that this Napoleonic mannerism was a gesture universal to men of influence. Simke's wife was a shadowy woman, a little bemused by her husband's unexpected power, perhaps a little excluded by old friends. The children, a boy of about 12 and a girl of 14, were biddable but no great scholars. In any case, when Pfefferberg went to the Polish Savings Bank, he expected to be given the Blauschein without any trouble. He was sure his labour with the Spira children would be counted as essential work. His yellow card identified him as a high school professor, and in a rational world, as yet only partly turned upside down, it was an honourable label. The clerks refused to give him the sticker. He argued with them, and wondered if he should appeal to Oskar, or to Herr Zepesi, the Austrian bureaucrat who ran the German Labour Office down the street. Oskar had been asking him for a year to come to Emalia, but Pfefferberg had always thought it would be too constricting of his illegal activities to have full-time work. As he emerged from the bank building, details of the German security police, the Polish blue police, and the political detail of the OD were at work on the pavements, inspecting everyone's card and arresting those who did not have the sticker. A line of rejects, hangdog men and women, already stood in the middle of Józefinska Street. Pfefferberg affected his Polish military bearing and explained that, of course, he had a number of trades. But the szupo he spoke to shook his head, saying, "Don't argue with me. No Blauschein. You join that line. Understand, Jew?" Pfefferberg went and joined the line. Mila, the delicate, pretty wife he'd married 18 months before, worked for Madrich and already had her Blauschein. So there was that. When the line had grown to more than 100, it was marched around the corner, past the hospital, and into the yard of the old Optima confectionery plant. There, hundreds were already waiting. The early comers had taken the shady areas of what used to be the stable, where the Optima horses used to be harnessed, between the shafts of drays laden with creme and liqueur chocolates. It was not a rowdy group. They were professional men, bankers like the Holzers, pharmacists and dentists. They stood in clusters, talking quietly. The young pharmacist, Bachner, stood speaking to an old couple named Wohl. There were many old people in here. The old and poor who depended on the Judenrat ration. This summer, the Judenrat itself, the distributor of food and even of space, had been less equitable than it had been last. Nurses from the ghetto hospital moved among these detainees with buckets of water, which was said to be good for stress and disorientation. It was, in any case, just about the only medicine, other than some black market cyanide that the hospital had to give. The poor families from the shtetls, took the water in restive silence. Throughout the day, police of 3 varieties would enter the yard with lists, and lines of people would be formed to be met at the gate of the yard by SS details and moved out to the Prokorchim railway station. In some people, the urge rose to evade this next movement by keeping to the far corners of the yard. But it was Pfefferberg's style to hang around the gate, looking for some official to whom he could make a claim. Perhaps Spira would be there, dressed up like a movie actor, and willing, with a little heavy-handed irony, to release him. In fact, there stood by the gatekeeper's hut a sad-faced boy in an OD hat studying a list, holding the corner of the page in delicate fingers. Pfefferberg not only had served briefly with the boy in the OD, but in the first year of his teaching career at Kościuszko High School in Podgórze, had taught his sister. The boy looked up. "Panie Pfefferberg," he murmured, with a respect from those vanished days. As if the yard were full of practiced criminals, he asked what Panie Pfefferberg was doing here. "It's nonsense," said Pfefferberg, "but I haven't got a Blauschein yet." The boy shook his head. "Follow me," he said. He walked Pfefferberg to a senior uniformed szupo at the gate and saluted. He did not look heroic in his funny OD cap and with his skinny, vulnerable neck. Later, Pfefferberg supposed that had given him greater credibility. "This is Herr Pfefferberg from the Judenrat," he lied with a deft combination of respect and authority. "He has been visiting some relatives." The szupo seemed bored by the mass of police work proceeding in the yard. Negligently he waved Pfefferberg out the gate. Pfefferberg had no time to thank the boy, or to reflect on the mystery of why a child with a skinny neck will lie for you even unto death, just because you taught his sister how to use the Roman rings. Pfefferberg rushed straight to the labour office and broke into the waiting line. Behind the desk were Fräuleins Skoda and Knossalla, 2 hearty Sudeten German girls. "Liebchen, Liebchen," he told Skoda. "They want to take me away because I don't have the sticker. Look at me, I ask you." He was built like a bull and had played hockey for his country and belonged to the Polish ski team. "Am I not exactly the sort of fellow you'd like to keep around here?" In spite of the crowds who'd given her no rest all day, Skoda raised her eyebrows and failed to suppress a smile. She took his Kenkarte. "I can't help you, Herr Pfefferberg," she told him. "They didn't give it to you, so I can't. A pity."
"But you can give it to me, Liebchen," he insisted in a loud, seductive soap opera voice. "I have trades, Liebchen. I have trades." Skoda said that only Herr Zepesi could help him, and it was impossible to get Pfefferberg in to see Zepesi. It would take days. "But you will get me in, Liebchen," Pfefferberg insisted. And she did. That is where her reputation as a decent girl came from, because she abstracted from the massive drift of policy and could, even on a crowded day, respond to the individual face. A warty old man might not have done so well with her, however. Herr Zepesi, who also had a humane reputation, even though he serviced the monstrous machine, looked quickly at Pfefferberg's permit, murmuring, "But we don't need gym teachers." Pfefferberg had always refused Oscar's offers of employment because he saw himself as an operator, an individualist. He didn't want to work long shifts for small pay over in dreary Zaborcie. But he could see now that the era of individuality was vanishing. People needed, as a staple of life, a trade. "I'm a metal polisher," he told Zepesi. He had worked for short periods with a Podgorja uncle of his, who ran a small metal factory in Rakavka. Herr Zepesi eyed Pfefferberg from behind spectacles. "Now," he said, "that's a profession." He took a pen, thoroughly crossing out high school professor, cancelling the Jagiellonian education of which Pfefferberg was so proud, and over the top he wrote metal polisher. He reached for a rubber stamp and a pot of paste, and took from his desk a blue sticker. "Now," he said, handing the document back to Pfefferberg. "Now, should you meet a schupo, you can assure him that you're a useful member of society." Later in the year, they would send poor Zepesi to Auschwitz for being so persuadable. 14. From diverse sources, from the policeman Toffel, as well as drunken Bosch of Ostphase, the SS textile operation, Oskar Schindler heard rumours that procedures in the ghetto, whatever that meant, were growing more intense. The SS were moving into Cracow some tough Sonderkommando units from Lublin, where they had already done sterling work in matters of racial purification. Toffel had suggested that unless Oskar wanted a break in production, he ought to set up some camp beds for his night shift until after the first Sabbath in June. So Oskar set up dormitories in the offices and upstairs in the munitions section. Some of the night shift were happy to bed down there. Others had wives, children, parents, waiting back in the ghetto. Besides, they had the Blauschein, the holy blue sticker, on their Kennkartes. On June the 3rd, Abraham Bankier, Oskar's office manager, didn't turn up at Lipova Street. Schindler was still at home, drinking coffee in Strazievskego Street, when he got a call from one of his secretaries. She'd seen Bankier marched out of the ghetto, not even stopping at Optima, straight to the Prokochim depot. There'd been other Emalia workers in the group too. There'd been Reich, Leser, as many as a dozen. Oskar called for his car to be brought to him from the garage. He drove over the river and down Lvovska towards Prokochim. There he showed his pass to the guards at the gate. The depot yard itself was full of strings of cattle cars. The station crowded with the ghetto's dispensable citizens, standing in orderly lines, convinced still, and perhaps they were right, of the value of passive and orderly response. It was the first time Oskar had seen this juxtaposition of humans and cattle cars, and it was a greater shock than hearing of it. It made him pause on the edge of the platform. Then he saw a jeweller he knew. "Seen Bankier?" he asked. "He's already in one of the cars, Herr Schindler," said the jeweller. "Where are they taking you?" Oskar asked the man. "We're going to a labour camp, they say, near Lublin. Probably no worse than—" The man waved a hand toward distant Cracow. Schindler took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket,
found some 10 zloty bills, and handed the pack and the notes to the jeweler, who thanked him. They had made them leave home without anything this time. They said they'd be forwarding the baggage. Late the previous year, Schindler had seen, in the SS Bulletin of Budget and Construction, an invitation for bids for the construction of some crematoria in a camp southeast of Lublin, Belzec. Schindler considered the jeweler, 63 or 4, a little thin, had probably had pneumonia last winter, worn pinstriped suit, too warm for the day, and in the clear, knowing eyes, a capacity to bear finite suffering. Even in the summer of 1942, it was impossible to guess at the connections between such a man as this and those ovens of extraordinary cubic capacity. Did they intend to start epidemics among the prisoners? Was that to be the method? Beginning from the engine, Schindler moved along the line of more than 20 cattle cars, calling Bankier's name to the faces peering down at him from the open grillwork high above the slats of the cars. It was fortunate for Abraham that Oscar did not ask himself why it was Bankier's name he called, that he did not pause and consider that Bankier's had only equal value to all the other names loaded aboard the Ostbahn rolling stock. An existentialist might have been defeated by the numbers at Prokochim, stunned by the equal appeal of all the names and voices. But Schindler was a philosophic innocent. He knew the people he knew. He knew the name of Bankier. Bankier! Bankier! He continued to call. He was intercepted by a young SS Oberscharführer, an expert railroad shipper from Lublin. He asked for Schindler's pass. Oscar could see in the man's left hand an enormous list, pages of names. "My workers," said Schindler, "essential industrial workers. My office manager. It's idiocy. I have armaments inspectorate contracts, and here you are taking the workers I need to fulfill them." "You can't have them back," said the young man. "They're on the list." The SSNCO knew from experience that the list conferred an equal destination on all its members. Oscar dropped his voice to that hard murmur, the growl of a reasonable man, well-connected, who wasn't going to bring up all his heavy guns yet. Did the Herr Oberscharführer know how long it would take to train experts to replace those on the list? "At my works, Deutsche Emailfabrik, I have a munitions section under the special protection of General Schindler, my namesake." Not only would the Oberscharführer's comrades on the Russian front be affected by the disruption of production, but the office of the Armaments Inspectorate would demand explanations as well. The young man shook his head, just a harassed transit official. "I've heard that kind of story before, sir," he said. But he was worried. Oscar could tell it, and kept leaning over him and speaking softly with an edge of menace. "It's not my place to argue with the list," said Oscar. "Where is your superior officer?" The young man nodded toward an SS officer, a man in his 30s wearing a frown above his spectacles. "May I have your name, Herr Untersturmführer?" Oscar asked him, already pulling a notebook from his suit pocket. The officer also made a statement about the holiness of the list. For this man, it was the secure, rational, and sole basis for all this milling of Jews and movement of rail cars. But Schindler got crisper now. He'd heard about the list, he said. What he had asked was what the Untersturmführer's name was. He intended to appeal directly to Oberführer Scherner and to General Schindler of the Armaments Inspectorate. "Schindler?" asked the officer. For the first time, he took a careful look at Oscar. The man was dressed like a tycoon, wore the right badge, had generals in the family. "I believe I can guarantee you, Herr Untersturmführer," said Schindler in his benign grumble, "that you'll be in southern Russia within the week." The NCO going ahead, Herr Schindler and the officer marched side by side between the ranks of prisoners and the loaded cattle carts. The locomotive was already steaming, and the engineer leaning from his cabin, looking down the length of the train, waiting to be dispatched. The officer called to Ostbahn officials they passed on the platform to hold up. At last they reached one of the rear cars. There were a dozen workers in there with Bankier. They had all boarded together, as if expecting a joint deliverance. The door was unlocked and they jumped down. Bankier and Frankel from the office, Reich, Leser, and the others from the factory. They were restrained, not wanting to permit anyone to detect their pleasure at being saved the journey. Those left inside began chattering merrily, as if they were fortunate to be travelling with so much extra room, while, with emphasis in his pen strokes, the officer removed the Emalia workers one at a time from the list, and required Oscar to initial the pages. As Schindler thanked the officer and turned to follow his workers away, the man detained him by the elbow of his suitcoat. "Sir," he said, "it makes no difference to us, you understand. We don't care whether it's this dozen or that." The officer, who had been frowning when Oscar first saw him, now seemed calm, as if he had discovered the theorem behind the situation. "You think your 13 little tinsmiths are important? We'll replace them with another 13 little tinsmiths, and all your sentimentality for these will be defeated." "It's the inconvenience to the list, that's all," the officer explained. Plump little Bankier admitted that the group of them had neglected to pick up Blauscheins from the old Polish savings bank. Schindler, suddenly testy, said to attend to it. But what his curtness covered was dismay at those crowds at Prokochim, who, for want of a blue sticker, stood waiting for the new and decisive symbol of their status, the cattle car, to be hauled by heavy engine across their range of vision. Now, the cattle cars told them, we are all beasts together. 15. From the faces of his own workers, Oscar could read something of the ghetto's torment. For a person had no time to catch his breath there, no room to dig in, assert one's habits or set up family rituals. Many took refuge and a sort of comfort in suspicion of everyone, of the people in the same room as much as of the OD man in the street. But then even the sanest were not sure whom to trust. Each tenant, a young artist named Josef Bau, wrote of a ghetto house, had his own world of secrets and mysteries. Children suddenly stopped talking at a creaking in the stairwell. Adults woke from dreams of exile and dispossession to find themselves exiled and dispossessed in a crowded room in Podgorje. The events of their dreams, the very taste of fear in dreams, finding continuity in the fears of the day. Fierce rumours beset them in their room, on the street, on the factory floor. Spira had another list, and it was either twice or 3 times as long as the last. All children would go to Tarnów to be shot, to Stutthof to be drowned, to Breslau to be indoctrinated, deracinated, operated upon. Do you have an elderly parent? They are taking everyone over 50 to the Wieliczka salt mines. To work? No. To seal them up in disused chambers. All this hearsay, much of which reached Oscar, was based on a human instinct to prevent the evil by voicing it, to forestall the fates by showing them that you could be as imaginative as they. But that June, all the worst of the dreams and whispers took concrete form, and the most unimaginable rumour became a fact. South of the ghetto, beyond Rakowka Street, rose a hilly parkland. There was an intimacy, like that of medieval siege paintings, about the way you could look down over the ghetto's southern wall. As you rode along the brow of the hills, the ghetto's map was revealed, and you could see, as you passed them, what was happening in the streets below. Schindler had noticed this advantage while riding here with Ingrid in the spring. Now, shocked by the sights of the Prokochim depot, he decided to go riding again. The morning after the rescue of Bankier,
he rented horses from the stables in Park Bednaskiego. They were impeccably turned out, he and Ingrid, in long hacking jackets, riding breeches, and dazzling boots. Two Sudeten blondes, high above the disturbed ant-heap of the ghetto. They rode up through the woods and had a short gallop over open meadows. From their saddles, they could now see Węgierska Street, crowds of people around the hospital corner, and, closer, a squad of SS working with dogs, entering houses, families pouring forth into the street, pulling on coats in spite of the heat, anticipating a long absence. Ingrid and Oscar reined in their horses in the shade of trees and considered this sight, beginning to notice refinements of the scene. OD men armed with truncheons worked with the SS. Some of these Jewish police seemed enthusiastic, for in a few minutes' view from the hill, Oscar saw 3 reluctant women beaten across the shoulders. At first, there was a naive anger in him. The SS were using Jews to flog Jews. It would become clear during the day, however, that some of the OD bludgeoned people to save them from worse things. And there was a new rule for the OD anyhow. If you failed to deliver a family into the street, your own family was forfeit. Schindler noticed, too, that in Węgierska Street, 2 lines were continually forming. One was stable, but the other, as it lengthened, was regularly marched away in segments around the corner into Józefinska and out of sight. It was not hard to interpret this assembling and movement, since Schindler and Ingrid, fringed by pine trees and elevated above the ghetto, were a distance of only 2 or 3 short blocks from the Aktion. As families were routed out of the apartments, they were separated forcibly into 2 lines, without regard to family considerations. Adolescent daughters with the proper papers went to the static line, from which they called out to their middle-aged mothers in the other. A night shift worker, still sullen from disturbed sleep, was pointed to one line, his wife and child to the other. In the middle of the street, the young man argued with an OD policeman. The man was saying, "Screw the Blauschein, I want to go with Eva and the kid." An armed SS man intervened. Beside the nondescript mass of Ghetto-Menschen, such a being, in his freshly pressed summer uniform, looked superbly fed and fresh. And from the hill you could see the oil on the automatic pistol in his hand. The SS man hit the Jew on the ear and was talking to him loudly and harshly. Schindler, though he could not hear, was sure it was a speech he'd encountered before at Prokochem station. "It doesn't make any difference to me. If you want to go with your frigging Jewish whore, go." The man was led from one line to another. Schindler saw him edge along it to embrace his wife, and under cover of this act of conjugal loyalty, another woman crept back indoors and was not seen by the SS Sonderkommando. Oscar and Ingrid turned their horses, crossed a deserted avenue, and, after a few meters, rode out onto a limestone platform facing directly down Cracow. In its closer reaches, this street was not as hectic as Węgierska. A line of women and children, not so long, was being led away toward Piwna Street. A guard walked in front, another strolled behind. There was an imbalance in the line. Far more children than the few women in it could themselves have borne. At the rear, dawdling, was a toddler, boy or girl, dressed in a small scarlet coat and cap. The reason it compelled Schindler's interest was that it made a statement, the way the argumentative shift worker in Węgierska had. The statement had to do, of course, with a passion for red. Schindler consulted Ingrid. It was definitely a little girl, said Ingrid. Girls got obsessed by a colour, especially a colour like that. As they watched, the Waffen-SS man at the rear of the column would occasionally put out his hand and correct the drift of this scarlet node. He did not do it harshly. He could have been an elder brother. Had he been asked by his officers to do something to allay the sentimental concern of watching civilians, he could not have done better.
So the moral anxiety of the two riders in Bednarskiego Park was, for a second, irrationally allayed. But it was brief comfort, for behind the departing column of women and children, to which the Scarlet Toddler placed a meandering period, SS teams with dogs worked north along either side of the street. They rampaged through the fetid apartments. As a symptom of their rush, a suitcase flew from a second-story window and split open on the sidewalk. And running before the dogs, the men and women and children who had hidden in attics or closets, inside drawerless dresses, the evaders of the first wave of search, jolted out onto the pavement, yelling and gasping in terror of the Doberman pinchers. Everything seemed speeded up, difficult for the viewers on the hill to track. Those who had emerged were shot where they stood on the sidewalk, flying out over the gutters at the impact of the bullets, gushing blood into the drains. A mother and a boy, perhaps 8, perhaps a scrawny 10, had retreated under a windowsill on the western side of Cracow Street. Schindler felt an intolerable fear for them, a terror in his own blood which loosened his thighs from the saddle and threatened to unhorse him. He looked at Ingrid and saw her hands knotted on the reins. He could hear her exclaiming and begging beside him. His eyes slewed up Cracow to the Scarlet Child. They were doing it within half a block of her. They hadn't waited for her column to turn out of sight into Józefinska. Schindler could not have explained at first how that compounded the murders on the sidewalk. Yet somehow it proved, in a way no one could ignore, their serious intent. While the Scarlet Child stopped in her column and turned to watch, they shot the woman in the neck, and one of them, when the boy slid down the wall whimpering, jammed a boot down on his head as if to hold it still, and put the barrel against the back of the neck, the recommended SS stance, and fired. Oskar looked again for the small red girl. She had stopped and turned and seen the boot descend. A gap had already widened between her and the next to last in the column. Again the SS guard corrected her drift fraternally, nudged her back into line. Herr Schindler could not see why he did not bludgeon her with his rifle butt, since at the other end of Cracow Street, mercy had been cancelled. At last, Schindler slipped from his horse, tripped, and found himself on his knees, hugging the trunk of a pine tree. The urge to throw up his excellent breakfast was, he sensed, to be suppressed, for he suspected it meant that all his cunning body was doing was making room to digest the horrors of Cracow Street. Their lack of shame, as men who had been born of women and had to write letters home, what did they put in them? Wasn't the worst aspect of what he'd seen. He knew they had no shame, since the guard at the base of the column had not felt any need to stop the red child from seeing things. But worst of all, if there was no shame, it meant there was official sanction. No one could find refuge any more behind the idea of German culture, nor behind those pronouncements uttered by leaders to exempt anonymous men from stepping beyond their gardens, from looking out their office windows at the realities on the sidewalk. Oskar had seen in Cracow Street a statement of his government's policy, which could not be written off as a temporary aberration. The SS men were, Oskar believed, fulfilling there the orders of the leader, for otherwise their colleague at the rear of the column would not have let a child watch. Later in the day, after he had absorbed a ration of brandy, Oskar understood the proposition in its clearest terms. They permitted witnesses, such witnesses as the red toddler, because they believed the witnesses all would perish too. In the corner of Platz Zgody, Peace Square, stood an apotheke, run by Tadeusz Pankiewicz. It was a pharmacy in the old style. Porcelain amphoras with the Latin names of ancient remedies marked on them, and a few hundred delicate and highly varnished drawers, hid the complexity of the pharmacopoeia from the citizens of Podgorje. Magister Pankiewicz lived above the shop by permission of the authorities and at the request of the doctors in the ghetto clinics. He was the only Pole permitted to remain within the ghetto walls. He was a quiet man in his early 40s and had intellectual interests. The Polish impressionist Abraham Neumann, the composer Mordke Gebiertig, philosophical Leon Steinberg, and the scientist and philosopher Dr. Rappaport were all regular visitors at Pankiewicz's. The house was also a link, a mail drop for information and messages running between the Jewish Combat Organization, ZOB, and the partisans of the Polish People's Army. Young Dolek Liebeskind and Szymon and Gusta Dranger, organizers of the Cracow ZOB, would sometimes call there, but discreetly. It was important not to implicate Tadeusz Pankiewicz by their projects, which, unlike the cooperative policies of the Judenrat, involved furious and unequivocal resistance. The square in front of Pankiewicz's pharmacy became in those first days of June a marshalling yard. It beggared belief, Pankiewicz would always thereafter say of Peace Square. In the parkland in the middle, people were graded again and told to leave their baggage. No, it will be sent on to you. Against the blank wall at the western end of the square, those who resisted, or were found carrying the secret option of Aryan papers in their pockets, were shot without any explanation or excuses to the people in the middle. The astounding thunder of the rifles fractured conversation and hope. Yet in spite of the screams and wailing of those related to the victims, some people, shocked or focusing desperately on life, seemed almost unaware of the heap of corpses. Once the trucks rolled up, and details of Jewish men loaded the dead into the back, those left in the square would begin at once to talk of their futures again. And Pankiewicz would hear what he had been hearing all day from SS NCOs. "I assure you, madam, you Jews are going to work. Do you think we can afford to squander you?" Frantic desire to believe would show blatantly on the faces of those women. And the SS rank and file, fresh from the executions against the wall, strolled among the crowd and advised people on how to label their luggage. From Bednarskiego, Oskar Schindler had not been able to see into Platz Zgody. But Pankiewicz in the square, like Schindler on the hill, had never witnessed such dispassionate horror. Like Oskar, he was plagued by nausea, and his ears were full of an unreal sibilance, as if he had been struck on the head. He was so confused by the mass of noise and savagery. He did not know that among the dead in the square were his friends Gebiertig, composer of that famed song, Burn, City, Burn, and gentle Neumann, the artist. Doctors began to stumble into the pharmacy, panting, having run the 2 blocks from the hospital. They wanted bandages. They had dragged the wounded in from the streets. A doctor came in and asked for emetics, for in the crowd a dozen people were gagging or comatose from swallowing cyanide. An engineer Pankiewicz knew had slipped it into his mouth when his wife wasn't looking. Young Dr. Idek Schindler, working at the ghetto hospital on the corner of Węgierska, heard from a woman who came in hysterical that they were taking the children. She'd seen the children lined up in Cracow Street, Genya among them. Schindler had left Genya that morning with neighbours. He was her guardian in the ghetto. Her parents were still hiding in the countryside, intending to slip back into the ghetto, which had been until today less perilous. This morning Genya, always her own woman, had wandered away from the woman who was minding her, back to the house where she lived with her uncle. There she had been arrested. It was in this way that Oskar Schindler, from the park, had been drawn by her motherless presence in the column in Cracow Street. Taking off his surgical coat, Dr. Schindler rushed to the square and saw her almost at once, sitting on the grass, affecting composure within the wall of guards. Dr. Schindler knew how faked the performance was, having had to get up often enough to soothe her night terrors. He moved around the periphery of the square, and she saw him. "Don't call out," he wanted to say. "I'll work it out." He didn't want a scene because it could end badly for both of them. But he didn't need to be concerned, for he could see her eyes grow mute and unknowing. He stopped, transfixed by her pitiably admirable cunning. She knew well enough at the age of 3 years not to take the short-term comfort of calling out to uncles. She knew that there was no salvation in engaging the interest of the SS in Uncle Idek. He was composing a speech he intended to make to the large Oberscharführer who stood by the execution wall. It was better not to approach the authorities too humbly or through anyone of lesser rank. Looking back again to the child, he saw the suspicion of a flutter of her eyes, and then, with a dazzling speculator's coolness, she stepped between the 2 guards nearest to her and out of the cordon. She moved with an aching slowness, which of course galvanized her uncle's vision, so that afterward he would often see behind his closed eyes the image of her among the forest of gleaming SS knee boots. In Platz Zgody, no one saw her. She maintained her part stumbling, part ceremonial bluffer's pace, all the way to Pankiewicz's corner and around it, keeping to the blind side of the street. Dr. Schindler repressed the urge he had to applaud. Though the performance deserved an audience, it would by its nature be destroyed by one. He felt he could not move directly behind her without disclosing her feet. Against all his usual impulses, he believed that the instinct which had taken her infallibly out of Platz Zgody would provide her with a hiding place. He returned to the hospital by the alternative route to give her time. Genya returned to the front bedroom in Cracow Street that she shared with her uncle. The street was deserted now, or if a few were by cunning or false walls still there, they did not declare themselves. She entered the house and hid under the bed. From the corner of the street, Idek, returning to the house, saw the SS in a last sweep come knocking, but Genya did not answer. She would not answer him when he arrived himself. It was just that he knew where to look, in the gap between curtain and window sash, and saw, shining in the drabness of the room, her red shoe beneath the hem of the bedspread. By this time, of course, Schindler had returned his horse to the stable. He was not on the hill to see the small but significant triumph of Red Genya's return to the place where the SS had first found her. He was already in his office at DEF, shut away for a time, finding the news too heavy to share with the day shift. Much later, in terms uncharacteristic of jovial Herr Schindler, Krakow's favourite party guest, Zabłocie's big spender, in terms, that is, which showed, behind the playboy facade, an implacable judge, Oscar would lay special weight on this day. Beyond this day, he would claim, no thinking person could fail to see what would happen. I was now resolved to do everything in my power to defeat the system. 16. The SS kept at work in the ghetto until Saturday evening. They operated with that efficiency which Oscar had observed in the executions in Cracow Street. Their thrusts were hard to predict, and people who had escaped on Friday were caught on Saturday. Genya survived the week, however, through her precocious gift for maintaining silence and for being imperceptible in scarlet. Over in Zabłocie, Schindler did not dare believe that this red child had survived the Aktion process. He knew from talking to Toffel and other acquaintances from police headquarters in Pomorska Street that 7,000 people had been cleared from the ghetto. A Gestapo official from the Jewish Affairs Office was delighted to confirm the clearance. Up in Pomorska Street, among the paper pushers, the June Aktion was voted a triumph. Oscar had now become more exact about this sort of information. He knew, for example, that the Aktion had been under the overall management of one Wilhelm Kunde, but had been led by SS Obersturmführer Otto von Malotke. Oskar kept no dossier, but he was preparing for another era when he would make a full report to either Canaris or the world. It would be made earlier than he expected. For the moment, he inquired after matters which he had in the past treated as temporary lunacies. He got his hard news from police contacts, but also from clear-headed Jews like Stern. Intelligence from other parts of Poland was piped into the ghetto, in part through Pankiewicz's pharmacy, by the partisans of the People's Army. Dolek Liebeskind, leader of the Akiva Chalutz resistance group, also brought in information from other ghettos as a result of his official travelling job with the Jewish Communal Self-Help, an organisation which the Germans, with half an eye on the Red Cross, permitted to exist. It was no use bringing such tidings to the Judenrat. The Judenrat Council did not consider it civilly advisable to tell the ghetto dwellers anything about the camps. People would merely be distressed. There would be disorder in the streets, and it would not go unpunished. It was always better to let people hear wild rumours, decide they were exaggerated, fall back on hope. This had been the attitude of most Jewish councillors, even under decent Artur Rosenzweig. But Rosenzweig was gone. The salesman, David Gutter, helped by his Germanic name, would soon become president of the Judenrat. Food rations were now diverted, not only by certain SS officials, but by Gutter and the new councillors, whose vicar in the streets was high-booted Simke Spira. The Judenrat therefore had no interest anymore in informing the ghetto people about their probable destinations, since they were confident that they themselves would not be made to travel. The beginning of knowledge for the ghetto, and the clinching news for Oskar, was the return to Cracow, 8 days after he'd been shipped off from Prokocim, of the young pharmacist Bachner. No one knew how he had got back inside the ghetto, or the mystery of why he returned to a place from which the SS would simply send him off on another journey. But it was, of course, the pull of the known that brought Bachner home. All the way down Lvovska and into the streets behind Platz Zgody, he carried his story. He had seen the final horror, he said. He was mad-eyed, and in his brief absence his hair had silvered. All the Cracow people who had been rounded up in early June had been taken nearly to Russia, he said, to the camp of Belzec. When the trains arrived at the railway station, the people were driven out by Ukrainians with clubs. There was a frightful stench about the place, but an SS man had kindly told people that that was due to the use of disinfectant. The people were lined up in front of 2 large warehouses, one marked cloakroom and the other valuables. The new arrivals were made to undress, and a small Jewish boy passed among the crowd, handing out lengths of string with which to tie their shoes together. Spectacles and rings were removed. So, naked, the prisoners had their heads shaved in their hairdressers, an SS NCO telling them that their hair was needed to make something special for U-boat crews. It would grow again, he said, maintaining the myth of their continued usefulness. At last, the victims were driven down a barbed wire passage to bunkers which had copper stars of David on their roofs and were labelled baths and inhalation rooms. SS men reassured them all the way, telling them to breathe deeply, that it was an excellent means of disinfection. Bachner saw a little girl drop a bracelet on the ground, and a boy of 3 picked it up and went into the bunker playing with it. In the bunkers, said Bachner, they were all gassed, and afterward squads were sent in to disentangle the pyramid of corpses and take the bodies away for burial. It had taken barely 2 days, he said, before they were all dead, except for him. While waiting in an enclosure for his turn, he'd somehow got to a latrine and lowered himself into the pit. He'd stayed there 3 days, the human waste up to his neck. His face, he said, had been a hive of flies. He'd slept standing, wedged in the hole for fear of drowning there. At last, he'd crawled out at night. Somehow he'd walked out of Belzec, following the railway tracks. Everyone understood that he had got out precisely because he was beyond reason. Likewise, he'd been cleaned by someone's hand, a peasant woman's perhaps, and put into fresh clothes for his journey back to the starting point. Even then, there were people in Cracow who thought Bachner's story a dangerous rumour. Postcards had come to relatives from prisoners in Auschwitz. So if it was true of Belzec, it couldn't be true of Auschwitz. And was it credible? On the short emotional rations of the ghetto, one got by through sticking to the credible. The chambers of Belzec, Schindler found out from his sources, had been completed by March of that year, under the supervision of a Hamburg engineering firm and of SS engineers from Oranienburg. From Bachner's testimony, it seemed that 3,000 killings a day were not beyond their capacity. Crematoria were under construction, lest old-fashioned means of disposal of corpses put a brake on the new killing method. The same company involved in Belzec had installed identical facilities at Sobibor, also in the Lublin district. Bids had been accepted, and construction was well advanced for a similar installation at Treblinka, near Warsaw. And chambers and ovens were both in operation at the Auschwitz main camp and at the vast Auschwitz II camp, a few kilometres away at Birkenau. The resistance claimed that 10,000 murders on a given day were within the capacity of Auschwitz II. Then, for the Łódź area, there was the camp at Chełmno, also equipped according to the new technology. To write these things now is to state the commonplaces of history, but to find them out in 1942, to have them break upon you from a June sky, was to suffer a fundamental shock, a derangement in that area of the brain in which stable ideas about humankind and its possibilities are kept. Throughout Europe that summer, some millions of people, Oskar among them, and the ghetto dwellers of Cracow too, tortuously adjusted the economies of their souls to the idea of Belzec, or of like enclosures in the Polish forests. That summer also, Schindler wound up the bankrupt estate of Record, and, under the provisions of the Polish Commercial Court, acquired by a species of pro forma auction ownership of the property. Though the German armies were over the Don and on their way to the Caucasus oil fields, Oskar discerned by the evidence of what had happened in Cracow Street that they could not finally succeed. Therefore, it was a good season to legitimize to the limit his possession of the factory in Lipowa Street. He still hoped, in a way that was almost childlike, and to which history would pay no regard, that the fall of the evil king would not bear away that legitimacy, that in the new era he would go on being Hans Schindler's successful boy from Zwickau. Gerrit of the box factory went on pressing him about building a hut, a refuge, on his patch of wasteland. Oskar got the necessary approvals from the bureaucrats. A rest area for the night shift was his story. He had the lumber for it. It had been donated by Gerrit himself. When finished in the autumn, it seemed a slight and comfortless structure. The planking had that crate wood greenness, and looked as if it would shrink as it got darker, and let in the slanting snow. But during an Aktion in October, it was a haven for Mr. and Mrs. Gerrit, for the workers from the box factory and the radiator works, and for Oskar's night shift. The Oskar Schindler who comes down from his office on the frosty mornings of an Aktion to speak to the SS man, to the Ukrainian auxiliary, to the blue police, and to OD details who would have marched across from Podgorje to escort his night shift home. The Oskar Schindler who, drinking coffee, calls Wachmeister Bosko's office near the ghetto and tells some lie about why his night shift must stay in Lipowa Street this morning. That Oskar Schindler has endangered himself now beyond the limit of cautious business practice. The men of influence who have twice sprung him from prison cannot do it indefinitely, even if he is generous to them on their birthdays. This year they are putting men of influence in Auschwitz. If they die there, their widows get a terse and unregretful telegram from the commandant. Your husband has died in Konzentrationslager Auschwitz. Bosco himself was lanky, thinner than Oscar, gruff-voiced, and, like him, a German Czech. His family, like Oscar's, was conservative and looked to the old Germanic values. He had, for a brief season, felt a pan-Germanic anticipation at the rise of Hitler, exactly the way Beethoven had felt a grand European fervour for Napoleon. In Vienna, where he had been studying theology, he'd joined the SS, partly as an alternative to conscription into the Wehrmacht, partly from an evanescent ardour. He regretted that ardour now, and was, more fully than Oscar knew, expiating it. All that Oscar understood about him at the time was that he was always pleased to undermine an Aktion. His responsibility was the perimeter of the ghetto, and from his office beyond the walls he looked inward at the Aktion with a precise horror, for he, like Oscar, considered himself a potential witness. Oscar did not know that in the October Aktion, Bosco had smuggled some dozens of children out of the ghetto in cardboard boxes. Oscar did not know either that the Wachtmeister provided 10 at a time general passes for the underground. The Jewish Combat Organization, ZOB, was strong in Cracow. It was made up mainly of youth club members, especially of members of Akiva, a club named after the legendary Rabbi Akiva ben Joseph, scholar of the Mishnah. The ZOB was led by a married couple, Shimon and Gusta Dranger. Her diary would become a classic of the resistance, and by Dolek Liebeskind. Its members needed to pass freely into and out of the ghetto, for purposes of recruitment and to carry currency, forged documents, and copies of the underground newspaper. They had contacts with the left-wing Polish People's Army, which was based in the forests around Cracow, and which also needed the documents Bosco provided. Bosco's contacts with ZOB and the People's Army were therefore sufficient to hang him. But still he secretly mocked and despised himself, and had contempt for partial rescues. For Bosco wanted to save everyone, and would soon try to, and would perish because of it. Danke Dresner, cousin of Red Genya, was 14 years old, and had by then outgrown the sure infantile instincts which had led her small relative safely out of the cordon in Platz Zgodi. Though she had work as a cleaning woman at the Luftwaffe base, the truth was that by autumn, any woman under 15 or more than 40 could be taken away to the camps anyhow. Therefore, on the morning an SS Sonderkommando and squads of security police rolled into Lvovska Street, Mrs. Dresner took Danke with her down to Dobrovsky, to the house of a neighbour who had a false wall. The neighbour was a woman in her late 30s, a servant at the Gestapo mess near the Wawel, who could therefore expect some preferential treatment. But she had elderly parents who were automatic risks. So she had bricked up a 60-centimetre cavity for her parents. A costly project, since bricks had to be smuggled into the ghetto in barrows under heaps of legal goods, rags, firewood, disinfectant. God knew what her bricked-up secret space had cost her. Maybe 5,000 zloty, maybe 10,000. She'd mentioned it a number of times to Mrs. Dresner. If there was an Aktion, Mrs. Dresner could bring Danke and come herself. Therefore, on the morning Danke and Mrs. Dresner heard from around the corner of Dobrovsky the startling noise, the bark of Dalmatians and Dobermans, the megaphoned roaring of Oberscharführers, they hurried to their friend's place. When the Dresners had gone up the stairs and found the right room, they could see that the clamour had had an effect on their friend. "It sounds bad," said the woman. "I have my parents in there already. I can fit the girl in, but not you." Danke stared, captivated, at the end wall, at its stained wallpaper. In there, sandwiched in brick, rats perhaps worrying at their feet, their senses stretched by darkness, were this woman's elderly mother and father. Mrs. Dresner could tell that the woman wasn't rational. "The girl, but not you," she kept saying. It was as if she thought that should the SS penetrate the wall, they would be more forgiving on account of Dunker's lesser poundage. Mrs. Dresner explained that she was scarcely obese, that the Aktion seemed to be concentrating on this side of Lvovska Street, and that she had nowhere else to go, and that she could fit. Dunker was a reliable girl, said Mrs. Dresner, but she would feel safer with her mother in there. You could see by measuring the wall with your eyes that 4 people could fit abreast in the cavity. But shots from 2 blocks distant swept away the last of the woman's reason. "I can fit the girl," she screamed. "I want you to go." Mrs. Dresner turned to Dunker and told her to go into the wall. Later, Dunker would not know why she had obeyed her mother and gone so mutely into hiding. The woman took her to the attic, removed a rug from the floor, then lifted a raft of floorboards. Then Dunker descended into the cavity. It wasn't black in there. The parents were burning a stub of candle. Dunker found herself beside the woman. Someone else's mother, but beyond the unwashed smell, with the same warm, protective musk of motherhood. The woman smiled at her briefly. The husband stood on the far side of his wife, keeping his eyes closed, not to be distracted from signals from outside. After a time, the friend's mother motioned to her that she could sit if she wanted. So Dunker crouched sideways and found a comfortable posture on the floor of the cavity. No rats troubled her. She heard no sound, not a word from her mother and the friend beyond the wall. Above everything else, she felt unexpectedly safe. And with the sensation of safety came displeasure at herself for obeying her mother's order so woodenly, and then fear for her mother, who was out there in the world of Aktions. Mrs. Dresner did not leave the house at once. The SS were in Dubrovsky Street now. She thought she might as well stay on. If she was taken, it was no loss to her friend. It might in fact be a positive help. If they took a woman from this room, it would probably increase their satisfaction with their task, exempt them from a sharper inspection of the state of the wallpaper. But the woman had convinced herself no one would survive the search if Mrs. Dresner stayed in the room. And Mrs. Dresner could see no one would if the woman remained in that state. Therefore she stood up, calmly despairing of herself, and left. They would find her on the steps or in the hall. Why not on the street, she wondered. It was so much an unwritten rule that ghetto natives must stay on quivering in their rooms until discovered, that anyone found moving on the stairways was somehow guilty of defiance of the system. A figure in a cap prevented her from going out. He appeared on the front step, squinting down the dark corridor to the cold blue light of the courtyard beyond. Staring at her, he recognized her, as she did him. It was an acquaintance of her elder son's, but you could not be sure that that counted for anything. You could not know what pressures they'd put on the OD boys. He stepped into the hall and approached her. "Pani Dresner," he said. He pointed at the stairwell. "They'll be gone in 10 minutes. You stay under the stairs. Go on, get under the stairs." As numbly as her daughter had obeyed her, she now obeyed the OD youth. She crouched down under the stairs, but knew it was no good. The autumn light from the courtyard revealed her. If they wanted to look at the courtyard, or at the apartment door at the rear of the hallway, she would be seen. Since upright or cowering made no difference, she stood upright. From near the front door, the OD man urged her to stay there. Then he went. She heard yells, orders, and appeals, and it all seemed to be as close as next door. At last, he was back with others. She heard the boots at the front door. She heard him say, in German, that he'd searched the ground floor and no one was at home. There were occupied rooms upstairs, though. It was such a prosaic conversation he had with the SS man that it didn't seem to her to do justice to the risk he was taking. He was staking his existence against the likelihood that, having worked down Lvovska and so far down Dobrovsky, they might by now be incompetent enough not to search the ground floor themselves, and therefore not to find Mrs. Dresner, whom he dimly knew beneath the stairs. In the end, they took his word. She heard them on the stairs, opening and slamming doors on the first landing, their boots clattering on the floor in the room of the cavity. She heard her friend's raised, shrewish voice. "Of course I have a work permit. I work over at the Gestapo mess. I know all the gentlemen." She heard them come down from the second floor with someone, with more than one, a couple, a family. Substitutes for me, she would later think. A middle-aged male voice with an edge of bronchitis to it said, "But surely, gentlemen, we can take some clothing." And in a tone as indifferent as that of a railway porter asked for timetable information, the SS man telling him in Polish, "There's no need for it. At these places they provide everything." The sound receded. Mrs. Dresner waited. There was no second sweep. The second sweep would be tomorrow or the day after. They would return again and again now, culling the ghetto. What in June had been seen as a culminating horror had become by October a daily process. And as grateful as she was to the OD boy, it was clear as she went upstairs to get Dunker that when murder is as scheduled, habitual, industrial as it was here in Cracow, you could scarcely, with tentative heroism, redirect the overriding energy of the system. The more orthodox of the ghetto had a slogan: "An hour of life is still life." The OD boy had given her that hour. She knew there was no one who could give her more. Upstairs, the woman was a little shamefaced. "The girl can come whenever she wishes," she said. "That is, I didn't exclude you out of cowardice, but as a matter of policy, and the policy stands. You can't be accepted, but the girl can." Mrs. Dresner did not argue. She had a sense that the woman's stance was part of the same equation that had saved her in the downstairs hall. She thanked the woman. Dunker might need to accept her hospitality again. From now on, since she looked young for her 42 years and still had her health, Mrs. Dresner would attempt to survive on that basis, the economic one, the putative value of her strength to the Armaments Inspectorate, or to some other wing of the war effort. She wasn't confident of the idea. These days, anyone with half a grasp on truth could tell that the SS believed the death of the socially unappeasable Jew outbalanced any value he might have as an item of labour. And the question is, in such an era, who saves Judah Dresner, factory purchasing officer? Who saves Janek Dresner, auto mechanic at the Wehrmacht garage? Who saves Dunker Dresner, Luftwaffe cleaning woman, on the morning the SS finally choose to ignore their economic value? While the OD man was arranging Mrs. Dresner's survival in the hallway of the house in Dobrovsky, the young Zionists of the Chalutz Youth and the ZOB were preparing a more visible act of resistance. They had acquired uniforms of the Waffen-SS, and with them the entitlement to visit the SS-reserved Zyganeria restaurant in Świętego Ducha Platz, across the square from the Slovatsky Theatre. In the Zyganeria, they left a bomb which blew the tables through the roof, tore 7 SS men to fragments, and injured some 40 more. When Oscar heard about it, he knew he could have been there, buttering up some official. It was the deliberate intent of Szymon and Gusta Dranger and their colleagues to run against the ancient pacifism of the ghetto, to convert it to universal rebellion. They bombed the SS-only Bagatella cinema in Karmelitska Street. In the dark, Leni Riefenstahl flickered the promise of German womanhood to the wandering soldier, frayed from performing the nation's works in the barbarous ghetto or on the increasingly risky streets of Polish Cracow, and the next second a vast yellow spear of flame extinguished the sight. The ZOB would in a few months sink patrol boats on the Vistula, firebomb sundry military garages throughout the city, arrange passierscheins for people who were not supposed to have them, smuggle passport photographs out to centres where they could be used in the forging of Aryan papers, derail the elegant army-only train that ran between Cracow and Bochnia, and get their underground newspaper into circulation. They would also arrange for two of OD Chief Spira's lieutenants, Spitz and Forster, who had drawn up lists for the imprisonment of thousands, to walk into a Gestapo ambush. It was a variation of an old undergraduate trick. One of the underground, posing as an informer, made an appointment to meet the two policemen in a village near Cracow. At the same time, a separate supposed informer told the Gestapo that two leaders of the Jewish partisan movement could be found at a particular rendezvous point. Spitz and Forster were both mown down while running from the Gestapo. Still, the style of resistance for the ghetto dwellers remained that of Arthur Rosenzweig, who, when asked in June to make a list of thousands for deportation, had placed his own name, his wife's, his daughter's, at the top. Over in Zaborcie, in the backyard of Emalia, Mr. Jarrett and Oskar Schindler were pursuing their own species of resistance by planning a second barracks. 17. An Austrian dentist named Sedlacek had now arrived in Cracow and was making wary inquiries about Schindler. He had come by train from Budapest and carried a list of possible Cracow contacts and, in a false-bottomed suitcase, a quantity of occupations złoty, which, since Governor-General Frank had abolished the major denominations of Polish money, took up an unconscionable space. Though he pretended to be travelling on business, he was a courier for a Zionist rescue organization in Budapest. Even in the autumn of 1942, the Zionists of Palestine, let alone the population of the world, knew nothing but rumours of what was happening in Europe. They had set up a bureau in Istanbul to gather hard information. From an apartment in the Beyoğlu section of the city, 3 agents sent out postcards addressed to every Zionist body in German Europe. The postcards read, "Please let me know how you are. Eretz is longing for you." Eretz meant the land, and, to any Zionist, Israel. Each of the postcards was signed by one of the 3, a girl named Sarka Mandelblatt, who had a convenient Turkish citizenship. The postcards had gone into the void. No one answered. It meant that the addressees were in prison, or in the forest, or at labour in some camp, or in a ghetto, or dead. All the Zionists of Istanbul had was the ominous negative evidence of silence. In the late autumn of 1942, they at last received one reply, a postcard with a view of the Belvaros of Budapest. The message on it read, "Encouraged by your interest in my situation, Rachamim Macher, urgent help is much needed. Please keep in touch." This reply had been composed by a Budapest jeweller named Samuel Springman, who'd first received and then puzzled out the message on Sarka Mandelblatt's postcard. Samuel was a slight man, jockey size, in the prime of his 30s. Since the age of 13, despite an inalienable probity, he had been oiling officials, doing favours for the diplomatic corps, bribing the heavy-handed Hungarian secret police. Now the Istanbul people let him know that they wanted to use him to pipe rescue money into the German Empire and to transmit through them to the world some definite intelligence on what was happening to European Jewry. In the German allied Hungary of General Horthy, Samuel Springman and his Zionist colleagues were as bereft of solid news from beyond the Polish border as the people in Istanbul. But he began to recruit couriers who, for a percentage of the bag or else out of conviction, would be willing to penetrate the German territories. One of his couriers was a diamond dealer, Erich Popescu, an agent of the Hungarian secret police. Another was an underworld carpet smuggler, Bundy Grosch, who had also assisted the secret police, but who began to work for Springmann to expiate all the grief he had caused his late mother. A third was Rudi Schulz, an Austrian safecracker, an agent for the Gestapo Management Bureau in Stuttgart. Springmann had a gift for playing with double agents, such as Popescu, Grosch, and Schulz, by touching their sentimentality, their greed, and, if any, their principles. Some of his couriers were idealists, working from firm premises. Sedlacek, who asked after Herr Schindler in Cracow near the end of 1942, belonged to that species. He had a successful dental practice in Vienna, and, in his mid-40s, did not need to lug false-bottomed suitcases into Poland. But here he was, with a list in his pocket, the list having come from Istanbul. And the second name on the list? Oscar's. It meant that someone, Itzhak Stern, the businessman Ginter, Dr. Alexander Biberstein, had forwarded Schindler's name to the Zionists in Palestine. Without knowing it, Herr Schindler had been nominated for the post of righteous person. Dr. Sedlacek had a friend in the Cracow garrison, a fellow Viennese, a patient he'd got to know in his practice. It was Major Franz von Korab of the Wehrmacht. On his first evening in Cracow, the dentist met Major von Korab at the Hotel Cracovia for a drink. Sedlacek had had a miserable day, had gone to the grey Vistula and looked across at Podgorje, the cold fortress of barbed wire and lofty gravestoned walls, a cloud of a special dimness above it this mean winter's day, a sharper rain falling there beyond the fake eastern gate, where even the policeman looked accursed. When it was time to go and meet von Korab, he went gratefully. In the suburbs of Vienna, it had always been rumoured that von Korab had a Jewish grandmother. Patients would idly say so. In the Reich, genealogical gossip was as acceptable small talk as was the weather. People would seriously speculate over drinks, whether it was true that Reinhard Heydrich's grandmother had married a Jew named Zus. Once, against all good sense, but for the sake of friendship, von Korab had confessed to Sedlacek that the rumour was true in his case. This confession had been a gesture of trust, which it would now be safe to return. Sedlacek therefore asked the Major about some of the people on the Istanbul list. To Schindler's name, von Korab responded with an indulgent laugh. He knew Herr Schindler, had dined with him. He was physically impressive, said the Major, and made money hand over fist. He was much brighter than he pretended to be. I can call him right now and make an appointment, said von Korab. At 10 the next morning, they entered the Emalia office. Schindler accepted Sedlacek politely, but watched Major von Korab, measuring his trust of the dentist. After a time, Oscar warmed to the stranger, and the Major excused himself and would not stay for morning coffee. Very well, said Sedlacek, when von Korab was gone. I'll tell you exactly where I come from. He did not mention the money he had brought, nor the likelihood that in the future trusted contacts in Poland would be handed small fortunes in Jewish Joint Distribution Committee cash. What the dentist wanted to know, without any financial colouring, was what Herr Schindler knew and thought about the war against Jewry in Poland. Once Sedlacek had the question out, Schindler hesitated. In that second, Sedlacek expected a refusal. Schindler's expanding workshop employed 550 Jews at the SS rental rate. The Armaments Inspectorate guaranteed a man like Schindler a continuity of rich contracts. The SS promised him, for no more than 7 Reichsmarks 50 a day per person, a continuity of slaves. It should not be a surprise if he sat back in his padded leather chair and claimed ignorance.
There is one problem, Herr Sedlacek, he growled. It's this. What they are doing to people in this country is beyond belief.
You mean, said Dr. Sedlacek, that you're concerned my principals won't believe you?
Schindler said, Since I scarcely believe it myself.
He rose, went to the liquor cabinet, poured 2 snifters of cognac, and brought one for Dr. Sedlacek. Returning to his own side of the desk with the other, he took a swallow, frowned at an invoice, picked it up, went to the door on the balls of his feet, and swung it open as if to trap an eavesdropper. For a while he stood there, framed. Then Sedlacek heard him talking calmly to his Polish secretary about the invoice. In a few minutes, closing the door, he returned to Sedlacek, took a seat behind the desk, and, after another deep swallow, began to talk. Even among Sedlacek's own small cell, his Viennese anti-Nazi club, it was not imagined that the pursuit of the Jews had grown quite so systematic. Not only was the story Schindler told him startling simply in moral terms, one was asked to believe that in the midst of a desperate battle, the National Socialists would devote thousands of men, the resources of precious railroads, an enormous cubic footage of cargo space, expensive techniques of engineering, a fatal margin of their research and development scientists, a substantial bureaucracy, whole arsenals of automatic weapons, whole magazines of ammunition, all to an extermination which had no military or economic meaning, but merely a psychological one. Dr. Sedlacek had expected mere horror stories. Hunger, economic strictures, violent pogroms in this city or that, violations of ownership, all the historically accustomed things. Oscar's summary of events in Poland convinced Sedlacek precisely because of the sort of man Oscar was. He had done well from the occupation. He sat at the heart of his own hive, a brandy snifter in his hand. There were both an impressive surface calm and a fundamental anger in him. He was like a man who had, to his regret, found it impossible to disbelieve the worst. He showed no tendency to be extravagant in the facts he relayed. "If I can arrange your visa," said Sedlacek, "would you come to Budapest and pass on what you just told me to my principals and the others?" Schindler seemed momentarily surprised. "You can write a report," he said, "and surely you've heard this sort of thing from other sources." But Sedlacek told him no. There had been individual stories, details of this incident and that. No comprehensive picture. "Come to Budapest," said Sedlacek. "Mind you, it might be uncomfortable travelling." "Do you mean," asked Schindler, "that I have to cross the border on foot?" "Not as bad as that," said the dentist. "You might have to travel in a freight train." "I'll come," said Oskar Schindler. Dr. Sedlacek asked him about the other names on the Istanbul list. At the top of the list, for instance, stood a Cracow dentist. "Dentists were always easy to visit," said Sedlacek, "since everyone on Earth has at least one bona fide cavity." "No," said Herr Schindler. "Don't visit this man. He's been compromised by the SS." Before he left Cracow to return to Mr. Springmann in Budapest, Dr. Sedlacek arranged another meeting with Schindler. In Oscar's office at DEF, he handed over nearly all the currency Springmann had given him to bring to Poland. There was always some risk, in view of Schindler's hedonistic taste, that he would spend it on black market jewellery. But neither Springmann nor Istanbul required any assurances. They could never hope to play the auditor. It must be stated that Oscar behaved impeccably and gave the cash to his contacts in the Jewish community to spend according to their judgment. Mordecai Vulkan, who, like Mrs. Dresner, would in time come to know Herr Oskar Schindler, was a jeweller by trade. Now, late in the year, he was visited at home by one of Spira's political OD. This wasn't trouble, the OD man said. Certainly Vulcan had a record. A year before, he had been picked up by the OD for selling currency on the black market. When he had refused to work as an agent for the Currency Control Bureau, he had been beaten up by the SS, and Mrs. Vulcan had had to visit Wachtmeister Beck in the ghetto police office and pay a bribe for his release. This June, he'd been seized for transport to Belzec, but an OD man he'd known had arrived to pick him up and led him straight out of the Optima yard. For there were Zionists in the OD, however small their chances of ever beholding Jerusalem might be. The OD man who visited him this time was no Zionist. The SS, he told Vulcan, urgently needed 4 jewelers. Simke Spira had been given 3 hours to find them. In this way, Herzog, Friedner, Grüner, and Vulcan, 4 jewelers, were assembled at the OD station and marched out of the ghetto to the old Technical Academy, now a warehouse for the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office. It was obvious to Vulcan as he entered the academy that a great security operated here. At every door stood a guard. In the front hall, an SS officer told the 4 jewelers that should they speak to anyone about their work here, they could expect to be sent to a labour camp. They were to bring with them, he said, every day, their diamond grading kits, their equipment for assessing the carat value of gold. They were led down into the basement. Around the walls stood racks laden with suitcases and towering layers of briefcases, each with a name studiously and futilely printed on it by its past owner. Beneath the high windows stood a line of wooden crates. As the 4 jewelers squatted in the centre of the floor, 2 SS men took down a suitcase, laboured across the cellar with it, and emptied it in front of Herzog. They returned to the rack for another, which they emptied in front of Grüner. Then they brought a cascade of gold for Friedner, then for Vulcan. It was old gold, rings, brooches, bracelets, watches, lorgnettes, cigarette holders. The jewellers were to grade the gold, separate the gold plate from the solid. Diamonds and pearls were to be valued. They were to classify everything, according to value and carat weight, in separate heaps. At first, they picked up individual pieces tentatively, but then worked faster as old professional habits asserted themselves. As the gold and jewellery went into their piles, the SS men loaded the stuff into its appropriate crate. Every time a crate was filled, it was labelled in black paint, SS Reichsführer Berlin. The SS Reichsführer was Himmler himself, in whose name the confiscated jewellery of Europe was deposited in the Reichsbank. There were quantities of children's rings, and one had to keep a cool, rational control of one's knowledge of their provenance. Only once did the jewellers falter. When the SS men opened a suitcase, and out of it tumbled gold teeth still smeared with blood. There, in a pile at Vulcan's knees, the mouths of 1,000 dead were represented, each one calling for him to join them by standing and flinging his grading stone across the room and declaring the tainted origin of all this precious stuff. Then, after the hiatus, Herzog and Grüner, Vulcan and Friedner commenced to grade again. Aware now, of course, of the radiant value of whatever gold they themselves carried in their mouths, fearful that the SS would come prospecting for it. It took 6 weeks for them to work through the treasures of the Technical Academy. After they had finished there, they were taken to a disused garage, which had been converted to a silverware house. The lubrication pits were filled to spilling over with solid silver, rings, pendants, Passover platters, yard pointers, breastplates, crowns, candelabra. They separated the solid silver from the silver plate. They weighed it all. The SS officer in charge complained that some of these objects were awkward to pack, and Mordecai Vulcan suggested that perhaps they might consider melting them down. It seemed to Vulcan, though he was not pious, that it would be somehow better, a minor triumph, if the Reich inherited silver from which the Judaic form had been removed. But for some reason the SS officer refused. Perhaps the objects were intended for some didactic museum inside the Reich. Or perhaps the SS liked the artistry of synagogue silverware. When this appraisal work ran out, Vulcan was again at a loss for employment. He needed to leave the ghetto regularly to find enough food for his family, especially for his bronchitic daughter. For a time, he worked at a metal factory in Kazimierz, getting to know an SS moderate, Oberscharführer Gola. Gola found him work as a maintenance man at the SA barracks near Wawel. As Vulcan entered the mess with his wrenches, he saw above the door the inscription "Für Juden und Hunde Eintritt verboten." Entrance forbidden to Jews and dogs. This sign, together with the 100,000 teeth he had appraised at the Technical Academy, convinced him that deliverance could not in the end be expected from the offhand favour of Oberscharführer Gola. Gola drank here without noticing the sign, and neither would he notice the absence of the Vulcan family on the day they were taken to Belzec or some place of equal efficiency. Therefore, Vulcan, like Mrs. Dresner and some 15,000 other dwellers in the ghetto, knew that what was needed was a special and startling deliverance. They did not believe for a moment that it would be provided. 18. Dr. Sedlacek had promised an uncomfortable journey, and so it was. Oscar travelled in a good overcoat with a suitcase and a bag full of various comforts, which he badly needed by the end of the trip. Though he had the appropriate travel documents, he did not want to have to use them. It was considered better if he did not have to present them at the border. He could always then deny that he had been to Hungary that December. He rode in a freight van filled with bundles of the party newspaper, Völkische Beobachter, for sale in Hungary. Closeted with the redolence of printer's ink, and among the heavy Gothic print of Germany's official newspaper, he was rocked south over the winter-sharp mountains of Slovakia, across the Hungarian border, and down to the valley of the Danube. A reservation had been made for him at the Pannonia, near the university, and on the afternoon of his arrival, little Samu Springmann and an associate of his, Dr. Reje Kastner, came to see him. The two men who rose to Schindler's floor in the elevator had heard fragments of news from refugees. But refugees could give you little but threads. The fact that they had avoided the threat meant that they knew little of its geography, its intimate functioning, the numbers it ran to. Kastner and Springmann were full of anticipation, since, if Sedlacek could be believed, the Sudeten-German upstairs could give them the whole cloth, the first full-bodied report on the Polish havoc. In the room, the introductions were brief, for Springmann and Kastner had come to listen, and they could tell that Schindler was anxious to talk. There was no effort, in this city obsessed with coffee, to formalize the event by calling room service for coffee and cakes. Kastner and Springmann, after shaking the enormous German by the hand, sat down. But Schindler paced. It seemed that, far from Cracow and the realities of Aktion and ghetto, his knowledge disturbed him more than it had when he'd briefly informed Sedlacek. He rampaged across the carpet. They would have heard his steps in the room below. Their chandelier would have shaken when he stamped his foot, miming the action of the SS man in the execution squad in Cracow, the one who'd pinned his victim's head down with a boot in full sight of the red child at the tail of the departing column. He began with personal images of the cruel parishes of Cracow, what he had beheld in the streets or heard from either side of the wall, from Jews and from the SS. In that connection, he said, he was carrying letters from members of the ghetto, from the physician Chaim Hilfstein, from Dr. Leon Salpeter, from Itzhak Stern. Dr. Hilfstein's letter, said Schindler, was a report on hunger. Once the body fat's gone, said Oscar,
It starts to work on the brain. The ghettos were being wound down, Oskar told them. It was true equally of Warsaw as of Łódź and of Cracow. The population of the Warsaw ghetto had been reduced by 4/5, Łódź by 2/3, Cracow by half. Where were the people who had been transferred? Some were in work camps, but the gentleman here this afternoon had to accept that at least 3/5 of them had disappeared into camps that used the new scientific methods. Such camps were not exceptional. They had an official SS name, Vernichtungslager, extermination camp. In the past few weeks, said Oskar, some 2,000 Cracow ghetto dwellers had been rounded up and sent not to the chambers of Belzec, but to labour camps near the city. One was at Wieliczka, one at Prokocim, both of these being railway stations on the Ostbahn line, which ran toward the Russian front. From Wieliczka and Prokocim, these prisoners were being marched every day to a site at the village of Płaszów, on the edge of the city, where the foundations for a vast labour camp were being laid. Their life in such a labour camp, said Schindler, would be no holiday. The barracks of Wieliczka and Prokocim were under the command of an SS NCO named Horst Pilarczyk, who had earned a reputation last June when he had helped clear from the ghetto some 7,000 people, of whom only one, a chemist, had returned. The proposed camp at Płaszów would be under a man of the same calibre. What was in favour of the labour camps was that they lacked the technical apparatus for methodical slaughter. There was a different rationale behind them. They had economic reasons for existing. Prisoners from Wieliczka and Prokocim were marched out every day to work on various projects, just as they were from the ghetto. Wieliczka, Prokocim, and the proposed camp at Płaszów were under the control of the chiefs of police for Cracow, Julian Scherner and Rolf Tschurda, whereas the Vernichtungslagers were run by the central management of the SS Administrative and Economic Main Office at Oranienburg near Berlin. The Vernichtungslagers also used people as labour for a time, but their ultimate industry was death and its byproducts, the recycling of the clothes, of remaining jewellery or spectacles, of toys, and even of the skin and hair of the dead. In the midst of explaining the distinction between extermination camps and those for forced labour, Schindler suddenly stepped toward the door, wrenched it open, and looked up and down the empty hallway. "I know the reputation of this city for eavesdropping," he explained. Little Mr. Springmann rose and came to his elbow. "The Pannonia isn't so bad," he told Oskar in a low voice. "It's the Victoria that's the Gestapo hotbed." Schindler surveyed the hallway once more, closed the door and returned across the room. He stood by the windows and continued his grim report. The forced labour camps would be run by men appointed for their severity and efficiency in clearing the ghettos. There would be sporadic murders and beatings, and there would certainly be corruption involving food and therefore short rations for the prisoners. But that was preferable to the assured death of the Vernichtungslagers. People in the labour camps could get access to extra comforts, and individuals could be taken out and smuggled to Hungary. "These SS men are as corruptible as any other police force, then?" the gentleman of the Budapest Rescue Committee asked Oskar. "In my experience," growled Oskar, "there isn't one of them who isn't." When Oskar finished, there was, of course, silence. Kastner and Springmann were not readily astounded. All their lives they lived under the intimidation of the secret police. Their present activities were both vaguely suspected by the Hungarian police, rendered safe only by Samu's contacts and bribes, and at the same time disdained by respectable jury. Samuel Stern, for example, president of the Jewish Council, member of the Hungarian Senate, would dismiss this afternoon's report by Oskar Schindler as pernicious fantasy, an insult to German culture, a reflection on the decency of the intentions of the Hungarian government. These two were used to hearing the worst.
So it was not that Springmann and Kastner were unmanned by Schindler's testimony, as much as that their minds were painfully expanding. Their resources seemed minute now that they knew what they were set against. Not just any average and predictable Philistine giant, but Behemoth itself. Perhaps already they were reaching for the idea that as well as individual bargaining, some extra food for this camp, rescue for this intellectual, a bribe to temper the professional ardour of this SS man. Some vaster rescue scheme would have to be arranged at breathtaking expense. Schindler threw himself into a chair. Samuel Springmann looked across at the exhausted industrialist. He had made an enormous impression on them, said Springmann. They would, of course, send a report to Istanbul on all Oscar had told them. It would be used to stir the Palestinian Zionists and the Joint Distribution Committee to greater action. At the same time, it would be transmitted to the governments of Churchill and Roosevelt. Springmann said he thought Oscar was right to worry about people's belief in what he'd say. He was right to say it was all incredible. Therefore, said Samuel Springmann, I urge you to go to Istanbul yourself and speak to the people there. After a little hesitation, whether to do with the demands of the enamelware business or with the dangers of crossing so many borders, Schindler agreed. Toward the end of the year, said Springmann. In the meantime, you will see Dr. Sedlacek in Cracow regularly. They stood up, and Oscar could see that they were changed men. They thanked him and left, becoming simply, on the way downstairs, two pensive Budapest professional men who'd heard disturbing news of mismanagement in the branch offices. That night, Dr. Sedlacek called at Oscar's hotel and took him out into the brisk streets to dinner at the Hotel Gellert. From their table they could see the Danube, its illuminated barges, the city glowing on the far side of the water. It was like a pre-war city, and Schindler began to feel like a tourist again. After his afternoon's temperance, he drank the dense Hungarian burgundy called bull's blood with a slow, assiduous thirst, and created a rank of empty bottles at their table. Halfway through their meal, they were joined by an Austrian journalist, Dr. Schmidt, who'd brought with him his mistress, an exquisite golden Hungarian girl. Schindler admired the girl's jewellery and told her that he was a great fancier of gems himself. But over apricot brandy he became less friendly. He sat with a mild frown, listening to Schmidt talk of real estate prices and automobile dealings and horse races. The girl listened raptly to Schmidt, since she wore the results of his business coups around her neck and at her wrists. But Oscar's unexpected disapproval was clear. Dr. Sedlacek was secretly amused. Perhaps Oscar was seeing a partial reflection of his own new wealth, his own tendencies toward trading on the fringes. When the dinner was over, Schmidt and his girl left for some nightclub, and Sedlacek made sure he took Schindler to a different one. They sat drinking unwise further quantities of Barats and watching the floor show. That Schmidt, said Schindler, wanting to clear up the question so that he could enjoy the small hours. Do you use him? Yes. I don't think you ought to use men like that, said Oscar. He's a thief. Dr. Sedlacek turned his face and its half-smile away. How can you be sure he delivers any of the money you give him? Oscar asked. We let him keep a percentage, said Dr. Sedlacek. Oscar thought about it for a full half-minute. Then he murmured, I don't want a damn percentage. I don't want to be offered one. Very well, said Sedlacek. Let's watch the girls, said Oscar. 19. Even as Oskar Schindler returned by freight car from Budapest, where he'd predicted that the ghetto would soon be closed, an SS Untersturmführer named Amon Goeth was on his way from Lublin to bring about that liquidation, and to take command of the resultant forced labour camp, Zwangsarbeitslager, at Poichouf. Gert was some 8 months younger than Schindler, but shared more with him than the mere year of birth. Like Oskar, he had been raised a Catholic and had ceased observing the rites of the Church as late as 1938, when his first marriage had broken up. Like Oskar, too, he had graduated from high school in the Realgymnasium. Engineering, physics, maths. He was, therefore, a practical man, no thinker, but considered himself a philosopher. A Viennese, he had joined the National Socialist Party early, in 1930. When the nervous Austrian Republic banned the party in 1933, he was already a member of its security force, the SS. Driven underground, he had emerged onto the streets of Vienna after the Anschluss of 1938, in the uniform of an SS non-commissioned officer. In 1940, he had been raised to the rank of SS Oberscharführer, and in 1941 achieved the honour of commissioned rank, immensely harder to come by in the SS than in Wehrmacht units. After training in infantry tactics, he was put in charge of Sonderkommandos during Aktionen in the populous ghetto of Lublin, and by his performance there, earned the right to liquidate Cracow. Untersturmführer Armon Gert, then, speeding on the Wehrmacht special between Lublin and Cracow, there to take command of well-tried Sonderkommandos, shared with Oskar not only his year of birth, his religion, his weakness for liquor, but a massive physique as well. Gert's face was open and pleasant, rather longer than Schindler's. His hands, though large and muscular, were long-fingered. He was sentimental about his children, the children of his second marriage, whom, because of his foreign service, he had not seen often in the past 3 years. As a substitute, he was sometimes attentive to the children of brother officers. He could be a sentimental lover, too, but though he resembled Oskar in terms of general sexual voraciousness, his tastes were less conventional, running sometimes to his brother SS men, frequently to the beating of women. Both his former wives could have testified that once the first blaze of infatuation had died, he could become physically abusive. He considered himself a sensitive man, and thought that his family's trade proved it. His father and grandfather were Viennese printers and binders of books on military and economic history, and he liked to list himself on official papers as a literat, a man of letters. And though, at this moment, he would have told you that he looked forward to his taking of control of the liquidation operation, that this was the major chance of his career and carried with it the promise of promotion, his service in special actions seemed to him to have altered the flow of his nervous energies. He had been plagued with insomnia for 2 years now, and, if he had his way, stayed up till 3 or 4 and slept late in the mornings. He had become a reckless drinker, and believed he held his liquor with an ease he had not known in his youth. Again, like Oskar, he never suffered the hangovers he deserved. He thanked his hard-working kidneys for this benefit. His orders, entrusting him with the extinction of the ghetto and the kingship of the Poijouf camp, were dated February the 12th, 1943. He hoped that after consulting with his senior NCOs, with Wilhelm Kunde, commander of the SS Guard detail for the ghetto, and with Willi Hase, Scherner's deputy, it would be possible to begin the clearing of the ghetto within a month of the date on his commission. Commandant Gert was met at the Cracow Central Station by Kunde himself, and by the tall young SS man Horst Pilarczyk, who was temporarily in charge of the work camps at Prokorcim and Wieliczka. They piled into the back of a Mercedes and were driven off for a reconnaissance of the ghetto and the site of the new camp. It was a bitter day, and snow began to fall as they crossed the Vistula. Untersturmführer Gert was pleased for a pull on a flask of schnapps Pilarczyk carried with him. They passed through the fake Oriental portals and down the trolley lines of Lvovska Street, which cut the ghetto into 2 icy portions. The dapper Kunde, who had been a customs agent in civilian life and was adept at reporting to superiors, gave a deft sketch of the ghetto. The portion on their left was Ghetto B, said Kunde. Its inhabitants, about 2,000 of them, had escaped earlier Aktionen or had been previously employed in industry. But new identification cards had been issued since then with appropriate initials, either W for army employees, Z for employees of the civil authorities, or R for workers in essential industries. The inhabitants of Ghetto B lacked these new cards and were to be shipped away for Sonderbehandlung, special treatment. In clearing the ghetto, it might be preferable to start on that side first, though that sort of tactical decision was entirely up to the Herr Kommandant. The greater portion of the ghetto stood to the right and contained some 10,000 people still. They would, of course, be the initial labour force for the factories of the Poijouf camp. It was expected that the German entrepreneurs and supervisors, Bosch, Madrich, Beckmann, the Sudetenlander Oskar Schindler, would want to move all or part of their operations out of town into the camp. As well as that, there was a cable-making plant, no more than half a mile from the proposed camp, and labourers would be marched there and back each day. Would the Herr Kommandant, asked Kunde, care to continue down the road a few kilometres and have a look at the campsite itself? Oh, yes, said Amon. I think that would be advisable. They turned off the highway, where the cable factory yard, snow lying on the giant spools, marked the beginning of Jerozolimska Street. Amon Gert had a glimpse of a few groups of hunched and bescarved women dragging segments of huts, a wall panel, an eave section, across the highway and up Jerozolimska from the direction of the railway station at Cracow Poijouf. They were women from the Prokochim camp, Pilarczyk explained. When Poijouf was ready, Prokochim would of course be disbanded, and these labouring women would come under the management of the Herr Kommandant. Gert estimated the distance the women had to carry the frames to be some 3/4 of a kilometre. All uphill, said Kunde, putting his head on one shoulder, then on the other, as if to say, so it's a satisfactory form of discipline, but it slows up construction. The camp would need a railway spur, said Untersturmführer Gert. He would make an approach to Ostbahn. They passed on the right a synagogue and its mortuary buildings, and a half-tumbled wall showed gravestones like teeth in the cruelly exposed mouth of winter. Part of the campsite had been, until this month, a Jewish cemetery. Quite extensive, said Wilhelm Kunde. The Herr Kommandant uttered a witticism which would come to his lips often during his residency at Poijouf. They won't have to go far to get buried. There was a house to the right, which would be suitable as a temporary residence for the Commandant, and then a large new building to serve as an administration centre. The synagogue mortuary, already partly dynamited, would become the camp stable. Kunde pointed out that the 2 limestone quarries within the camp area could be seen from here. One stood in the bottom of the little valley, the other up on the hill behind the synagogue. The Herr Kommandant might be able to notice the tracks being laid for trolleys, which would be used in hauling stones. Once the heavy weather let up, the construction of the track would continue. They drove to the southeast end of the proposed camp, and a trail, just passable in the snow, took them along the skyline. The trail ended at what had once been an Austrian military earthwork, a circular mound surrounding a deep and broad indentation. To an artilleryman, it would have appeared an important redoubt from which cannon could be sighted to enfilade the road from Russia. To Untersturmführer Gert, it was a place suited for disciplinary punishment. From up here, the camp area could be seen whole. It was a rural stretch, graced with the Jewish cemetery, and folded between 2 hills. It was, in this weather, 2 pages of a largely blank book, opened and held at an angle, sideways, to the observer on the fort hill. A grey stone country dwelling was stuck at the entrance to the valley. And past it, along the far slope, and among the few finished barracks, moved teams of women, black as bunches of musical notations, in the strange, darkling luminescence of a snowy evening. Emerging from the icy alleys beyond Jerozolimska, they toiled up the white slope under the urgings of Ukrainian guards and dropped the sections of frames where the SS engineers, wearing Homburgs and civilian clothes, instructed them. Their rate of work was a limitation, Untersturmführer Goeth remarked. The ghetto people could not, of course, be moved here until the barracks were up and the watchtowers and fences completed. He had no complaints about the pace at which the prisoners on the far hill were working, he told them confidingly. He was, in fact, secretly impressed that so late on a biting day, the SS men and Ukrainians on the far slope were not letting the thought of supper and warm barracks slow the pace of operations. Horst Pilarczyk assured him that it was all closer to completion than it looked. The land had been terraced, the foundations dug despite the cold, and a great quantity of prefabricated sections carried up from the railway station. The Herr Untersturmführer would be able to consult with the entrepreneurs tomorrow. A meeting had been arranged for 10 a.m. But modern methods, combined with a copious supply of labour, meant that these places could be put up almost overnight, weather permitting. Pilarczyk seemed to believe that Goeth was in genuine danger of demoralization. In fact, Armand was exhilarated. From what he could see here, he could discern the final shape of the place. Nor was he worried about fences. The fences would be a mental comfort to the prisoners, rather than an essential precaution. For after the established methodology of SS liquidation had been applied to the Podgorze ghetto, people would be grateful for the barracks of Płaszów. Even those with Aryan papers would come crawling in here, seeking an obscure berth high up in the green hoar-frosted roof trees. For most of them, the wire was needed only as a prop, so that they might reassure themselves that they were prisoners against their will. The meeting with the local factory owners and treuhänders took place in Julian Scherner's office in central Cracow early the following day. Armand Goeth arrived smiling fraternally, and in his freshly tailored Waffen-SS uniform, designed precisely for his enormous frame, seemed to dominate the room. He was sure he could charm the independents, Bosch and Madrich and Schindler, into transferring their Jewish labour behind camp wire. Besides that, an investigation of the skills available among the ghetto dwellers helped him to see that Płaszów could become quite a business. There were jewellers, upholsterers, tailors, who could be used for special enterprises under the commandant's direction, filling orders for the SS, the Wehrmacht, the wealthy German officialdom. There would be the clothing workshops of Madrich, the enamel factory of Schindler, a proposed metal plant, a brush factory, a warehouse for recycling used, damaged or stained Wehrmacht uniforms from the Russian front, a further warehouse for recycling Jewish clothing from the ghettos and dispatching it for the use of bombed-out families at home. He knew from his experiences of the SS jewellery and fur warehouses of Lublin, having seen his superiors at work there and taken his proper cut, that from most of these prison enterprises he could expect a personal percentage. He had reached that happy point in his career at which duty and financial opportunity coincided. The convivial SS police chief, Julian Scherner, over dinner last night, had talked to Armand about what a great opportunity Płaszów would be for a young officer. For them both. Scherner opened the meeting with the factory people. He spoke solemnly about the concentration of labour, as if it were a great economic principle new hatched by the SS bureaucracy. "You'll have your labour on site," said Scherner. "All factory maintenance will be undertaken at no cost to you, and there will be no rent." All the gentlemen were invited to inspect the workshop sites inside Płaszów that afternoon. The new commandant was introduced. He said how pleased he was to be associated with these businessmen, whose valuable contributions to the war effort were already widely known. Armand pointed out on a map of the camp area the section set aside for the factories. It was next to the men's camp. The women, he told them with an easy and quite charming smile, would have to walk a little farther, 100 or 200 metres downhill, to reach the workshops. He assured the gentleman that his main task was to oversee the smooth functioning of the camp, and that he had no wish to interfere with their factory policies, or to alter the managerial autonomy they enjoyed here in Cracow. His orders, as Oberführer Schindler could verify, forbade in so many words that sort of intrusion. But the Oberführer had been correct in pointing out the mutual advantages of moving an industry inside the camp perimeter. The factory owners did not have to pay for the premises, and he, the commandant, did not have to provide a guard to march the prisoners to town and back. They could understand how the length of the journey and the hostility of the Poles to a column of Jews would erode the worth of the workers. Throughout this speech, Commandant Goeth glanced frequently at Madrich and Schindler, the two he particularly wished to win over. He knew he could already depend on Bosch's local knowledge and advice. But Herr Schindler, for example, had a munitions section, small and merely in the developmental stage as yet. It would, however, if transferred, give Poischoff a great respectability with the Armaments Inspectorate. Herr Madrich listened with a considered frown, and Herr Schindler watched the speaker with an acquiescent half-smile. Commandant Goeth could tell instinctively, even before he'd finished speaking, that Madrich would be reasonable and move in, that Schindler would refuse. It was hard to judge by these separate decisions which one of the two felt more paternal toward his Jews, Madrich, who wanted to be inside Poischoff with them, or Schindler, who wanted to have his with him in Emalia. Oskar Schindler, wearing that same face of avid tolerance, went with the party to inspect the campsite. Poischoff had the form of a camp now. An improvement in the weather had permitted the assembly of barracks. A thawing of the ground permitted the digging of latrines and post holes. A Polish construction company had installed the miles of perimeter fence. Thick-legged watchtowers were going up along the skyline toward Cracow, and also at the mouth of the valley down towards Wieliczka Street, away at the far end of the camp, and up here on this eastern hill, where the official party, in the shadow of the Austrian hill fort, watched the fast work of this new creation. Off to the right, Oskar noticed, women were hustling up muddy tracks in the direction of the railway, heavy sections of barracks tilted between them. Below, from the lowest point of the valley, and all the way up the far side, the terraced barracks ran, assembled by male prisoners, who raised and slotted and hammered with an energy which at this distance resembled willingness. On the choicest, most level ground beneath the official party, a number of long wooden structures were available for industrial occupation. Cement floors could be poured should heavy machinery need to be installed. The transfer of all plant machinery would be handled by the SS. The road that serviced the area was admittedly little more than a country track, but the engineering firm of Kluck had been approached to build a central street for the camp. The Ostbahn had promised to provide a spur to the camp gate itself, to the quarry down there on the right. Limestone from the quarries, and some of what Goeth called Polish defaced gravestones from over in the cemetery, would be broken up to provide other interior roads. The gentleman should not worry about roads, said Goeth, for he intended to maintain a permanently strong quarrying and road-building team. A small railroad had been laid for the rock trolleys. It ran from the quarry up past the administration building and the large stone barracks that were being built for the SS and Ukrainian garrison. Trolleys of limestone, each weighing 6 tons, were hauled by teams of women, 35 or 40 of them to a team, dragging on cables set either side of the rock truck, to compensate for the unevenness in the rail line. Those who tripped or stumbled were trampled or else rolled out of the way, for the teams had their own organic momentum, and no individual could abdicate from it. Watching this insidious, Egyptian-looking industry, Oscar felt the same surge of nausea, the same prickling of the blood he had experienced on the hill above Cracow Street. Gert had assumed the businessmen were a safe audience, that they were all spiritual kinfolk of his. He was not embarrassed by that savage hauling down there. The question arose, as it had in Cracow Street, what could embarrass the SS? What could embarrass Amon? The energy of the barracks builders had, even to an informed observer like Oscar, the specious appearance of men working hard to put up shelter for their women. But though Oscar had not yet heard the rumour of it, Amon had performed a summary execution in front of those men this morning, so that now they knew what the full terms of their labour were. After the early morning meeting with the engineers, Amon had been strolling down Jerozolimska and had come to the SS barracks, where the work was under the supervision of an excellent NCO, soon to be promoted to officer rank, named Albert Huyar. Huyar had marched up and made his report. A section of the foundations of the barracks had collapsed, said Huyar, his face flushed. At the same time, Amon had noticed a girl walking around the half-finished building, speaking to teams of men, pointing, directing. Who was that? He asked Huyar. She was a prisoner named Diana Reiter, said Huyar, an architectural engineer who had been assigned to the construction of the barracks. She was claiming that the foundations hadn't been correctly excavated, and she wanted all the stone and cement dug up, and the work on that section of the building to begin again from scratch. Gert had been able to tell from the colour of Huyar's face that he had had a tough argument with the woman. Huyar had, in fact, been reduced to screaming at her, "You're building barracks, not the frigging Hotel Europa." Now Amon half smiled at Huyar. "We're not going to have arguments with these people," he said, as if it were a promise. "Bring me the girl." Amon could tell, from the way she walked toward him, the bogus elegance with which her middle-class parents had raised her, the European manners they had imbued her with, sending her, when the honest Poles wouldn't take her in their universities, off to Vienna or Milan, to give her a profession and a heightened protective coloration. She walked toward him as if his rank and hers would bind them in the battle against oafish NCOs, and the inferior craft of whichever SS engineer had supervised the digging of the foundations. She did not know that he hated her the worst, the type who thought, even against the evidence of his SS uniform, of these rising structures, that their Jewishness was not visible. "You've had occasion to quarrel with Oberscharführer Huyar," Gert told her as a fact. She nodded firmly. The Herr Kommandant would understand, the nod suggested, even though that idiot Huyar couldn't. The entire foundations at that end must be redug, she told him energetically. Of course, Amon knew they were like that. They liked to string out tasks and so ensure that the labour force was safe for the duration of the project. If everything is not redug, she told him, there will be at least subsidence at the southern end of the barracks. There could be collapse. She went on arguing the case, and Amon nodded and presumed she must be lying. It was a first principle that you never listened to a Jewish specialist. Jewish specialists were in the mould of Marx, whose theories were aimed at the integrity of government, and of Freud, who had assaulted the integrity of the Aryan mind. Amon felt that this girl's argument threatened his personal integrity. He called Huyar. The NCO returned uneasily. He thought he was going to be told to take the girl's advice. The girl did too. "Shoot her," Amon told Huyar. There was, of course, a pause while Huyar digested the order. "Shoot her," Amon repeated. Huyar took the girl's elbow to lead her away to some place of private execution. "Here," said Amon. Shoot her here. On my authority, said Amon. Huya knew how it was done. He gripped her by the elbow, pushed her a little to his front, took the Mauser from his holster, and shot her in the back of the neck. The sound appalled everyone on the worksite, except, it seemed, the executioners and the dying Miss Diana Reiter herself. She knelt and looked up once. It will take more than that, she was saying. The knowingness in her eyes frightened Amon, justified him, elevated him. He had no idea and would not have believed that these reactions had clinical labels. He believed, in fact, that he was being awarded the inevitable exaltation that follows an act of political, racial, and moral justice. Even so, a man paid for that, for by evening the fullness of this hour would be followed by such emptiness that he would need, to avoid being blown away like a husk, to augment his size and permanence by food, liquor, contact with a woman. Apart from these considerations, the shooting of this Diana Reiter, the cancelling of her Western European diploma, had this practical value: that no erector of huts or roads in Poichouf would consider himself essential to the task; that if Miss Diana Reiter could not save herself with all her professional skill, the only chance of the others was prompt and anonymous labour. Therefore, the women, lugging frames up from the Cracow-Poichouf railway station, the quarry teams, the men assembling the huts, all worked with an energy appropriate to what they'd learned from Miss Reiter's assassination. As for Huya and his colleagues, they knew now that instantaneous execution was to be the permitted style of Poichouf. 20. 2 days after the visit of the factory heads to Poichouf, Schindler turned up at Commandant Goeth's temporary office in the city, bringing with him the compliments of a bottle of brandy. The news of Diana Reiter's assassination had by this time reached the front office of Emalia, and was the sort of item that confirmed Oscar in his intention to keep his factory outside Poichouf. The two big men sat opposite each other, and there was a mutual knowingness in them too, just as there had been in the brief relationship between Amon and Miss Reiter. What they knew was that each of them was in Cracow to make a fortune, that therefore Oscar would pay for favours. At that level, Oscar and the Commandant understood each other well. Oscar had the characteristic salesman's gift of treating men he abhorred as if they were spiritual brothers, and it would deceive the Herr Commandant so completely that Amon would always believe Oscar a friend. But from the evidence of Stern and others, it is obvious that from the time of their earlier contacts, Oscar abominated Goeth, as a man who went to the work of murder as calmly as a clerk goes to his office. Oscar could speak to Amon the administrator, Amon the speculator, but knew at the same time that 9/10 of the Commandant's being lay beyond the normal rational processes of humans. The business and social connections between Oscar and Amon worked well enough to tempt the supposition that Oscar was somehow and despite himself fascinated by the evil of the man. In fact, no one who knew Oscar at this time or later saw a sign of any such enthrallment. Oscar despised Goeth in the simplest and most passionate terms. His contempt would grow without limit, and his career would dramatically demonstrate it. Just the same, the reflection can hardly be avoided that Amon was Oscar's dark brother, was the berserk and fanatic executioner Oscar might, by some unhappy reversal of his appetites, have become. With a bottle of brandy between them, Oscar explained to Amon why it was impossible for him to move into Poichouf. His plant was too substantial to be shifted. He believed his friend Madrich intended to move his Jewish workers in, but Madrich's machinery was more easily transferred. It was basically a series of sewing machines. There were different problems involved in moving heavy metal presses, each of which, as a sophisticated machine will, had developed special quirks. His skilled workers had become accustomed to these quirks. But on a new factory floor, the machines would display an entirely new set of eccentricities. There'd be delays. The settling-in period would take longer than it would for his esteemed friend Julius Madrich. The Untersturmführer would understand that with important war contracts to fulfill, DEF could not spare such a lapse of time. Herr Beckmann, who had the same sort of problem, was firing all his Jews over at the Corona Works. He didn't want the fuss of the Jews marching out from Poischow to the factory in the morning and back in the evenings. Unfortunately, he, Schindler, had hundreds more skilled Jewish workers than Beckmann did. If he got rid of them, Poles would have to be trained in their place, and there would again be a production delay, an even greater one than if he accepted Goetz's attractive offer and moved into Poischow. Amon secretly thought that Oskar might be worried that a move into Poischow would impinge on any sweetly running little deals he had going in Cracow. The commandant therefore hurried to reassure Herr Schindler that there'd be no interference in the management of the enamel factory. "It's purely the industrial problems that worry me," said Schindler piously. He didn't want to inconvenience the commandant, but he would be grateful, and he was sure the Armaments Inspectorate would also be grateful, if DEF were permitted to stay in its present location. Among men like Goethe and Oskar, the word gratitude did not have an abstract meaning. Gratitude was a payoff. Gratitude was liquor and diamonds. "I understand your problems, Herr Schindler," said Amon. "I shall be happy, once the ghetto is liquidated, to provide a guard to escort your workers from Poischow to Zabwotche." Itzhak Stern, coming to Zabwotche one afternoon on business for the Progress Factory, found Oskar depressed and sensed in him a dangerous feeling of impotence. After Klonovska had brought in the coffee, which the Herr Direktor drank as always with a shot of cognac, Oskar told Stern that he'd been to Poischow again, ostensibly to look at the facilities, in fact, to gauge when it would be ready for the ghetto mention. "I took account," said Oskar. He'd counted the terraced barracks on the far hill, and found that if Amon intended to cram 200 women into each, as was likely, there was now room for some 6,000 women up there in the top compound. The men's sector down the hill did not have so many finished buildings, but at the rate things were done in Poischow, it could be finished in days. "Everyone on the factory floor knows what's going to happen," said Oskar. "And it's no use keeping the night shift on the premises here, because after this one, there'll be no ghetto to go back to." "All I can tell them," said Oskar, taking a second slug of cognac, "is that they shouldn't try to hide unless they're sure of the hiding place." He'd heard that the pattern was to tear the ghetto apart after it had been cleared. Every wall cavity would be probed, every attic carpet taken up, every niche revealed, every cellar plumbed. "All I can tell them," said Oskar, "is not to resist." So it happened oddly that Stern, one of the targets of the coming Aktion, sat comforting Herr Direktor Schindler, a mere witness. Oskar's attention to his Jewish labourers was being diffused, tempted away by the wider tragedy of the ghetto's coming end. Poischow was a labour institution, said Stern. Like all institutions, it could be outlived. It wasn't like Belzec, where they made death in the same manner in which Henry Ford made cars. It was degrading to have to line up for Poischow on orders, but it wasn't the end of things. When Stern had finished arguing, Oskar put both thumbs under the beveled top of his desk and seemed for a few seconds to want to tear it off. "You know, Stern," he said, "that that's damn well not good enough." "It is," said Stern. "It's the only course." And he went on arguing, quoting and hair-splitting, and was himself frightened. For Oskar seemed to be in crisis.
If Oskar lost hope, Stern knew, all the Jewish workers of Emalia would be fired, for Oskar would wish to be purified of the entire dirty business. "There'll be time to do something more positive," said Stern. "But not yet." Abandoning the attempt to tear the lid from his desk, Oskar sat back in his chair and resumed his depression. "You know that Amon Gert," he said. "He's got charm. He could come in here now and charm you. But he's a lunatic." On the ghetto's last morning, a Shabbat as it happened, March the 13th, Amon Gert arrived in Platz Godi, Peace Square, at an hour which officially preceded dawn. Low clouds obscured any sharp distinctions between night and day. He saw that the men of the Sonderkommando had already arrived and stood about on the frozen earth of the small park in the middle, smoking and laughing quietly, keeping their presence a secret from the ghetto dwellers in the streets beyond Herr Pankiewicz's pharmacy. The roads down which they'd move were clear, as in a model of a town. The remaining snow lay heaped and tarnished in gutters and against walls. It is safe to guess that sentimental Gert felt paternal as he looked out at the orderly scene and saw the young men, comradely before action, in the middle of the square. Amon took a pull of cognac while he waited there for the middle-aged Sturmbannführer, Willi Hase, who would have strategic, though not tactical, control of today's Aktion. Today, Ghetto A, from Platz Godi westward, the major section of the ghetto, the one where all the working, healthy, hoping, opinionated Jews dwelt, would be emptied. Ghetto B, a small compound a few blocks square at the eastern end of the ghetto, contained the old, the last of the unemployable. They would be uprooted overnight or tomorrow. They were slated for Commandant Rudolf Höss's greatly expanded extermination camp at Auschwitz. Ghetto B was straightforward, honest work. Ghetto A was the challenge. Everyone wanted to be here today, for today was history. There had been for more than 7 centuries a Jewish Cracow, and by this evening, or at least by tomorrow, those 7 centuries would have become a rumour, and Cracow would be Judenrein, clean of Jews. And every petty SS official wanted to be able to say that he had seen it happen. Even Unkelbach, the Treuhänder of the Progress Cutlery Factory, having some sort of reserve SS rank, would put on his NCO's uniform today and move through the ghetto with one of the squads. Therefore the distinguished Willi Hase, being of field rank and involved in the planning, had every right to be counted in. Amon would be suffering his customary minor headache and be feeling a little drained from the feverish insomnia in which he'd spent the small hours. Now he was here, though, he felt a certain professional exhilaration. It was a great gift which the National Socialist Party had given to the men of the SS, that they could go into battle without physical risk, that they could achieve honour without the contingencies that plagued the whole business of being shot at. Psychological impunity had been harder to achieve. Every SS officer had friends who had committed suicide. SS training documents, written to combat these futile casualties, pointed out the simple-mindedness of believing that because the Jew bore no visible weapons, he was bereft of social, economic, or political arms. He was, in fact, armed to the teeth. Steel yourself, said the documents, for the Jewish child is a cultural time bomb, the Jewish woman a biology of treasons, the Jewish male a more incontrovertible enemy than any Russian could hope to be. Amon Gert was steeled. He knew he could not be touched, and the very thought of that gave him the same delicious excitement a long-distance runner might have before an event he feels sure about. Amon despised, in a genial sort of way, those officers who fastidiously left the act itself to their men and NCOs. He sensed that in some way that might be more dangerous than lending a hand yourself. He would show the way, as he had with Diana Reiter. He knew the euphoria that would build during the day, the gratification that would grow, along with a taste for liquor as noon came and the pace picked up. Even under the low squalor of those clouds, he knew that this was one of the best days, that when he was old and the race extinct, the young would ask with wonder about days like this. Less than a kilometre away, a doctor of the ghetto's convalescent hospital, Dr. H., sat among his last patients, in darkness, grateful that they were isolated like this on the hospital's top floor, high above the street, alone with their pain and fever. For at street level, everyone knew what had happened at the epidemic hospital near Platz Godi. An SS detachment under Oberscharführer Albert Hujar had entered the hospital to close it down and had found Dr. Rosalia Blau standing among the beds of her scarlet fever and tuberculosis patients, who, she said, should not be moved. The whooping cough children she had sent home earlier. But the scarlet fever sufferers were too dangerous to move, both for their own sakes and for the community's, and the tuberculosis cases were simply too sick to walk out. Since scarlet fever is an adolescent disease, many of Dr. Blau's patients were girls between the age of 12 and 16. Faced with Albert Hujar, Dr. Blau pointed, as warranty for her professional judgment, to these wide-eyed, feverish girls. Hujar himself, acting on the mandate he'd received the week before from Amon Goeth, shot Dr. Blau in the head. The infectious patients, some trying to rise in their beds, some detached in their own delirium, were executed in a rage of automatic fire. When Hujar's squad had finished, a detail of ghetto men was sent up the stairs to deal with the dead, to pile the bloodied linen, and to wash down the walls. The convalescent hospital was situated in what had been before the war a Polish police station. Throughout the life of the ghetto, its 3 floors had been cluttered with the sick. Its director was a respected physician named Dr. B. By the bleak morning of March the 13th, Doctors B and H had reduced its population to 4, all of them immovable. One was a young workman with galloping consumption. The second, a talented musician with terminal kidney disease. It seemed important to Dr. H that they somehow be spared the final panic of a mad volley of fire. Even more so the blind man afflicted by a stroke, and the old gentleman whose earlier surgery for an intestinal tumour had left him weakened and burdened with a colostomy. The medical staff here, Dr. H included, were of the highest calibre. From this ill-equipped ghetto hospital would derive the first Polish accounts of Weil's erythroblastic disease, a condition of the bone marrow, and of the Wolff-Parkinson-White syndrome. This morning, though, Dr. H was concerned with the question of cyanide. With an eye to the option of suicide, H had acquired a supply of cyanic acid solution. He knew that other doctors had too. This past year, depression had been endemic to the ghetto. It had infected Dr. H. He was young. He was formidably healthy. Yet history itself seemed to have gone malignant. To know he had access to cyanide had been a comfort for Dr. H on his worst days. By this late stage of the ghetto's history, it was the one pharmaceutical left to him and to the other doctors in quantity. There had rarely been any sulphur. Emetics, ether, and even aspirin were used up. Cyanide was the single sophisticated drug remaining. This morning, before 5, Dr. H had been awakened in his room in Wittstosch Street by the noise of trucks pulling up beyond the wall. Looking down from his window, he saw the Sonderkommandos assembling by the river and knew that they had come to take some decisive action in the ghetto. He rushed to the hospital and found Dr. B and the nursing staff already working there on the same premise.
arranging for every patient who could move to be taken downstairs and brought home by relatives or friends. When all except the 4 had gone, Dr. B told the nurses to leave, and all of them obeyed, except for one senior nurse. Now she and Doctors B and H remained with the last 4 patients in the nearly deserted hospital. Doctors B and H did not speak much as they waited. They each had access to the cyanide, and soon H would be aware that Dr. B's mind was also sadly preoccupied with it. There was suicide, yes, but there was euthanasia as well. The concept terrified H. He had a sensitive face and a marked delicacy about the eyes. He suffered painfully from a set of ethics as intimate to him as the organs of his own body. He knew that a physician with common sense and a syringe, and little else to guide him, could add up like a shopping list the values of either course: to inject the cyanide, or to abandon the patients to the Sonderkommando. But H knew that these things were never a matter of calculating sums, that ethics was higher and more tortuous than algebra. Sometimes Dr. B would go to the window, look out to see if the Aktion had begun in the streets, and turn back to H with a level, professional calm in his eyes. Dr. B, H could tell, was also running through the options, flicking the faces of the problem like the faces of riffled cards, then starting again. Suicide, euthanasia, hydrocyanic acid. One appealing concept: stand and be found among the beds, like Rosalia Blau. Another: use the cyanide on oneself as well as on the sick. The second idea appealed to H, seeming not as passive as the first. As well as that, waking depressed these past 3 nights, he'd felt something like a physical desire for the fast poison, as if it were merely the drug or stiff drink that every victim needed to soften the final hour. To a serious man like Dr. H, this allure was a compelling reason not to take the stuff. For him, the precedents for suicide had been set in his scholarly childhood, when his father had read to him in Josephus the account of the Dead Sea Zealots' mass suicide on the eve of capture by the Romans. The principle was, death should not be entered like some snug harbour. It should be an unambiguous refusal to surrender. Principle is principle, of course, and terror on a grey morning is another thing. But H was a man of principle. And he had a wife. He and his wife had another escape route, and he knew it. It led through the sewers near the corner of Pivna and Cracow streets. The sewers and a risky escape to the forest of Oitzuf. He feared that more than the easy oblivion of cyanide. If blue police or Germans stopped him, however, and dragged his trousers down, he would pass the test, thanks to Dr. Lachs. Lachs was a distinguished plastic surgeon who had taught a number of young Cracow Jews how to lengthen their foreskins bloodlessly by sleeping with a weight, a bottle containing a gradually increasing volume of water, attached to themselves. It was, said Lachs, a device that had been used by Jews in periods of Roman persecution, and the intensity of SS action in Cracow had caused Lachs to revive its use in the past 18 months. Lachs had taught his young colleague, Dr. H, the method, and the fact that it had worked with some success allowed H even less ground for suicide. At dawn, the nurse, a calm woman about 40 years old, came to Dr. H and made a morning report. The young man was resting well, but the blind man with the stroke-affected speech was in a state of anxiety. The musician and the anal fistula case had both had a painful night. It was all very quiet in the convalescent hospital now, however. The patients snuffled in the last of their sleep, or the intimacy of their pain, and Dr. H went out onto the freezing balcony above the courtyard to smoke a cigarette and once more examine the question. Last year, Dr. H had been at the old epidemic hospital in Rakowka.
and the SS decided to close that section of the ghetto and relocate the hospital. They had lined the staff up against the wall and dragged the patients downstairs. H had seen old Mrs. Reisman's leg caught between the balusters, and an SS man hauling her by the other leg did not stop and extricate her, but pulled until the trapped limb snapped with an audible crack. That was how patients were moved in the ghetto. But last year no one had thought of mercy killing. Everyone had still hoped at that stage that things might improve. Now, even if he and Dr. B made their decision, H didn't know if he had the rigour to feed the cyanide to the ill, or to watch someone else do it and maintain a professional dispassion. It was absurdly like the argument in one's youth about whether you should approach a girl you were infatuated with, and when you'd decided, it still counted for nothing. The act still had to be faced. Out there on the balcony, he heard the first noise. It began early and came from the eastern end of the ghetto. The raus, raus of megaphones, the customary lie about baggage which some people still chose to believe. In the deserted streets, and among the tenements in which no one moved, you could hear all the way from the cobblestones of Platz Godi and up by the river in Nadwiślańska Street, an indefinite, terror-sick murmur which made H himself tremble. Then he heard the first volley, loud enough to wake the patients, and a sudden stridency after the firing, a bull megaphone raging at some plangent feminine voice, and then the wailing snapped off by a further burst of fire, and a different wailing succeeding, the bereaved being hurried along by the SS bullhorns, by anxious OD men, and by neighbours, unreasonable grief fading into the far corner of the ghetto where there was a gate. He knew that it all might well have cut through even the pre-comatose state of the musician with the failed kidneys. When he returned to the ward, he could see that they were watching him, even the musician. He could sense, rather than see, the way their bodies stiffened in their beds, and the old man with the colostomy cried out with the muscular exertion. "Doctor, doctor," someone said. "Please," answered Dr. H, by which he meant, "I'm here and they're a long way off yet." He looked at Dr. B, who narrowed his eyes as the noise of evictions broke out again 3 blocks away. Dr. B nodded at him, walked to the small, locked pharmaceutical chest at the end of the ward, and came back with the bottle of hydrocyanic acid. After a pause, H moved to his colleague's side. He could have stood and left it to Dr. B. He guessed that the man had the strength to do it alone, without the approval of colleagues. But it would be shameful, H thought, not to cast his own vote, not to take some of the burden. Dr. H, though younger than Dr. B, had been associated with the Jagiellonian University, was a specialist, a thinker. He wanted to give Dr. B the backing of all that. "Well," said Dr. B, displaying the bottle briefly to H. The word was nearly obscured by a woman's screaming and ranting official orders from the far end of Józefinska Street. Dr. B called the nurse. "Give each patient 40 drops in water." 40 drops, she repeated. She knew what the medication was. "That's right," said Dr. B. Dr. H also looked at her. "Yes," he wanted to say. "I'm strong now. I could give it myself. But if I did, it would alarm them. Every patient knows that nurses bring the medicine around." As the nurse prepared the mixture, H wandered down the ward and laid his hand on the old man's. "I have something to help you, Roman," he told him. Dr. H sensed with amazement the old man's history through the touch of skin. For a second, like a surge of flame, the young man, Roman, was there, growing up in Franz Josef's Galicia, a lady killer in the sweet little nougat of a city, the Petit Wien,
the jewel of the Vistula, Cracow. Wearing Franz Josef's uniform and going to the mountains for spring manoeuvres. Chocolate soldiering in Rynek Glovny with the girls of Kazimierz, in a city of lace and patisseries. Climbing the Kosciuszko mound and stealing a kiss among the shrubbery. How could the world have come so far in one manhood? Asked the young man in Old Roman. From Franz Josef to the NCO, who had had a sanction to put Rosalia Blau and the Scarlet Fever girls to death. Please, Roman, said the doctor, meaning that the old man should unclench his body. He believed the Sonderkommando was coming within the hour. Dr. H. felt, but resisted, a temptation to let him in on the secret. Dr. B. had been liberal with the dosage. A few seconds of breathlessness and a minor amazement would be no new or intolerable sensation to old Roman. When the nurse came with 4 medicine glasses, none of them even asked her what she was bringing them. Dr. H. would never know if any of them understood. He turned away and looked at his watch. He feared that when they drank it, some noise would begin, something worse than the normal hospital gasps and gaggings. He heard the nurse murmuring, "Here's something for you." He heard an intake of breath. He didn't know if it was patient or nurse. The woman is the hero of this, he thought. When he looked again, the nurse was waking the kidney patient, the sleepy musician, and offering him the glass. From the far end of the ward, Dr. B looked on in a clean white coat. Dr. H moved to Old Roman and took his pulse. There was none. In a bed at the far end of the ward, the musician forced the almond-smelling mixture down. It was all as gentle as H had hoped. He looked at them, their mouths agape, but not obscenely so, their eyes glazed and immune, their heads back, their chins pointed at the ceiling. With the envy any ghetto dweller would feel for escapees. 21. Poldek Pfefferberg shared a room on the second floor of a 19th-century house at the end of Józefinska Street. Its windows looked down over the ghetto wall at the Vistula, where Polish barges passed upstream and down, in ignorance of the ghetto's last day, and SS patrol boats putted as casually as pleasure craft. Here Pfefferberg waited with his wife, Mila, for the Sonderkommando to arrive and order them out into the street. Mila was a small, nervous girl of 22, a refugee from Łódź, whom Poldek had married in the first days of the ghetto. She came from generations of physicians, her father having been a surgeon who had died young in 1937, her mother a dermatologist, who, during an Aktion in the ghetto of Tarnów last year, had suffered the same death as Rosalia Blau of the epidemic hospital, being cut down by automatic fire while standing among her patients. Mila had lived a sweet childhood, even in Jew-baiting Łódź, and had begun her own medical education in Vienna the year before the war. She had met Poldek when Łódź people were shipped down to Cracow in 1939. Mila had found herself billeted in the same apartment as the lively Poldek Pfefferberg. Now he was already, like Mila, the last of his family. His mother, who had once redecorated Schindler's Straszewskiego Street apartment, had been shipped with his father to the ghetto of Tarnów. From there, it would be discovered in the end, they were taken to Belzec and murdered. His sister and brother-in-law, on Aryan papers, had vanished in the Pawiak prison in Warsaw. He and Mila had only each other. There was a temperamental gulf between them. Poldek was a neighbourhood boy, a leader, an organiser, the type who, when authority appeared and asked what in God's name was happening, would step forward and speak up. Mila was quieter, rendered more so by the unspeakable destiny that had swallowed her family. In a peaceable era, the mix between them would have been excellent. She was not only clever but wise. She was a quiet centre. She had a gift for irony, and Poldek Pfefferberg often needed her to restrain his torrents of oratory. Today, however, on this impossible day, they were in conflict. Though Mila was willing, should the chance come, to leave the ghetto, even to entertain a mental image of herself and Poldek as partisans in the forest, she feared the sewers. Poldek had used them more than once as a means of leaving the ghetto, even though the police were sometimes to be found at one end or the other. His friend and former lecturer, Dr. H., had also mentioned the sewers recently as an escape route which might not be guarded on the day the Sonderkommando moved in. The thing would be to wait for the early winter dusk. The door of the doctor's house was mere meters from a manhole cover. Once down in there, you took the left-hand tunnel, which brought you beneath the streets of non-ghetto Podgórze, to an outlet on the embankment of the Vistula, near the Zatorska Street Canal. Yesterday, Dr. H. had given him the definite news. The doctor and his wife would attempt the sewer exit, and the Pfefferbergs were welcome to join them. Poldek could not at that stage commit Mila and himself. Mila had a fear, a reasonable one, that the SS might flood the sewers with gas, or might resolve the matter anyhow by arriving early at the Pfefferbergs' room at the far end of Józefinska Street. It was a slow, tense day up in the attic room, waiting to find out which way to jump. Neighbours must also have been waiting. Perhaps some of them, not wanting to deal with the delay, had marched up the road already with their packages and hopeful suitcases, for in a way it was a mix of sounds fit to draw you down the stairs. Violent noise dimly heard from blocks away, and here a silence in which you could hear the ancient, indifferent timbers of the house ticking away the last and worst hours of your tenancy. At murky noon, Poldek and Mila chewed on their brown bread, the 300 grams each they had in stock. The recurrent noises of the Aktion swept up to the corner of Węgierska, a long block away, and then, toward mid-afternoon, receded again. There was near silence then. Someone tried uselessly to flush the recalcitrant toilet on the first-floor landing. It was nearly possible at that hour to believe that they had been overlooked. The last dun afternoon of their life in number 2 Józefinska refused, in spite of its darkness, to end. The light, in fact, was poor enough, thought Poldek, for them to try for the sewer earlier than dusk. He wanted, now that it was quiet, to go and consult with Dr. H. "Please," said Mila, but he soothed her. He would keep off the streets, moving through the network of holes that connected one building with another. He piled up the reassurances. The streets at this end seemed to be clear of patrols. He would evade the occasional OD or wandering SS man at the intersections, and be back within 5 minutes. "Darling, darling," he told her, "I have to check with Dr. H." He went down the back stairs and into the yard through the hole in the stable wall, not emerging into the open street until he'd reached the Labour Office. There he risked crossing the broad carriageway, entering the warrens of the triangular block of houses opposite, meeting occasional groups of confused men conveying rumours and discussing options in kitchens, sheds, yards and corridors. He came out into Cracow Street, just across from the doctor's place. He crossed unnoticed by a patrol working down near the southern limit of the ghetto, 3 blocks away, in the area where Schindler had witnessed his first demonstration of the extremities of Reich racial policy. Dr. H.'s building was empty, but in the yard, Poldek met a dazed, middle-aged man who told him that the Sonderkommando had already visited the place, and that the doctor and his wife had first hidden, then gone for the sewers. "Perhaps it's the right thing to do," said the man. "They'll be back, the SS." Poldek nodded. He knew now the tactics of the Aktion, having already survived so many. He went back the way he'd come, and again was able to cross the road. But he found number 2 empty. Mila vanished with their baggage. All doors opened, all rooms vacant. He wondered if in fact they were not all hidden down at the hospital. Dr. H. and his wife, Mila. Perhaps the H's had called for her out of respect for her anxiety and her long medical lineage. Poldek hurried out through the stable again, and by alternative passageways reached the hospital courtyard. Like disregarded flags of surrender, bloodied bedding hung from the balconies of both the upper floors. On the cobblestones was a pile of victims. They lay, some of them, with their heads split open, their limbs twisted. They were not, of course, the terminal patients of Doctors B and H. They were people who had been detained here during the day and then executed. Some of them must have been imprisoned upstairs, shot, then tumbled into the yard. Always thereafter, when questioned about the corpses in the ghetto hospital yard, Poldek would say 60 to 70, though he had no time to count that tangled pyramid. Cracow being a provincial town, and Poldek having been raised as a very sociable child in Podgorje and then in the Centrum, visiting with his mother the affluent and distinguished people of the city, he recognized in that heap familiar faces, old clients of his mother's, people who had asked him about school at the Kosciuszko High School, got precocious answers in reply, and fed him cake and candy for his looks and charm. Now they were shamefully exposed and jumbled in that blood-red courtyard. Somehow it did not occur to Pfefferberg to look for the bodies of his wife and the H's. He sensed why he had been placed there. He believed unshakably in better years to come, years of just tribunals. He had that sense of being a witness which Schindler had experienced on the hill beyond Rakowka. He was distracted by the sight of a crowd of people in Węgierska Street beyond the courtyard. They moved toward the Rakowka gate, with the dull but not desperate languor of factory workers on a Monday morning, or even of supporters of a defeated football team. Among this wave of people, he noticed neighbors from Józefinska Street. He walked out of the yard, carrying like a weapon up his sleeve his memory of it all. What had happened to Mila? Did any of them know? She'd already left, they said. The Sonderkommando's been through. She'd already be out the gate, on her way to the place. To Płaszów. He and Mila, of course, had had a contingency plan for an impasse like this. If one of them ended up in Płaszów, it would be better for the other to attempt to stay out. He knew that Mila had her gift for unobtrusiveness, a good gift for prisoners. But also she could be racked by extraordinary hunger. He'd be her supplier from the outside. He was sure these things could be managed. It was no easy decision, though. The bemused crowds, barely guarded by the SS, now making for the South Gate and the barbed wire factories of Płaszów, were an indication of where most people, probably quite correctly, considered that long-term safety lay. The light, though late now, was sharp, as if snow were coming on. Poldek was able to cross the road and enter the empty apartments beyond the pavement. He wondered whether they were in fact empty, or full of ghetto dwellers concealed cunningly or naively, those who believed that wherever the SS took you, it led in the end to the extermination chambers. Poldek was looking for a first-class hiding place. He came by back passages to the lumber yard on Józefinska. Lumber was a scarce commodity. There were no great structures of cut timber to hide behind. The place that looked best was behind the iron gates at the yard entrance. Their size and blackness seemed a promise of the coming night. Later he would not be able to believe that he'd chosen them with such enthusiasm. He hunched in behind the one that was pushed back against the wall of the abandoned office. Through the crack left between the gate and the gatepost, he could see up Józefinska, in the direction he'd come from. Behind that freezing iron leaf, he watched the slice of cold evening, a luminous grey, and pulled his coat across his chest. A man and his wife hurried past, rushing for the gate, dodging among the dropped bundles, the suitcases labelled with futile large letters. Kleinfeld, they proclaimed in the evening light. Lehrer, Baume,
Weinberg, Smolar, Struss, Rosenthal, Biermann, Zeitlin. Names against which no receipts would be issued. Heaps of goods laden with memories. The young artist Josef Bau had written of such scenes. Where are my treasures? From beyond this battleground of fallen luggage, he could hear the aggressive baying of dogs. Then into Józefinska Street, striding on the far pavement, came 3 SS men. One of them dragged along by a canine flurry which proved to be 2 large police dogs. The dogs hauled their handler into number 41 Józefinska, but the other 2 men waited on the pavement. Poldek had paid most of his attention to the dogs. They looked like a cross between Dalmatians and German shepherds. Pfefferberg still saw Cracow as a genial city, and dogs like that looked foreign, as if they'd been brought in from some other and harsher ghetto. For even in this last hour, among the litter of packages, behind an iron gate, he was grateful for the city, and presumed that the ultimate frightfulness was always performed in some other, less gracious place. This last assumption was wiped away in the next half-minute. The worst thing, that is, occurred in Cracow. Through the crack of the gate, he saw the event which revealed that if there was a pole of evil, it was not situated in Tarnów, Częstochowa, Lwów, or Warsaw, as you thought. It was at the north side of Józefinska Street, 120 paces away. From 41 came a screaming woman and a child. One dog had the woman by the cloth of her dress, the flesh of her hip. The SS man, who was the servant of the dogs, took the child and flung it against the wall. The sound of it made Pfefferberg close his eyes, and he heard the shot which put an end to the woman's howling protest. Just as Pfefferberg would think of the pile of bodies in the hospital yard as 60 or 70, he would always testify that the child was 2 or 3 years of age. Perhaps before she was even dead, certainly before he himself even knew he had moved, as if the decision had come from some mettlesome gland behind his forehead. Pfefferberg gave up the freezing iron gate, since it would not protect him from the dogs, and found himself in the open yard. He adopted at once the military bearing he'd learned in the Polish army. He emerged from the lumber yard like a man on a ceremonial assignment, and bent and began lifting the bundles of luggage out of the carriageway and heaping them against the walls of the yard. He could hear the 3 SS men approaching. The dogs' snarling breath was palpable, and the whole evening was stretched to breaking by the tension in their leashes. When he believed they were some 10 paces off, he straightened and permitted himself, playing the biddable Jew of some European background, to notice them. He saw that their boots and riding breeches were splashed with blood, but they were not abashed to appear before other humans dressed that way. The officer in the middle was tallest. He did not look like a murderer. There was a sensitivity to the large face, and a subtle line to the mouth. Pfefferberg, in his shabby suit, clicked his cardboard heels in the Polish style and saluted this tall one in the middle. He had no knowledge of SS ranks and did not know what to call the man. "Herr," he said. "Herr Kommandant." It was a term his brain, under threat of its extinction, had thrown forth with electric energy. It proved to be the precise word, for the tall man was Amon Gert, in the full vitality of his afternoon, elated at the day's progress, and as capable of instant and instinctive exercises of power as Poldek Pfefferberg was of instant and instinctive subterfuge. "Herr Kommandant, I respectfully report to you that I received an order to put all the bundles together to one side of the road, so that there will be no obstruction of the thoroughfare." The dogs were craning toward him through their collars. They expected, on the basis of their black training and the rhythm of today's Aktion, to be let fly at Pfefferberg's wrist and groin. Their snarls were not simply feral, but full of a frightful confidence in the outcome. And the question was,
whether the SS man on the Herr Kommandant's left had enough strength to restrain them. Pfefferberg didn't expect much. He would not be surprised to be buried by dogs, and after a time to be delivered from their ravages by a bullet. If the woman hadn't got away with pleading her motherhood, he stood little chance with stories of bundles, of clearing a street in which human traffic had in any case been abolished. But the Commandant was more amused by Pfefferberg than he had been by the mother. Here was a ghetto mensch playing soldier in front of 3 SS officers and making his report, servile if true, and almost endearing if not. His manner was, above all, a break-in style for a victim. Of all today's doomed, not one other had tried heel-clicking. The Herr Kommandant could therefore exercise the kingly right to show irrational and unexpected amusement. His head went back, his long upper lip retracted. It was a broad, honest laugh, and his colleagues smiled and shook their heads at its extent. In his excellent baritone, Untersturmführer Goeth said,
"We're looking after everything. The last group is leaving the ghetto. Verschwinde!"
That is, disappear, little Polish clicking soldier. Pfefferberg began to run, not looking back, and it would not have surprised him if he had been felled from behind. Running, he got to the corner of Węgierska and turned it, past the hospital yard where some hours ago he had been a witness. The dark came down as he neared the gate, and the ghetto's last familiar alleys faded. In Podgorze Square, the last official huddle of prisoners stood in a loose cordon of SS men and Ukrainians. "I must be the last one out alive," he told people in that crowd. Or if not he, it was Vulkan the jeweler and his wife and son. Vulkan had been working these past months in the Progress factory, and, knowing what was to happen, had approached Treuhänder Unkelbach with a large diamond concealed for 2 years in the lining of a coat. "Herr Unkelbach," he told the supervisor, "I'll go wherever I'm sent, but my wife isn't up to all that noise and violence." Vulkan and his wife and son would wait at the OD police station under the protection of a Jewish policeman they knew, and then, perhaps during the day, Herr Unkelbach would come and convey them bloodlessly to Płaszów. Since this morning, they had sat in a cubicle in the police station, but it had been as frightful a wait as if they'd stayed in their kitchen, the boy alternately terrified and bored, and his wife continuing to hiss her reproaches. Where is he? Is he going to come at all? These people. Early in the afternoon, Unkelbach did in fact appear, came into the Ordnungsdienst to use the lavatory and have coffee. Vulkan, emerging from the office in which he'd been waiting, saw a Treuhänder Unkelbach he had never known before, a man in the uniform of an SS NCO, smoking and exchanging animated conversation with another SS man, using one hand to take hungry mouthfuls of coffee, to bite off mouthfuls of smoke, to savage a lump of brown bread, while his pistol, still held in the left hand, lay like a resting animal on the police station counter, and dark spatters of blood ran across the breast of his uniform. The eyes he turned to meet Vulkan's did not see the jeweler. Vulkan knew at once that Unkelbach was not backing out of the deal. He simply did not remember it. The man was drunk and not on liquor. If Vulkan had called to him, the answer would have been a stare of ecstatic incomprehension, followed very likely by something worse. Vulkan gave it up and returned to his wife. She kept saying, "Why don't you talk to him? I'll talk to him if he's still there." But then she saw the shadow in Vulkan's eyes and sneaked a look around the edge of the door. Unkelbach was getting ready to leave. She saw the unaccustomed uniform, the blood of small traders and their wives splashed across its front. She uttered a whimper and returned to her seat. Like her husband, she now fell into a well-founded despair. and the waiting became somehow easier. The OD man they knew restored them to the usual pulse of hope and anxiety. He told them that all the OD, apart from Spira's Praetorians, had to be out of the ghetto by 6 p.m. and on the Wieliczka road to Płaszów. He would see if there was a way of getting the Vulcans into one of the vehicles. After dark had fallen, in the wake of Pfefferberg's passage up Węgierska, after the last party of prisoners had assembled at the gate into Podgórze Square, while Dr. H. and his wife were moving eastward in the company and under the cover of a group of rowdy Polish drunks, and while the squads of the Sonderkommando were resting and taking a smoke before the last search of the tenements, 2 horse-drawn wagons came to the door of the police station. The Vulcan family were hidden by the OD men under cartons of paperwork and bundles of clothing. Simke Spira and his associates were not in sight, were on the job somewhere in the streets, drinking coffee with NCOs, celebrating their permanence within the system. But before the wagons had turned out of the ghetto gate, the Vulcans, flattened to the boards, heard the nearly continuous sound of rifle and small arms fire from the streets behind them. It meant that Amon Goeth and Willi Hase, Albert Hujar, Horst Pilacic, and some hundreds of others were bursting into the attic niches, the false ceilings, the crates in cellars, and finding those who all day had maintained a hopeful silence. More than 4,000 such people were discovered overnight and executed in the streets. In the next 2 days, their bodies were taken to Płaszów on open platform trucks and buried in 2 mass graves in the woods beyond the new camp. 22. We do not know in what condition of soul Oskar Schindler spent March the 13th, the ghetto's last and worst day. But by the time his workers returned to him under guard from Płaszów, he was back in the mood for collecting data to pass on to Dr. Sedlacek on the dentist's next visit. He found out from the prisoners that Zwangsarbeitslager Płaszów, as it was known in SS bureaucraties, was to be no rational kingdom. Goeth had already pursued his passion against engineers by letting the guards beat Zygmunt Grünberg into a coma and bring him so late to the clinic up near the women's camp that his death was assured. From the prisoners who ate their hearty noonday soup at DEF, Oskar heard also that Płaszów was being used not only as a work camp, but as a place of execution as well. Though all the camp could hear the executions, some of the prisoners had been witnesses. The prisoner M, for example, who had had a pre-war decorating business in Cracow. Now living in Vienna, the man does not want his real name used. In the first days of the camp, he was in demand to decorate the houses of the SS, the few small country villas that flanked the lane on the north side of the camp. Like any especially valued artisan, he had more freedom of movement. And one afternoon that spring, he had been walking from the villa of Untersturmführer Leo John up the track toward the hill called Chujowa Górka, on whose crest stood the Austrian fort. Before he was ready to turn back down the slope to the factory yard, he had to pause to let an army truck grind past him uphill. M had noticed that beneath its canopy were women under the care of white coveralled Ukrainian guards. He had hidden between stacks of lumber and got an incomplete view of the women, disembarked and marched inside the fort, refusing to undress. The man yelling the orders in there was the SS man, Edmund Strojewski. Ukrainian NCOs marched among the women, hitting them with whip handles. M presumed they were Jewish, probably women caught with Aryan papers, brought here from Montelupich prison. Some cried out at the blows, but others were silent, as if to refuse the Ukrainians that much satisfaction. One of them began to intone the Shema Yisrael, and the others took it up. The verses rose vigorously above the mound, as if it had just occurred to the girls, who till yesterday had played straight Aryans, that now the pressure was off, they were freer than anyone to celebrate their tribal difference in the faces of Stroyevsky and the Ukrainians. Then, huddling for modesty, and in the bite of the spring air, they were all shot. At night the Ukrainians took them away in wheelbarrows and buried them in the woods on the far side of Huyova Gurka. People in the camp below had also heard that first execution on the hill, now profanely nicknamed Prick Hill. Some told themselves that it was partisans being shot up there, intractable Marxists or crazy nationalists. It was another country up there. If you obeyed the ordinances within the wire, you need never visit it. But the more clear-headed of Schindler's workers marched up Velichka Street, past the cable factory, and over to Zaborchye to work at DEF. They knew why prisoners from Montelupich were being shot at the Austrian hill fort, why the SS did not seem alarmed if the truckloads were seen arriving or the noise was heard throughout Płaszów. The reason was that the SS did not look on the prison population as ultimate witnesses. If there had been concern about a time in court, a mass of future testimony, they would have taken the women deeper into the woods. The conclusion to be drawn, Oskar decided, was not that Huyova Gurka was a separate world from Płaszów, but that all of them, those brought to the mound fort by truck and those behind the wire down the hill, were under sentence. The first morning, Commandant Goetz stepped out his front door and murdered a prisoner at random. There was a tendency to see this also, like the first execution on Huyova Gurka, as a unique event, discrete from what would become the customary life of the camp. In fact, of course, the killings on the hill would soon prove to be habitual, and so would Amon's morning routine. Wearing a shirt and riding breeches and boots on which his orderly had put a high shine, he would emerge on the steps of his temporary villa. They were renovating a better place for him down at the other end of the camp perimeter. As the season wore on, he would appear without his shirt, for he loved the sun. But for the moment, he stood in the clothes in which he had eaten breakfast, a pair of binoculars in one hand and a sniper's rifle in the other. He would scan the camp area, the work at the quarry, the prisoners pushing or hauling the quarry trucks on the rails which passed by his door. Those glancing up could see the smoke from the cigarette which he held clamped between his lips, the way a man smokes without hands when he is too busy to put down the tools of his trade. Within the first few days of the camp's life, he appeared thus at his front door and shot a prisoner who did not seem to be pushing hard enough at a cart loaded with limestone. No one knew Amon's precise reason for settling on that prisoner. Amon certainly did not have to document his motives. With one blast from the doorstep, the man was plucked from the group of pushing and pulling captives and hurled sideways in the road. The others stopped pushing, of course, their muscles frozen in expectation of a general slaughter. But Amon waved them on, frowning, as if to say that he was pleased for the moment with the standard of work he was getting from them. Apart from such excesses with prisoners, Amon was also breaking one of the promises he'd made to the entrepreneurs. Oskar got a telephone call from Madrich. Madrich wanted them both to complain. Amon had said he would not interfere in the business of the factories. At least, he was not interfering from within. But he held up shifts by detaining the prison population for hours on the Appellplatz, parade ground, at roll call. Madrich mentioned a case in which a potato had been found in a given hut, and therefore every prisoner from that barracks had to be publicly flogged in front of the thousands of inmates. It is no fast matter to have a few hundred people drag their pants and underwear down, their shirts or dresses up, and treat each of them to 25 lashes. It was Goetz's rule that the flogged prisoner call out the numbers for the guidance of the Ukrainian orderlies who did the flogging. If the victim lost track of the count, it was to begin again. Commandant Goeth's roll calls on the Appellplatz were full of just such time-consuming trickery. Therefore, shifts would arrive hours late at the Mudridge clothing factory inside the Poishouf camp, and an hour later still at Oscar's place in Lipova Street. They would arrive shocked, too, unable to concentrate, muttering stories of what Armand or John or Scheidt or some other officer had done that morning. Oscar complained to an engineer he knew at the Armaments Inspectorate. "It's no use complaining to the police chiefs," said the engineer. "They're not involved in the same war we are." "What I ought to do," said Oscar, "is keep the people on the premises, make my own camp." The idea amused the engineer. "Where would you put them, old man?" he asked. "You don't have much room." "If I can acquire the space," said Oscar, "would you write a supporting letter?" When the engineer agreed, Oscar called an elderly couple named Bielski, who lived in Stradom Street. He wondered if they would consider an offer for the land abutting his factory. He drove across the river to see them. They were delighted by his manner. Because he had always been bored by the rituals of haggling, he began by offering them a boom-time price. They gave him tea and, in a state of high excitement, called their lawyer to draw up the papers, while Oscar was still on the premises. From their apartment, Oscar drove out, as a courtesy, and told Armand that he intended to make a sub-camp of Poishouf in his own factory yard. Armand was quite taken with the idea. "If the SS generals approve," he said, "you can expect my cooperation, as long as you don't want my musicians or my maid." The next day, a full-scale appointment was arranged with Oberführer Scherner at Pomorska Street. Somehow, both Armand and General Scherner knew that Oscar could be made to foot the whole bill for a new camp. They could detect that when Oscar pushed the industrial argument, "I want my workers on the premises so that their labour can be more fully exploited," he was at the same time pushing some other intimate craze of his, in which expense was no question. They thought of him as a good enough fellow who'd been stricken with a form of Jew love, as with a virus. It was a corollary to SS theory that the Jewish genius so pervaded the world could achieve such magical effects that Herr Oskar Schindler was to be pitied as much as was a prince turned into a frog. But he would have to pay for his disease. The requirements of Obergruppenführer Friedrich Wilhelm Krüger, police chief of the government general and superior of Scherner and Tschurda, were based on the regulations set down by the concentration camp section of General Oswald Pohl's SS main administrative and economic office, even though as yet Poishouf was run independently of Pohl's bureau. The basic stipulations for an SS forced labour subcamp involved the erection of fences 9 feet tall, of watchtowers at given intervals according to the length of the camp perimeter, of latrines, barracks, a clinic, a dental office, a bathhouse and delousing complex, a barber shop, a food store, a laundry, a barracks office, a guard block of somewhat better construction than the barracks themselves, and all the accessories. What had occurred to Armand, Scherner, and Tschurda was that Oscar, as was only proper, would meet the expenses, either out of economic motives or because of the cabalistic enchantment he lay under. And even though they would make Oscar pay, his proposal suited them. There was still a ghetto in Tarnów, 45 miles east, and when it was abolished, the population would need to be absorbed into Poishouf. Likewise, the thousands of Jews now arriving at Poishouf from the shtetls of southern Poland. A subcamp in Lipova Street would ease that pressure. Armand also understood, though he would never say it aloud to the police chiefs, that there would be no need to supply a Lipova Street camp too precisely with the minimum food requirements, as laid down in General Pohl's directive. Armand, who could hurl thunderbolts from his doorstep without meeting protest, who believed in any case in the official idea that a certain attrition should take place in Poishouf, was already selling a percentage of the prison rations on the open market in Cracow through an agent of his, a Jew named Vilek Chilowicz, who had contacts with factory managements, merchants, and even restaurants in Cracow. Dr. Alexander Biberstein, now a Płaszów prisoner himself, found that the daily ration varied between 700 and 1,100 calories. At breakfast, a prisoner received a half-litre of black ersatz coffee, tasting of acorns, and a lump of rye bread weighing 175 grams, an eighth of one of the round loaves collected by barracks mess orderlies each morning at the bakery. Hunger being such a disruptive force, each mess orderly cut up the loaf with his back to the others and called, "Who wants this piece? Who wants this one?" At midday, a soup was distributed. Carrots, beets, sago substitute. Some days it had a fuller body than on others. Better food came in with the work parties who returned each evening. A small chicken could be carried under a coat, a French roll down a trouser leg. Yet Armand tried to prevent this by having the guards search returning details at dusk in front of the administration building. He did not want the work of natural wastage to be frustrated, nor the ideological wind to be taken out of his food dealings through Chilowicz. Since, therefore, he did not indulge his own prisoners, he felt that if Oskar chose to take 1,000 Jews, he could indulge them at his own expense, without too regular a supply of bread and beets from the storerooms of Płaszów. That spring, it was not only the police chiefs of the Cracow region whom Oskar had to talk to. He went into his backyard, persuading the neighbours. Beyond the 2 shabby huts constructed of Yeret's pine board, he came to the radiator factory run by Kurt Hordermann. It employed a horde of Poles and about 100 Płaszów inmates. In the other direction was Yeret's box factory, supervised by the German engineer Kuhnpast. Since the Płaszów people were such a small part of their staff, they didn't take to the idea with any passion, but they weren't against it. For Oskar was offering to house their Jews 50 metres from work instead of 5 kilometres. Next, Oskar moved out into the neighbourhood to talk to engineer Chmielewski at the Wehrmacht garrison office a few streets away. He employed a squad of Płaszów prisoners. Chmielewski had no objections. His name, with Kuhnpast's and Hordermann's, was appended to the application Schindler sent off to Pomorska Street. SS surveyors visited Emalia and conferred with Surveyor Steinhauser, an old friend of Oskar's from the Armaments Inspectorate. They stood and frowned at the sight, as surveyors will, and asked questions about drainage. Oskar had them all into his office upstairs for a morning coffee and a cognac, and then everyone parted amiably. Within a few days, the application to establish a forced labour subcamp in the factory backyard was accepted. That year, DEF would enjoy a profit of 15.8 million Reichsmarks. It might be thought that the 300,000 Reichsmarks Oskar now spent on building materials for the Emalia camp was a large but not fatal overhead. The truth was, though, that he was only beginning to pay. Oskar sent a plea to the Bauleitung, or construction office, of Płaszów, for the help of a young engineer named Adam Garde. Garde was still working on the barracks of Armand's camp, and after leaving instructions for the barracks builders, would be marched under individual guard from Płaszów to Lipowa Street to supervise the setting up of Oskar's compound. When Garde first turned up in Zabłockie, he found 2 rudimentary huts already occupied by close to 400 prisoners. There was a fence patrolled by an SS squad, but the inmates told Garde that Oskar did not let the SS into the encampment or onto the factory floor, except, of course, when senior inspectors came to look over the place. Oskar, they said, kept the small SS garrison of the Emalia factory well liquored and happy with their lot. Garde could see that the Emalia prisoners themselves were content between the shrinking fragile boards of their 2 huts, the men's and the women's. Already they called themselves Schindler Juden, using the term in a mood of cautious self-congratulation, the way a man recovering from a heart attack might describe himself as a lucky beggar. They'd already dug some primitive latrines, which Engineer Garde, much as he approved the impulse behind the work, could smell from the factory entrance. They washed at a pump in the DEF yard. Oscar asked him to come up to the office and look at the plans. 6 barracks for up to 1,200 people. The cookhouse at this end, the SS barracks. Oscar was temporarily accommodating the SS in a part of the factory. Beyond the wire at the far end. I want a really first-rate shower block and laundry, Oscar told him. I have the welders who can put it together under your direction. Typhus, he growled, half smiling at Garde. None of us wants typhus. The lice are already biting in Poichouf. We need to be able to boil clothes. Adam Garde was delighted to go to Lipova Street each day. 2 engineers had already been punished at Poichouf for their diplomas, but at DEF, experts were still experts. One morning, as his guard was marching him up Wieliczka Street towards Zabłockie, a black limousine materialized, braking hard at their heels. From it emerged Untersturmführer Goeth. He had that restless look about him. One prisoner, one guard, he observed. What does it mean? The Ukrainian begged to inform the Herr Kommandant that he had orders to escort this prisoner each morning to Herr Oskar Schindler's Emalia. They both hoped, Garde and the Ukrainian, that the mention of Oscar's name would give them immunity. One guard, one prisoner? Asked the Commandant again. But he was appeased and got back into his limousine without resolving the matter in any radical way. Later in the day, he approached Vilek Hilovich, who besides being his agent was also chief of the Jewish camp police, or firemen as they were called. Simke Spira, recently the Napoleon of the ghetto, still lived there, and spent each day supervising the searching out and the digging up of the diamonds, gold and cash, hidden away and unrecorded by people who were now ashes on the pine needles of Belzec. In Poichouf, however, Spira had no power, the centre of prison power being Hilovich. No one knew where Hilovich's authority came from. Perhaps Vili Kunda had mentioned his name to Amon. Perhaps Amon had recognized and liked his style. But all at once, here he was, chief of firemen in Poichouf, hander out of the caps and armbands of authority in that debased kingdom, and, like Simke, limited enough in imagination to equate his power with that of Tsars. Goeth approached Hilovich and said that he had better send Adam Garde to Schindler full-time and get it over with. We have engineers to burn, said Goeth with distaste. He meant that engineering had been a soft option for Jews who weren't allowed into the medical faculties of the Polish universities. First, though, said Amon, before he goes to Emalia, he has to finish the work on my conservatory. This news came to Adam Garde in his barracks, at his place in the 4-tiered bunks of Hut 21. He would be delivered to Zabłockie at the end of a trial. He would be building at Goeth's back door, where, as Reiter and Grünberg might have told him, the rules were unpredictable. In the midst of his work for the Commandant, a large beam was lifted to its place in the roof tree of Amon's conservatory. As he worked, Adam Garde could hear the Commandant's 2 dogs, named Rolf and Ralph, names from a newspaper cartoon, except that Amon had permitted them in the past week to rip the breast from a female prisoner suspected of idling. Amon himself, with his half-completed technical education, would return again and again to take a professional stance and watch the roof beams lifted by pulley. He came to ask questions when the centre beam was being slotted into place. It was an immense length of heavy pine, and across it Goeth called his question. Adam Garde could not catch the meaning and put his hand to his ear. Again Goeth asked it, and worse than not hearing it, Garde could not understand it.
I don't understand, Herr Kommandant, he admitted. Amon grabbed the rising beam with both long-fingered hands, dragged back the end of it, and swung it toward the engineer. Garde saw the massive timber spinning toward his head and understood that it was a mortal instrument. He lifted his right hand, and the beam took it, shattering the knuckles and the metacarpals and hurling him to the ground. When Garde could see again through the fog of pain and nausea, Amon had turned and walked away. Perhaps he would come again tomorrow for a satisfactory answer. Lest he be seen as deformed and unfit, Engineer Garde avoided favouring his shattered hand on the way to the Krankenstube, infirmary. Carried normally, it weighed at his side, a bladder of torment. He let Dr. Hilfstein talk him into accepting a plaster cast. So he continued to supervise the construction of the conservatory, and each day marched to the Emalia works, hoping that the long sleeve of his coat helped conceal the cast. When he was unsure about this, he cut his hand free of the thing. Let the hand mend crookedly. He wanted to ensure his transfer to Schindler's subcamp by presenting an unmaimed appearance. Within a week, carrying a shirt and some books in a bundle, he was marched to Lipova Street for good. 23. Among prisoners who knew, there was already competition to get into Emalia. Prisoner Dolek Horowitz, a purchasing officer inside the Płaszów camp, knew that he would not be allowed to go to Schindler's place himself, but he had a wife and 2 children. Richard, the younger of the children, woke up early these spring mornings as the earth gave off its last winter humour in mist, got down from his mother's bunk in the women's quarters, and ran down the hillside to the men's camp, his mind on the coarse morning bread. He had to be with his father for morning roll call on the Appellplatz. His path took him past Hilovich's Jewish police post, and even on foggy mornings, within sight of 2 watchtowers. But he was safe because he was known. He was a Horowitz child. His father was considered invaluable by Herr Bosch, who in turn was a drinking companion of the commandant's. Richard's unself-conscious freedom of movement derived from his father's expertise. He moved charmed under the eyes in the towers, finding his father's barracks and climbing to his cot and waking him with questions. Why is there mist in the mornings and not in the afternoons? Will there be trucks? Will it take long on the Appellplatz today? Will there be floggings? Through Richard's morning questions, Dolek Horowitz had it borne in on him that Płaszów was unfit even for privileged children. Perhaps he could contact Schindler. Schindler came out here now and then and walked around the administration building and the workshops, under the guise of doing business, to leave small gifts and exchange news with old friends like Stern and Roman Ginter and Poldek Pfefferberg. When Dolek did not seem to be able to make contact this way, it struck him that perhaps Schindler could be approached through Bosch. Dolek believed they met a lot. Not out here so much, but perhaps in offices in town and at parties. You could tell they were not friends, but were bound together by dealings, by mutual favours. It was not only, and perhaps not mainly, Richard whom Dolek wanted to get into Schindler's compound. Richard could diffuse his terror in clouds of questions. It was his 10-year-old daughter, Nyusha, who no longer asked questions, who was just another thin child past the age of frankness, who, from a window in the brushwork shop where she sewed the bristles into the wooden backs, saw the daily truckloads arriving at the Austrian hill fort and carried her terror insupportably, the way adults will, unable to climb onto a parental chest and transfer the fear. To soothe her hunger in Płaszów, Nyusha had taken to smoking onion leaves in newspaper wrappings. The solid rumours about Emalia were that such precocious methods weren't necessary there.
So Dolek appealed to Bosch during one of his tours of the clothing warehouse. He presumed on Bosch's earlier kindnesses, he said, to beg him to talk to Herr Schindler. He repeated his pleadings and repeated the children's names again, so that Bosch, whose memory was eroded by schnapps, might still remember. "Herr Schindler is probably my best friend," said Bosch. "He'd do anything for me." Dolek expected little from the talk. His wife, Regina, had no experience of making shells or enamelware. Bosch himself never mentioned the request again. Yet within the week, they marched out on the next Emalia list, cleared by Commandant Goeth, in return for a little envelope of jewellery. Nusha looked like a thin, reserved adult in the women's barracks at Emalia, and Richard moved as he had in Poichouf, everyone knowing him in the munitions section and the enamel shops, the guards accepting his familiarity. Regina kept expecting Oscar to come up to her in the enamel factory and say, "So, you're Dolek Horowitz's wife." Then the only question would be how to frame her thanks. But he never did. She was delighted to find that she was not very visible at Lipova Street, and neither was her daughter. They understood that Oscar knew who they were, since he often chatted with Richard by name. They knew, too, by the altered nature of Richard's questions, the extent of what they had been given. The Emalia camp had no resident commandant to tyrannize the inmates. There were no permanent guards. The garrison was changed every 2 days. 2 truckloads of SS and Ukrainians coming up to Zaborchye from Poichouf to take over the security of the subcamp. The Poichouf soldiers liked their occasional duty at Emalia. The Herr Direktor's kitchens, more primitive even than Poichouf's, turned out better meals. Since the Herr Direktor started raging and making phone calls to Oberführer Scherner if any guard, instead of just patrolling the perimeter, entered the camp, the garrison kept to their side of the fence. Duty in Zaborchye was pleasurably dull. Except for inspection by senior SS men, the prisoners who worked at DEF rarely got a close view of their guards. One barbed wire passageway took the inmates to their work in the enamel plant. Another ran to the door of the munitions section. Those Emalia Jews who worked at the box factory, the radiator plant, the garrison office, were marched to work and back by Ukrainians. Different Ukrainians every second day. No guard had the time to develop a fatal grudge against a prisoner. Therefore, though the SS may have set the limits to the life people led in Emalia, Oscar set its tone. The tone was one of fragile permanence. There were no dogs, there were no beatings. The soup and the bread were better and more plentiful than in Poichouf. About 2,000 calories a day, according to a doctor who worked in Emalia as a factory hand. The shifts were long, often 12 hours. For Oscar was still a businessman with war contracts to fill and a conventional desire for profit. It must be said, though, that no shift was arduous, and that many of his prisoners seemed to have believed at the time that their labour was making a contribution in measurable terms to their survival. According to accounts Oscar presented after the war to the Joint Distribution Committee, he spent 1,800,000 zloty, $360,000, on food for the Emalia camp. Cosmetic entries could be found, written off to similar expenditure, in the books of Farben and Krupp, though nowhere near as high a percentage of the profit as in Oscar's accounts. The truth is, though, that no one collapsed and died of overwork, beatings, or hunger in Emalia. Whereas at IG Farben's Buna plant alone, 25,000 prisoners out of a workforce of 35,000 would perish at their labour. Long afterward, Emalia people would call the Schindler camp a paradise. Since they were by then widely scattered, it cannot have been a description they decided on after the fact. The term must have had some currency while they were in Emalia. It was, of course, only a relative paradise, a heaven by contrast with Poichouf. What it inspired in its people was a sense of almost surreal deliverance, something preposterous which they didn't want to look at too closely for fear it would evaporate. New DEF hands knew of Oscar only by report. They did not want to put themselves in the Herr Direktor's path or risk speaking to him. They needed time for recovery and for adjustment to Schindler's unorthodox prison system. A girl named Lucia, for example. Her husband had recently been separated out from the mass of prisoners on the Appellplatz at Poichouf and shipped off with others to Mauthausen. With what would turn out to be mere realism, she grieved like a widow. Grieving, she'd been marched to Emalia. She worked at carrying dipped enamelware to the furnaces. You were permitted to heat up water on the warm surfaces of machinery, and the floor was warm. For her, hot water was Emalia's first beneficence. She saw Oscar at first only as a large shape, moving down an aisle of metal presses or traversing a catwalk. It was somehow not a threatening shape. She sensed that if she were noticed, the nature of the place, the lack of beatings, the food, the absence of guards in the camp, might somehow reverse itself. She wanted only unobtrusively to work her shift and return down the barbed wire tunnel to her hut in the compound. After a while, she found herself giving an answering nod to Oscar, and even telling him that, yes, thank you, Herr Direktor, she was quite well. Once he gave her some cigarettes, better than gold, both as a comfort and as a means of trading with the Polish workers. Since she knew friends vanished, she feared his friendship. She wanted him to continue to be a presence, a magical parent. A paradise run by a friend was too fragile. To manage an enduring heaven, you needed someone both more authoritative and more mysterious than that. Many of the Emalia prisoners felt the same. There was a girl named Regina Perlman, living, at the time Oscar's factory subcamp came into existence, in the city of Cracow on forged South American papers. Her dark complexion made the papers credible, and under them she worked as an Aryan in the office of a factory in Podgórze. She would have been safer from blackmailers if she'd gone to Warsaw, Łódź, or Gdansk. But her parents were in Poichouf, and she carried forged papers for their sakes too, so that she could supply them with food, comforts, medicine. She knew from the days in the ghetto that it was an adage in the Jewish mythology of Cracow that Herr Schindler could be expected to take extreme pains. She also knew the reports from Poichouf, from the quarry, the commandant's balcony. She would have to break cover to do it, but she believed it essential that she get her parents into Schindler's backyard camp. The first time she visited DEF, she wore a safely anonymous faded floral dress and no stockings. The Polish gateman went through the business of calling Herr Schindler's office upstairs, and through the glass she could see him disapproving of her. It's nobody, some grubby girl from one of the other factories. She had the normal fear of people on Aryan papers that a hostile Pole would somehow spot her Jewishness. This one looked hostile. It's of no great importance, she told him, when he returned, shaking his head. She wanted to put him off her track. But the Pole did not even bother to lie to her. He won't see you, he said. The hood of a BMW glowered in the factory yard, she could see, and it could belong only to Herr Schindler. He was in, but not to visitors who couldn't afford stockings. She went away, trembling at her escape. She'd been saved from making to Herr Schindler a confession which, even in her sleep, she feared making to anyone. She waited a week before she could get more time off from the factory in Podgórze. She devoted an entire half-day to her approach. She bathed and got black market stockings. From one of her few friends, a girl on Aryan papers could not risk having many, she borrowed a blouse. She had an excellent jacket of her own, and bought a lacquered straw hat with a veil. She made up her face, achieving a dark radiance appropriate to a woman living beyond threat. In the mirror, she looked like her pre-war self, an elegant Cracovienne of exotic racial derivation. Hungarian businessman father, perhaps, and a mother from Rio. This time, as she had intended, the Pole in the gatehouse did not even recognize her. He let her inside while he rang Miss Klanowska, the Herr Direktor's secretary, and then was put on to speak to Schindler himself. Herr Direktor, said the Pole, there is a lady here to see you on important business. Herr Schindler seemed to want details. A very well-dressed young lady, said the Pole, and then, bowing while holding the telephone, a very beautiful young lady, he said. As if he had a hunger to see her, or perhaps as if she might be some forgotten girl who'd embarrass him in the outer office, Schindler met her on the steps. He smiled when he saw he did not know her. He was very pleased to meet her, this Fräulein Rodriguez. She could see that he had a respect for pretty women, that it was at the same time childlike and yet sophisticated. With flourishes like those of a matinee idol, he indicated she should follow him upstairs. She wanted to talk to him in confidence? Of course she should. He led her past Klanowska. Klanowska took it calmly. The girl could mean anything, black market or currency business. She could even be a chic partisan. Love might be the least of motivations. In any case, a worldly girl like Klanowska didn't expect to own Oscar, or to be owned in return. Inside the office, Schindler placed a chair for her, and walked behind his desk beneath the ritual portrait of the Führer. Would she like a cigarette? Perhaps a Pernod or a cognac? No, she said, but he must, of course, feel free to take a drink. He poured himself one from his cocktail cabinet. What's this very important business? He asked, not quite with that crisp grace he'd shown on the stairs. For her manner had changed now the door to the outer office was closed. He could tell she'd come to do hard business. She leaned forward. For a second, it seemed ridiculous for her, a girl whose father had paid 50,000 zloty for Aryan papers, to say it without a pause, to give it all away to a half-ironic, half-worried Sudetendeutscher with a snifter of cognac in his hand. Yet in some ways it was the easiest thing she'd ever done. I have to tell you, Herr Schindler, I'm not a Polish Aryan. My real name is Perlman. My parents are in Płaszów. They say, and I believe it, that coming to Emalia is the same as being given a Lebenskarte, a card of life. I have nothing I can give you. I borrowed clothes to get inside your factory. Will you bring them here for me? Schindler put down his drink and stood up. You want to make a secret arrangement? I don't make secret arrangements. What you suggest, Fräulein, is illegal. I have a factory here in Zaborcie, and the only question I ask is whether or not a person has certain skills. If you care to leave your Aryan name and address, it might be possible to write to you at some stage and inform you that I need your parents for their work skills. But not now and not on any other ground. But they can't come as skilled workers, said Fräulein Perlman. My father's an importer, not a metal worker. We have an office staff, said Schindler, but mainly we need skills on the factory floor. She was defeated. Half blind with tears, she wrote her false name and real address. He could do with it whatever he wanted. But on the street she understood and began to revive. Maybe Schindler thought she might be an agent, that she might have been there for entrapment. Just the same, he'd been cold. There hadn't even been an ambiguous, non-indictable gesture of kindness in the manner in which he'd thrown her out of his office. Within a month, Mr. and Mrs. Perlman came to Emalia from Płaszów. Not on their own, as Regina Perlman had imagined it would happen should Herr Oskar Schindler decide to be merciful, but as part of a new detail of 30 workers. Sometimes she would go around to Lipova Street and bribe her way onto the factory floor to see them. Her father worked dipping the enamel, shoveling coal, clearing the floor of scrap. "But he talks again," said Mrs. Perlman to her daughter. For in Płaszów he'd gone silent. In fact, despite the drafty huts, the plumbing, here at Emalia there was a certain mood, a fragile confidence, a presumption of permanence, such as she, living on risky papers in sullen Cracow, could not hope to feel until the day the madness stopped. Miss Perlman Rodriguez did not complicate Herr Schindler's life by storming his office in gratitude or writing effusive letters. Yet she always left the yellow gate of DEF with an unquenchable envy for those who stayed inside. Then there was a campaign to get Rabbi Menashe Levartov, masquerading as a metal worker in Płaszów, into Emalia. Levartov was a scholarly city rabbi, young and black-bearded. He was more liberal than the rabbis from the shtetls of Poland, the ones who believed the Sabbath was more important even than life, and who, throughout 1942 and 1943, were shot by the hundreds every Friday evening for refusing work in the forced labour cantonments of Poland. He was one of those men who, even in the years of peace, would have advised his congregation that while God may well be honoured by the inflexibility of the pious, he might also be honoured by the flexibility of the sensible. Levartov had always been admired by Itzhak Stern, who worked in the construction office of Amon Goeth's administration building. In the old days, Stern and Levartov would, if given the leisure, have sat together for hours over a glass of herbata, letting it grow cold while they talked about the influence of Zoroaster on Judaism, or the other way round, or the concept of the natural world in Taoism. Stern, when it came to comparative religion, got greater pleasure out of talking to Levartov than he could ever have received from bluff Oskar Schindler, who nonetheless had a fatal weakness for discoursing on the same subject. During one of Oskar's visits to Płaszów, Stern told him that somehow Menashe Levartov had to be got into Emalia, or else Goeth would surely kill him. For Levartov had a sort of visibility. It was a matter of presence. Goeth was drawn to people of presence. They were, like idlers, another class with high target priority. Stern told Oskar how Goeth had attempted to murder Levartov. Amon Goeth's camp now held more than 30,000 people. On the near side of the Appellplatz, near the Jewish mortuary chapel, which had now become a stable, stood a Polish compound which could hold some 1,200 prisoners. Obergruppenführer Krüger was so pleased by his inspection of the new, booming camp that he now promoted the commandant 2 SS grades to the rank of Hauptsturmführer. As well as the crowd of Poles, Jews from the east and from Czechoslovakia would be held in Płaszów while space was made for them farther west in Auschwitz-Birkenau or Gross-Rosen. Sometimes the population rose above 35,000, and the Appellplatz teemed at roll call. Amon therefore often had to cull his early comers to make way for new prisoners. And Oskar knew that the commandant's quick method was to enter one of the camp offices or workshops, form up 2 lines, and march one of them away. The line marched away would be taken either to the Austrian hill fort for execution by firing squads, or else to the cattle cars at the Cracow-Płaszów station, or, when it was laid down in the autumn of 1943, to the railway siding by the fortified SS barracks. On just such a culling exercise, Stern told Oskar, Amon had entered the metalworks in the factory enclosure some days past. The supervisors had stood at attention like soldiers and made their eager reports, knowing that they could die for an unwise choice of words. I need 25 metalworkers, Amon told the supervisors when the reports were finished. 25 and no more. Point out to me the ones who are skilled. One of the supervisors pointed to Levartov, and the rabbi joined the line, though he could see that Amon took a special note of his selection. Of course, one never knew which line would be moved out or where it would be moved to, but it was in most cases a safer bet to be on the line of the skilled. So the selection continued. Levartov had noticed that the metal shops were strangely empty that morning, since a number of those who worked or filled in time by the door had got forewarning of Gert's approach and had slipped over to the Madrich garment factory to hide among the bolts of linen or appear to be mending sewing machines. The 40 or so, slow or inadvertent, who had stayed on in the metalworks were now in two lines between the benches and the lathes. Everyone was fearful, but those in the smaller line were the more uneasy. Then a boy of indeterminate age, perhaps as young as 16 or as old as 19, had called from the midst of the shorter line, "But, Herr Kommandant, I'm a metal specialist too." "Yes, Liebchen," murmured Ammon, drawing his service revolver, stepping to the child and shooting him in the head. The enormous blast in this place of metal threw the boy against the wall. He was dead, the appalled Levartov believed, before he fell to the workshop floor. The even shorter line was now marched out to the railroad depot. The boy's corpse was taken over the hill in a barrow. The floor was washed, the lathes returned to operation. But Levartov, making gate hinges slowly at his bench, was aware of the recognition that had flashed for an instant in Ammon's eye, the look that had said, "There's one." It seemed to the rabbi that the boy had by crying out only temporarily distracted Ammon from Levartov himself, the more obvious target. A few days had passed, Stern told Schindler, before Ammon returned to the metalworks and found it crowded, and went around making his own selections for the hill or the transports. Then he'd halted by Levartov's bench, as Levartov had known he would. Levartov could smell Ammon's aftershave lotion. He could see the starched cuff of Ammon's shirt. Ammon was a splendid dresser. "What are you making?" asked the commandant. "Herr Kommandant," said Levartov, "I am making hinges." The rabbi pointed, in fact, to the small heap of hinges on the floor. "Make me one now," Ammon ordered. He took a watch from his pocket and began timing. Levartov earnestly cut a hinge, his fingers urging the metal, pressuring the lathe. Convinced labouring fingers, delighted to be skilled. Keeping tremulous count in his head, he turned out a hinge in what he believed was 58 seconds and let it fall at his feet. "Another," murmured Ammon. After his speed trial, the rabbi was now more assured and worked confidently. In perhaps another minute, the second hinge slid to his feet. Ammon considered the heap. "You've been working here since 6 this morning," said Ammon, not raising his eyes from the floor. "And you can work at a rate you've just shown me. And yet such a tiny little pile of hinges?" Levartov knew, of course, that he had crafted his own death. Ammon walked him down the aisle, no one bothering or brave enough to look up from his bench. To see what? A death walk. Death walks were commonplace in Płaszów. Outside, in the midday air of spring, Ammon stood Menashe Levartov against the workshop wall, adjusting him by the shoulder, and took out the pistol with which he'd slaughtered the child 2 days before. Levartov blinked and watched the other prisoners hurry by, wheeling and toting the raw materials of the Płaszów camp, eager to be out of range, the Cracovians among them thinking, "My God, it's Levartov's turn." Privately, he murmured the Shema Yisrael and heard the mechanisms of the pistol. But the small internal stirrings of metal ended not in a roar, but in a click, like that of a cigarette lighter which won't give a flame. And like a dissatisfied smoker, with just such a trivial level of annoyance, Ammon Gert extracted and replaced the magazine of bullets from the butt of the pistol, again took his aim, and fired. As the rabbi's head swayed to the normal human suspicion that the impact of the bullet could be absorbed as could a punch, all that emerged from Gert's pistol was another click,
Gert began cursing prosaically. Donnerwetter! Zum Teufel! It seemed to Lavatov that at any second Armand would begin to run down faulty modern workmanship, as if they were two tradesmen trying to bring off some simple effect. The threading of a pipe, a drill hole in the wall. Armand put the faulty pistol away in its black holster and withdrew from a jacket pocket a pearl-handled revolver of a type Rabbi Lavatov had only read of in the westerns of his boyhood. Clearly, he thought, there are going to be no remissions due to technical failure. He'll keep on. I'll die by cowboy revolver, and even if all the firing pins are filed down, Hauptsturmführer Gert will fall back on more primitive weapons. As Stern relayed it to Schindler, when Gert aimed again and fired, Menashe Levartov had already begun to look about in case there was some object in the neighborhood that could be used, together with these two astounding failures of Gert's service pistol, as a lever. By the corner of the wall stood a pile of coal, an unpromising item in itself. Herr Kommandant, Levartov began to say, but he could already hear the small murderous hammers and springs of a barroom pistol acting on each other. And again the click of a defective cigarette lighter. Armand, raging, seemed to be attempting to tear the barrel of the thing from its socket. Now Rabbi Levartov adopted the stance he had seen the supervisors in the metalworks assume. Herr Kommandant, I would beg to report that my heap of hinges was so unsatisfactory for the reason that the machines were being recalibrated this morning, and therefore instead of hinge work, I was put on to shoveling that coal. It seemed to Levartov that he had violated the rules of the game they had been playing together. The game that was to be closed by Levartov's reasonable death, just as surely as Snakes and Ladders ends with the throwing of a six. It was as if the rabbi had hidden the dice, and now there could be no conclusion. Armand hit him on the face with a free left hand, and Levartov tasted blood in his mouth, lying on the tongue like a guarantee. Hauptsturmführer Gert then simply abandoned Levartov against the wall. The contest, however, as both Levartov and Stern could tell, had merely been suspended. Stern whispered this narrative to Oscar in the building office of Poischouf. Stern, stooping, eyes raised, hands joined, was as generous with detail as ever. "It's no problem," Oscar murmured. He liked to tease Stern. "Why the long story? There's always room at Emalia for someone who can turn out a hinge in less than a minute." When Levartov and his wife came to the Emalia factory subcamp in the summer of '43, he had to suffer what at first he believed to be Schindler's little religious witticisms. On Friday afternoons, in the munitions hall of DEF, where Levartov operated a lathe, Schindler would say, "You shouldn't be here, Rabbi. You should be preparing for Shabbat." But when Oscar slipped him a bottle of wine for use in the ceremonies, Levartov knew that the Herr Director was not joking. Before dusk on Fridays, the rabbi would be dismissed from his workbench and would go to his barracks behind the wire in the backyard of DEF. There, under the strings of sourly drying laundry, he would recite Kiddush over a cup of wine, among the roof-high tiers of bunks. Under, of course, the shadow of an SS watchtower. '24. The Oskar Schindler who dismounted from his horse these days in the factory yard of Emalia was still the prototypical tycoon. He looked sleekly handsome in the style of the film stars George Sanders and Kurt Jürgens, to both of whom people would always compare him. His hacking jacket and jodhpurs were tailored. His riding boots had a high shine. He looked like a man to whom it was profit all the way. Yet he would return from his rural rides and go upstairs to face the sort of bills novel even to the history of an eccentric enterprise like DEF. Bread shipments, from the bakery at Poischouf to the factory camp in Lipova Street, Zabotier, where a few hundred loaves delivered twice a week, and an occasional token half-truckload of turnips.
These few high-backed and lightly laden trucks were no doubt written large and multiplied in Commandant Goeth's books, and such trustees as Chilovich sold off on behalf of the Herr Hauptsturmführer the difference between the mean supplies that arrived at Lipova Street and the plenteous and phantom convoys that Goeth put down on paper. If Oskar had depended on Amon for prison food, his 900 internees would each have been fed perhaps 3/4 of a kilo of bread a week and soup every third day. On missions of his own, and through his manager, Oskar was spending 50,000 zloty a month on black market food for his camp kitchen. Some weeks he had to find more than 3,000 round loaves. He went to town and spoke to the German supervisors in the big bakeries, and had in his briefcase Reichsmarks and 2 or 3 bottles. Oskar did not seem to realize that throughout Poland that summer of 1943, he was one of the champion illicit feeders of prisoners, that the malign pall of hunger, which should, by SS policy, hang over the great death factories and over every one of the little barbed wire forced labour slums, was lacking in Lipova Street in a way that was dangerously visible. That summer, a host of incidents occurred which augmented the Schindler mythology, the almost religious supposition among many prisoners of Płażów and the entire population of Emalia that Oskar was a provider of outrageous salvation. Early in the career of every subcamp, senior officers from the parent camp, or lager, paid a visit to ensure that the energy of the slave labourers was stimulated in the most radical and exemplary manner. It is not certain exactly which members of Płażów's senior staff visited Emalia, but some prisoners and Oskar himself would always say that Goeth was one of them. And if not Goeth, it was Leo John, or Scheidt, or else Josef Neuschel, Goeth's protégé. It is no injustice to mention any of their names in connection with stimulating energy in a radical and exemplary manner. Whoever they were, they had already in the history of Płażów taken or condoned fierce action. And now, visiting Emalia, they spotted in the yard a prisoner named Lamus, pushing a barrow too slowly across the factory yard. Oskar himself later declared that it was Goeth who was there that day, and saw Lamus's slow trundling, and turned to a young NCO named Grün. Grün being another Goeth protégé, his bodyguard, a former wrestler. It was certainly Grün who was ordered to execute Lamus. So Grün made the arrest, and the inspectors continued on into other parts of the factory camp. It was someone from the metal hall who rushed up to the Herr Direktor's office and alerted Schindler. Oskar came roaring down the stairs, even faster than on the day Miss Regina Perlman had visited, and reached the yard just as Grün was positioning Lamus against the wall. Oskar called out, "You can't do that here. I won't get work out of my people if you start shooting. I've got high-priority war contracts," etc. It was the standard Schindler argument, and carried the suggestion that there were senior officers known to Oskar, to whom Grün's name would be given if he impeded production in Emalia. Grün was cunning. He knew the other inspectors had passed on to the workshops, where the whumping of metal presses and the roaring of lathes would cover any noise he chose or failed to make. Lamus was such a small concern to men like Goeth and John that no investigation would be made afterwards. "What's in it for me?" the SS man asked Oskar. "Would vodka do?" said Oskar. To Grün it was a substantial prize. For working all day behind the machine guns during Aktions, the massed and daily executions in the east, for shooting hundreds, you were given half a litre of vodka. The boys lined up to be on the squad so that they could take that prize of liquor back to their messes in the evening. And here the Herr Direktor offered him 3 times that for one act of omission. "I don't see the bottle," he said. Herr Schindler was already nudging Lamus away from the wall and pushing him out of range. "Disappear!" Grün yelled at the wheelbarrow man. "You may collect the bottle," said Oskar, "from my office at the end of the inspection." Oskar took part in a similar transaction when the Gestapo raided the apartment of a forger and discovered, among other false documents, completed or near completed, a set of Aryan papers for a family called the Wohlfeilers. Mother, father, 3 adolescent children, all of them workers at Schindler's camp. 2 Gestapo men therefore came to Lipova Street to collect the family for an interrogation, which would lead, through Montelupich prison, to Chujowa Górka. 3 hours after entering Oskar's office, both men left, reeling on the stairs, beaming with the temporary bonhomie of cognac, and, for all anyone knew, of a payoff. The confiscated papers now lay on Oskar's desk, and he picked them up and put them in the fire. Next, the brothers Danziger, who cracked a metal press one Friday. Honest, bemused men, semi-skilled, looking up with staring Stettel eyes from the machine they had just loudly shattered. The Herr Direktor was away on business, and someone, a factory spy, Oskar would always say, denounced the Danzigers to the administration in Płaszów. The brothers were taken from Emalia, and their hanging advertised at the next morning's roll call in Płaszów. Tonight, it was announced, the people of Płaszów will witness the execution of 2 saboteurs. What of course qualified the Danzigers above all for execution was their orthodox aura. Oskar returned from his business trip to Sosnowiec at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, 3 hours before the promised execution. News of the sentence was waiting on his desk. He drove out through the suburbs to Płaszów at once, taking cognac with him and some fine kielbasa sausage. He parked by the administration building and found Gert in his office. He was pleased not to have to rouse the commandant from an afternoon nap. No one knows the extent of the deal that was struck in Gert's office that afternoon, in that office akin to Torquemada's, where Gert had had ring bolts attached to the wall from which to hang people for discipline or instruction. It is hard to believe, however, that Armand was satisfied simply with cognac and sausage. In any case, his concern for the integrity of the Reich's metal presses was soothed by the interview, and at 6 o'clock, the hour of their execution, the Danziger brothers returned in the back seat of Oskar's plush limousine to the sweet squalor of Emalia. All these triumphs were, of course, partial. It is an aspect of Caesars, Oskar knew, to remit as irrationally as they condemn. Emil Krautwirt, by day an engineer in the radiator factory beyond the Emalia barracks, was an inmate of Oskar's SS subcamp. He was young, having got his diploma in the late 30s. Krautwirt, like the others in Emalia, called the place Schindler's camp, but by taking Krautwirt away to Płaszów for an exemplary hanging, the SS demonstrated whose camp it really was, at least for some aspects of its existence. For the fraction of Płaszów people who would live on into the peace, the hanging of engineer Krautwirt was the first story, other than their own intimate stories of pain and humiliation, which they would relate. The SS were ever economical with their scaffolds, and at Płaszów the gallows resembled a long, low set of goalposts, lacking the majesty of the gibbets of history, of the revolutionary guillotine, the Elizabethan scaffold, the tall solemnity of jailhouse gallows in the sheriff's backyard. Seen in peacetime, the gallows of Płaszów and Auschwitz would intimidate not by their solemnity, but by their ordinariness. But as mothers of children would discover in Płaszów, it was still possible, even with such a banal structure, for 5-year-olds to see too much of an execution from within the mass of prisoners on the Appellplatz. With Krautwirt, a 16-year-old boy named Haubenstock was also to be hanged. Krautwirt had been condemned for some letters he had written to seditious persons in the city of Cracow. But with Haubenstock, it was that he had been heard singing Volga Volga, Kalinka Maya, and other banned Russian songs, with the intention, according to his death sentence, of winning the Ukrainian Guards over to Bolshevism. The rules for the rite of execution inside Płaszów involved silence. Unlike the festive hangings of earlier times, the drop was performed in utter stillness. The prisoners stood in phalanxes and were patrolled by men and women who knew the extent of their power, by Hujar and John, by Scheidt and Grün, by the NCOs Landsdorfer, Amthor and Grimm, Ritschek and Schreiber, and by the SS women supervisors recently assigned to Płaszów, both of them accomplished with the truncheon, Alice Orlovsky and Louisa Dantz. Under such supervision, the pleadings of the condemned were heard in silence. Engineer Krautwirt himself seemed at first stunned and had nothing to say, but the boy was vocal. In an uneven voice, he reasoned with the Hauptsturmführer, who stood beside the scaffold. "I am not a communist, Herr Kommandant. I hate communism. They were just songs, ordinary songs." The hangman, a Jewish butcher of Cracow, pardoned for some earlier crime on condition that he undertake this work, stood Haubenstock on a stool and placed the noose around his neck. He could tell Amon wanted the boy hanged first, didn't want the debate to drag on. When the butcher kicked the support out from beneath Haubenstock, the rope broke, and the boy, purple and gagging, noose around his neck, crawled on his hands and knees to Gert, continuing his pleadings, ramming his head against the commandant's ankles and hugging his legs. It was the most extreme submission. It conferred on Gert again the kingship he'd been exercising these fevered months past. Amon, in an Appellplatz of gaping mouths uttering no sound but a low hiss, a susurrus like a wind in sand dunes, took his pistol from his holster, kicked the boy away, and shot him through the head. When poor Engineer Krautwirt saw the horror of the boy's execution, he took a razor blade that he'd concealed in his pocket and slashed his wrists. Those prisoners at the front could tell that Krautwirt had injured himself fatally in both arms. But Gert ordered the hangman to proceed in any case, and splashed with the gore from Krautwirt's injuries, 2 Ukrainians lifted him to the scaffold, where, gushing from both wrists, he strangled in front of the Jews of southern Poland. It was natural to believe with one part of the mind that each such barbarous exhibition might be the last, that there might be a reversal of methods and attitudes even in Amon, or if not in him, then in those unseen officials who, in some high office with French windows and waxed floors, overlooking a square where old women sold flowers, must formulate half of what happened in Płaszów and condone the rest. On the second visit of Dr. Sedlacek from Budapest to Cracow, Oskar and the dentist devised a scheme which might to a more introverted man than Schindler have seemed naive. Oskar suggested to Sedlacek that perhaps one of the reasons Amon Gert behaved so savagely was the bad liquor he drank, the gallons of local so-called cognac, which weakened even further Amon's faulty sense of ultimate consequences. With a portion of the Reichsmarks Dr. Sedlacek had just brought to Emalia and handed to Oskar, a crate of first-rate cognac should be bought. Not such an easy or inexpensive item in post-Stalingrad Poland. Oskar should deliver it to Amon, and, in the progress of conversation, suggest to Gert that one way or another the war would end at some time, and that there would be investigations into the actions of individuals. That perhaps even Amon's friends would remember the times he'd been too zealous. It was Oscar's nature to believe that you could drink with the devil and adjust the balance of evil over a snifter of cognac. It was not that he found more radical methods frightening. It was that they did not occur to him. He'd always been a man of transactions. Wachtmeister Oswald Bosko, who had earlier had control of the ghetto perimeter, was, in contrast, a man of ideas. It had become impossible for him to work within the SS scheme, passing a bribe here, a forged paper there, placing a dozen children under the patronage of his rank, while 100 more were marched out the ghetto gate. Bosco had absconded from his police station in Podgorje and vanished into the partisan forests of Niepołomice. In the People's Army, he would try to expiate the callow enthusiasm he'd felt for Nazism in the summer of 1938. Dressed as a Polish farmer, he'd be recognized in the end in a village west of Cracow and shot for treason. Bosco would therefore become a martyr. Bosco had gone to the forest because he had no other option. He lacked the financial resources with which Oscar greased the system. But it accorded with the natures of both men that one be found with nothing but a cast-off rank and uniform, that the other would make certain he had cash and trade goods. It is not to praise Bosco or denigrate Schindler that one says that if ever Oscar suffered martyrdom, it would be by accident, because some business he was transacting had turned sour on him. But there were people who still drew breath, the Wohlfeilers, the Danziger brothers, Lamus, because Oscar worked that way. Because Oscar worked that way, the unlikely camp of Emalia stood in Lipova Street, and there, on most days, 1,000 was safe from seizure, and the SS stayed outside the wire. No one was beaten there, and the soup was thick enough to sustain life. In proportion to their natures, the moral disgust of both party members, Bosco and Schindler, was equal, even if Bosco manifested his by leaving his empty uniform on a coat hanger in Podgorje, while Oscar put on his big party pin and went to deliver high-class liquor to mad Armand Gert in Płaszów. It was late afternoon, and Oscar and Gert sat in the salon of Gert's white villa. Gert's girlfriend, Majola, looked in, a small-boned woman, a secretary at the Wagner factory in town. She did not spend her days amid the excesses of Płaszów. She had sensitive manners, and this delicacy helped a rumour to emerge that Majola had threatened not to sleep with Gert if he continued arbitrarily gunning people down. But no one knew whether that was the truth, or just one of those therapeutic interpretations which arise in the minds of prisoners desperate to make the earth habitable. Majola did not stay long with Armand and Oscar that afternoon. She could tell there would be a drinking session. Helen Hirsch, the pale girl in black who was Armand's maid, brought them the necessary accompaniments: cakes, canapes, sausage. She reeled with exhaustion. Last night, Armand had beaten her for preparing food for Majola without his permission. This morning he had made her run up and down the villa's 3 flights of stairs 50 times on the double because of a fly speck on one of the paintings in the corridor. She had heard certain rumours about Herr Schindler, but had not met him until now. This afternoon she took no comfort from the sight of these 2 big men, seated either side of the low table, fraternal and in apparent concord. There was nothing here to interest her, for the certainty of her own death was a first premise. She thought only about the survival of her young sister, who worked in the camp's general kitchen. She kept a sum of money hidden in the hope that it would affect her sister's survival. There was no sum, she believed, no deal, that could influence her own prospect. So they drank, through the camp's twilight and into the dark. Long after the prisoner Toscha Liebermann's nightly rendition of Brahms's lullaby had calmed the women's camp and insinuated itself between the timbers of the men's, the 2 big men sat on. Their prodigious livers glowed hot as furnaces. And at the right hour, Oscar leaned across the table, and acting out of an amity which, even with this much cognac aboard, did not go beyond the surface of the skin, Oscar, leaning toward Armand, and cunning as a demon, began to tempt him toward restraint. Armand took it well. It seemed to Oscar that he was attracted by the thought of moderation, a temptation worthy of an emperor. Armand could imagine a sick slave on the trolleys, a returning prisoner from the cable factory, staggering, in that put-upon way one found so hard to tolerate, under a load of clothing or lumber picked up at the prison gate. And the fantasy ran with a strange warmth in Armand's belly that he would forgive that laggard, that pathetic actor. As Caligula might have been tempted to see himself as Caligula the Good, so the image of Armand the Good exercised the commandant's imagination for a time. He would, in fact, always have a weakness for it. Tonight, his blood running golden with cognac, and nearly all the camp asleep beyond his steps, Armand was more definitely seduced by mercy than by the fear of reprisal. But in the morning he would remember Oscar's warning and combine it with the day's news that Russian threats were developing on the front at Kiev. Stalingrad had been an inconceivable distance from Płaszów, but the distance to Kiev was imaginable. For some days after Oscar's bout with Armand, news came to Emalia that the dual temptation was having its result with the commandant. Dr. Sedlacek, going back to Budapest, would report to Samuel Springman that Armand had given up, for the time being at least, arbitrarily murdering people. And gentle Samu, among the diverse cares he had in the list of places from Dachau and Drancy in the west to Sobibor and Belzec in the east, hoped for a time that the hole at Płaszów had been plugged. But the allure of clemency vanished quickly. If there was a brief respite, those who were to survive and give testimony of their days in Płaszów would not be aware of it. The summary assassinations would seem continual to them. If Armand did not appear on his balcony this morning or the next, it did not mean he would not appear the morning after that. It took much more than Gert's temporary absence to give even the most deluded prisoner some hope of a fundamental change in the commandant's nature. And then, in any case, there he would be, on the steps, in the Austrian-style cap he wore to murders, looking through his binoculars for a culprit. Dr. Sedlacek would return to Budapest not only with overly hopeful news of a reform in Armand, but with more reliable data on the camp at Płaszów. One afternoon, a guard from Emalia turned up at Płaszów to summon Stern to Zabłockie. Once Stern arrived at the front gate, he was led upstairs into Oscar's new apartment. There, Oscar introduced him to two men in good suits. One was Sedlacek, the other a Jew equipped with a Swiss passport, who introduced himself as Babar. "My dear friend," Oscar told Stern, "I want you to write as full a report on the situation in Płaszów as you can manage in an afternoon." Stern had never seen Sedlacek or Babar before this, and thought that Oscar was being indiscreet. He bent over his hands, murmuring that before he undertook a task like that, he would like a word in private with the Herr Director. Oscar used to say that Itzhak Stern could never make a straight statement or request unless it arrived smuggled under a baggage of talk of the Babylonian Talmud and purification rites. But now he was more direct. "Tell me, please, Herr Schindler," he asked, "don't you believe this is a dreadful risk?" Oscar exploded. Before he got control of himself, the strangers would have heard him in the other room. "Do you think I'd ask you if there was a risk?" Then he calmed and said, "There's always risk, as you know better than I. But not with these two men. These two are safe." In the end, Stern spent all afternoon on his report. He was a scholar and accustomed to writing in exact prose. The rescue organization in Budapest, the Zionists in Istanbul, would receive from Stern a report they could rely on. Multiply Stern's summary by the 1,700 large and small forced labor camps of Poland, and then you had a tapestry to stun the world. Sedlacek and Oscar wanted more than that of Stern. On the morning after the Armand-Oscar binge, Oscar dragged his heroic liver back out to Płaszów before office opening time. In between the suggestions of tolerance Oscar had tried to drop into Armand's ear the night before, he'd also got a written permit to take two brother industrialists on a tour of this model industrial community. Oskar brought the two into the grey administration building that morning and demanded the services of Häftling prisoner Itzhak Stern for a tour of the camp. Sedlacek's friend, Babar, had some sort of miniature camera, but he carried it openly in his hand. It was almost possible to believe that if an SS man had challenged him, he would have welcomed the chance to stand and boast for 5 minutes about this little gadget he'd got on a recent business trip to Brussels or Stockholm. As Oskar and the visitors from Budapest emerged from the administration building, Oskar took the thin, clerkly Stern by the shoulder. His friends would be happy to see the workshops and the living quarters, said Oskar. But if there was anything Stern thought they were missing out on, he was just to bend down and tie his shoestring. On Goetz's great road, paved with fractured gravestones, they moved past the SS barracks. Here, almost at once, prisoner Stern's shoestring needed tying. Sedlacek's associate snapped the teams hauling truckloads of rock up from the quarry, while Stern murmured, "Forgive me, gentlemen." Yet he took his time with the tying, so that they could look down and read the monumental fragments. Here were the gravestones of Blume Gemeinerova, 1859 to 1927, of Mathilde Liebeskind, deceased at the age of 90 in 1912, of Helena Waschberg, who died in childbirth in 1911, of Ruscha Groda, a 13-year-old who had passed on in 1931, of Sophia Rosner and Adolf Gottlieb, who had died in the reign of Franz Josef. Stern wanted them to see that the names of the honourable dead had been made into paving stones. Moving on, they passed the Puff House, the SS and Ukrainian brothel staffed by Polish girls, before reaching the quarry, the excavations running back into the limestone cliff. Stern's shoelaces required reef knots here. He wanted this recorded. They destroyed men at this rock face, working them on the hammers and wedges. None of the scarred men of the quarry parties showed any curiosity about their visitors this morning. Ivan, Amon Goetz's Ukrainian driver, was on duty here, and the supervisor was a bullet-headed German criminal named Erich. Erich had already demonstrated a capacity for murdering families, having killed his own mother, father, sister. He might by now have been hanged, or at least been put in a dungeon, if the SS had not realized that there were worse criminals still than patricides, and that Erich should be employed as a stick to beat them with. As Stern had mentioned in his report, a Cracow physician named Edvard Goldblatt had been sent here from the clinic by SS Dr. Blanke and his Jewish protégé, Dr. Leon Gross. Erich loved to see a man of culture and specialty enter the quarry and report soft-handed for work, and the beatings began in Goldblatt's case with the first display of uncertainty in handling the hammer and spikes. Over a period of days, Erich and sundry SS and Ukrainian enlisted men beat Goldblatt. The doctor was forced to work with a ballooning face, now half again its normal size, with one eye sealed up. No one knew what error of quarry technique set Erich to give Dr. Goldblatt his final beating. Long after the doctor lost consciousness, Erich permitted him to be carried to the Krankenstube, where Dr. Leon Gross refused to admit him. With this medical sanction, Erich and an SS enlisted man continued to kick the dying Goldblatt as he lay, rejected for treatment, on the threshold of the hospital. Stern bent and tied his shoelace at the quarry, because, like Oskar and some others in the Poischow complex, he believed in a future of judges who might ask, where, in a word, did this act occur? Oskar was able to give his colleagues an overview of the camp, taking them up to Huyova Gurka and the Austrian mound, where the bloodied wheelbarrows used to transport the dead to the woods stood unabashedly at the mouth of the fort. Already, thousands were buried down there in mass graves, in or on the verges of those eastern pine woods. When the Russians came from the east, that wood with its population of victims, would fall to them before living and half-dying Płaszów. As for Płaszów as an industrial wonder, it was bound to disappoint any serious observer. Amon, Bosch, Leo John, Josef Neuschel all thought it a model city on the grounds that it was making them rich. It would have shocked them to find that one of the reasons their sweet billet in Płaszów continued was not any delight on the part of the Armaments Inspectorate with the economic miracles they were performing. In fact, the only economic miracles within Płaszów were the personal fortunes made by Amon and his clique. It was a surprise to any calm outsider that war contracts came to the workshops of Płaszów at all, considering that their plant was so poor and old-fashioned. But shrewd Zionist prisoners inside Płaszów put pressure on convinced outsiders, people like Oskar and Madrich, who could in turn put pressure on the Armaments Inspectorate. On the ground that the hunger and sporadic murders of Płaszów were still to be preferred to the assured annihilations of Auschwitz and Belzec, Oskar was willing to sit down with the purchasing officers and engineers of General Schindler's Arms Inspectorate. These gentlemen would make faces and say, "Come on, Oskar, are you serious?" But in the end, they would find contracts for Amon Goeth's camp, orders for shovels manufactured from the collected scrap iron of Oskar's Lipova Street factory, orders for funnels turned out of offcuts of tin from a jam factory in Podgórze. The chances of full delivery of the shovels and their handles ever being made to the Wehrmacht were small. Many of Oskar's friends among the officers of the Armaments Inspectorate understood what they were doing, that prolonging the life of the slave labour camp of Płaszów was the same thing as prolonging the life of a number of the slaves. With some of them it stuck in the craw, because they knew what a crook Goeth was, and their serious and old-fashioned patriotism was affronted by Amon's sybaritic life out there in the countryside. The divine irony of forced labour camp Płaszów, that some of the slaves were conspiring for their own purposes to maintain Amon's kingdom, can be seen in the case of Roman Ginter. Ginter, former entrepreneur, and now one of the supervisors in the metalworks from which Rabbi Levatov had already been rescued, was summoned to Goeth's office one morning, and, as he closed the door, took the first of a number of blows. While he beat Ginter, Amon raged incoherently. Then he dragged him out of doors and down the steps to a stretch of wall by the front entrance. "May I ask something?" said Ginter against the wall, spitting out 2 teeth, off-handedly, lest Amon think him an actor, a self-pitier. "You bastard!" roared Goeth. "You haven't delivered the handcuffs I ordered." "My desk calendar tells me that, you pig's ass." "But, Herr Kommandant," said Ginter, "I beg to report that the order for handcuffs was filled yesterday. I asked Herr Oberscharführer Neuschel what I should do with them, and he told me to deliver them to your office, which I did." Amon dragged bleeding Ginter back to the office and called the SS man Neuschel. "Why, yes," said young Neuschel. "Look in your second top drawer on the left, Herr Kommandant." Goeth looked and found the manacles. "I almost killed him," he complained to his young and not-so-gifted Viennese protégé. This same Roman Ginter, complacently spitting up his teeth against the foundation of Amon's grey administration building, this Jewish cipher, whose accidental murder would have caused Amon to blame Neuschel, this Ginter is the man who under special pass goes to Herr Schindler's DEF to talk to Oskar about workshop supplies for Płaszów, about large scrap metal, without which the whole metal shop crew would be railroaded off to Auschwitz. Therefore, while the pistol-waving Amon Goeth believes he maintains Płaszów by his special administrative genius, it is as much the bloody-mouthed prisoners who keep it running. To some people, it now seemed that Oskar was spending like a compulsive gambler, Even from the little they knew of him, his prisoners could sense that he would ruin himself for them if that was the price. Later, not now, for now they accepted his mercies in the same spirit in which a child accepts Christmas presents from its parents. They would say, "Thank God he was more faithful to us than to his wife." And, like the prisoners, sundry officials could also ferret Oscar's passion out. One such official, a Dr. Zopp, physician to the SS prisons in Cracow and to the SS court in Pomorska. The SS had its own judiciary section. Let Herr Schindler know through a Polish messenger that he was willing to do a brand of business. In Montelupich prison was a woman named Frau Helena Schindler. Dr. Zopp knew she was no relative of Oscar's, but her husband had invested some money in Emalia. She had questionable Aryan papers. Dr. Zopp did not need to say that for Mrs. Schindler this portended a truck ride to Chujowa Górka. But if Oscar would put up certain amounts, said Zopp, the doctor was willing to issue a medical certificate, saying that in view of her condition, Mrs. Schindler should be permitted to take the cure indefinitely at Marienbad, down in Bohemia. Oscar went to Zopp's office, where he found out that the doctor wanted 50,000 zloty for the certificate. It was no use arguing. After 3 years of practice, a man like Zopp could tell to within a few zloty the price to put on favours. During the afternoon, Oscar raised the money. Zopp knew he could, knew that Oscar was the sort of man who had black market money stashed, money with no recorded history. Before making the payment, Oscar set some conditions. He would need to go to Montelupich with Dr. Zopp to collect the woman from her cell. He would himself deliver her to mutual friends in the city. Zopp did not object. Under a bare light bulb in freezing Montelupich, Mrs. Schindler was handed her costly documents. A more careful man, a man with an accountant's mind, might reasonably have repaid himself for his trouble from the money Sedlacek brought from Budapest. Altogether, Oscar would be handed nearly 150,000 Reichsmarks, carried to Cracow in false-bottomed suitcases and in the lining of clothes. But Oscar, partly because his sense of money, whether owed or owing, was so inexact, partly because of his sense of honour, passed on to his Jewish contacts all the money he ever received from Sedlacek, except for the sum spent on Amon's cognac. It was not always a straightforward business. When, in the summer of 43, Sedlacek arrived in Cracow with 50,000 Reichsmarks, the Zionists inside Płaszów, to whom Oscar offered the cash, feared it might be a setup. Oscar first approached Henry Mundel, a welder in the Płaszów metal shop and a member of Hitachdut, a Zionist youth and labour movement. Mundel did not want to touch the money. "Look," said Schindler, "I've got a letter in Hebrew to go with it, a letter from Palestine." But of course, if it was a setup, if Oscar had been compromised and was being used, he would have a letter from Palestine. And when you hadn't enough bread for breakfast, it was quite a sum to be offered. 50,000 Reichsmarks, 100,000 zloty. To be offered that for your discretionary use? It just wasn't credible. Schindler then tried to pass the money, which was sitting there, inside the boundary of Płaszów in the trunk of his car, to another member of Hitachdut, a woman named Alta Rubna. She had some contacts, through prisoners who went to work in the cable factory, through some of the Poles in the Polish prison, with the underground in Sosnowiec. Perhaps, she said to Mundel, it would be best to refer the whole business to the underground, and let them decide on the provenance of the money Herr Oskar Schindler was offering. Oscar kept trying to persuade her, raising his voice at her under cover of Madrich's chattering sewing machines. "I guarantee with all my heart that this isn't a trap." With all my heart. Exactly the sentiment one would expect from an agent provocateur. Yet after Oscar had gone away, and Mundel had spoken to Stern, who declared the letter authentic, and then conferred again with the girl, a decision was made to take the money. They knew now, however, that Oskar wouldn't be back with it. Mundell went to Marcel Goldberg at the administration office. Goldberg had also been a member of Hitachdoot, but after becoming the clerk in charge of lists, of labour lists and transport lists, of the lists of living and dead, he had begun taking bribes. Mundell could put pressure on him, though. One of the lists Goldberg could draw up, or at least add to and subtract from, was the list of those who went to Emalia to collect scrap metal for use in the workshops of Poichouf. For old time's sake, and without having to disclose his reason for wanting to visit Emalia, Mundell was put on this list. But arriving in Zabwotchi and sneaking away from the scrap metal detail to get to Oskar, he'd been blocked in the front office by Bankier. Herr Schindler was too busy, said Bankier. A week later, Mundell was back. Again, Bankier wouldn't let him in to speak to Oskar. The third time, Bankier was more specific. You want that Zionist money. You didn't want it before, and now you want it. Well, you can't have it. That's the way life goes, Mr. Mundell. Mundell nodded and left. He presumed wrongly that Bankier had already lifted at least a segment of the cash. In fact, however, Bankier was being careful. The money did finish in the hands of Zionist prisoners in Poichouf, for Alter Rubner's receipt for the funds was delivered to Springmann by Sedlacek. It seems that the amount was used in part to help Jews who came from other cities than Cracow, and therefore had no local sources of support. Whether the funds that came to Oskar and were passed on by him were spent mainly on food, as Stern would have preferred, or largely on underground resistance, the purchase of passes or weapons, is a question Oskar never investigated. None of this money, however, went to buy Mrs. Schindler out of Montelupich prison, or to save the lives of such people as the Danziger brothers. Nor was the Sedlacek money used to replace the 30,000-kilogram bribes of enamelware Oskar would pay out to major and minor SS officials during 1943 to prevent them from recommending the closure of the Emalia camp. None of it was spent on the 16,000 zloty set of gynecological instruments Oskar had to buy on the black market when one of the Emalia girls got pregnant. Pregnancy being, of course, an immediate ticket to Auschwitz. Nor did any of it go to purchase the broken-down Mercedes from Untersturmführer John. John offered Oskar the Mercedes for sale at the same time as Oskar presented a request for 30 Poichouf people to be transferred to Emalia. The car, bought by Oskar one day for 12,000 zloty, was requisitioned the next by Leo John's friend and brother officer, Untersturmführer Scheidt, to be used in the construction of field works on the camp perimeter. "Perhaps they'll carry soil in the trunk," Oskar raged to Ingrid at the supper table. In a later informal account of the incident, he commented that he was glad to be of assistance to both gentlemen. 26. Raimund Titsch was making payments of a different order. Titsch was a quiet, clerkly Austrian Catholic, with a limp some said came from the First War, and others from a childhood accident. He was 10 years or more older than either Armon or Oskar. Inside the Poichouf camp, he managed Julius Madrich's uniform factory, a business of 3,000 seamstresses and mechanics. One way he paid was through his chess matches with Armon Gert. The administration building was connected with the Madrich works by telephone, and Armon would often call Titsch up to his office for a game. The first time Raimund had played Armon, the game had ended in half an hour, and not in the Hauptsturmführer's favour. Titsch, with the restrained and not so very triumphal mate dying on his lips, had been amazed at the tantrum Armon had thrown. The commandant had grabbed for his coat and gun belt, buttoning and buckling them on, ramming his cap on his head. Raimund Titsch, appalled, believed that Amon was about to go down to the trolley line, looking for a prisoner to chastise, for Raimund Titsch's, minor victory at chess. Since that first afternoon, Titsch had taken a new direction. Now he could take as long as 3 hours to lose to the commandant. When workers in the administration building saw Titsch limping up Jerozolimska to do this chess duty, they knew the afternoon would be saner for it. A modest sense of security spread from them down to the workshops, and even to the miserable trolley pushers. But Raimund Titsch did not only play preventative chess. Independently of Dr. Sedlacek, and of the man with the pocket camera whom Oskar had brought to Płaszów, Titsch had begun photographing. Sometimes from his office window, sometimes from the corners of workshops, he photographed the stripe-uniformed prisoners in the trolley line, the distribution of bread and soup, the digging of drains and foundations. Some of these photographs of Titsch's are probably of the illegal supply of bread to the Madrich workshop. Certainly round brown loaves were bought by Raimund himself, with Julius Madrich's consent and money, and delivered to Płaszów by truck beneath bales of rags and bolts of cloth. Titsch photographed round rye being hurried from hand to hand into Madrich's storeroom, on the side away from the towers, and screened from the main access road by the bulk of the camp stationery plant. He photographed the SS and the Ukrainians marching, at play, at work. He photographed a work party under the supervision of engineer Karp, who was soon to be set on by the killer dogs, his thigh ripped open, his genitals torn off. In a long shot of Płaszów, he intimated the size of the camp, its desolation. It seems that on Amon's sun deck he even took close-ups of the commandant at rest in a deck chair. A hefty Amon approaching now the 120 kilograms, at which newly arrived SS Dr. Blanke would say to him, "Enough, Amon. You have to take some weight off." Titsch photographed Rolf and Ralph loping and sunning, and Majola holding one of the dogs by the collar and pretending to enjoy it. He also took Amon in full majesty on his big white horse. As the reels were shot, Titsch did not have them developed. As an archive, they were safer and more portable in roll form. He hid them in a steel box in his Cracow apartment. There also he kept some of the remaining goods of the Madrich Jews. Throughout Płaszów you found people who had a final treasure, something to offer at the moment of greatest danger to the man with the list, the man who opened and closed the doors on the cattle cars. Titsch understood that only the desperate deposited goods with him. That prison minority who had a stock of rings and watches and jewellery hidden somewhere in Płaszów didn't need him. They traded regularly for favours and comforts. But into the same hiding as Titsch's photographs went the final resources of a dozen families. Auntie Janka's brooch, Uncle Mordka's watch. In fact, when the Płaszów regiment passed, when Schindler and Tschurda had fled, and when the impeccable files of the SS main economic and administrative office had been bailed up in trucks and moved away as evidence, Titsch had no need to develop the photographs, and every reason not to. In the files of Odessa, the post-war secret society of former SS men, he would be listed as a traitor. For the fact that he'd supplied the Madrich people with some 30,000 loaves of bread, as well as many chickens and some kilos of butter, and that for his humanity he had been honoured by the Israeli government, had received some publicity in the press. Some people made threats and hissed at him as he passed in the streets of Vienna. Jew kisser. So the Płaszów reels would lie for 20 years in the soil of a small park in the suburbs of Vienna, where Titsch had buried them, and might well have stayed there forever, the emulsion drying on the dark and secret images of Amon's love, Majola, his killing dogs, his nameless slave labourers. It might therefore have been seen as a sort of triumph for the population of Płaszów when, in November 1963, a Schindler survivor, Leopold Pfefferberg, secretly bought the box and its contents for $500 from Raimund Titsch, who was then suffering from terminal heart disease. Even then, Raimund didn't want the rolls developed until after his death. The nameless shadow of Odessa frightened him more than had the names of Amon Goeth, of Schindler, of Auschwitz, in the days of Płaszów. After his burial, the reels were developed. Nearly all the pictures came out. Not one of that small body of Płaszów inmates who would survive Ammon and the camp itself would ever have anything accusatory to say of Raimund Titsch. But he was never the sort of man concerning whom mythologies arose. Oskar was. From late 1943, there is a story about Schindler which runs among the survivors with the electric excitement of a myth. For the thing about a myth is not whether it is true or not, nor whether it should be true, but that it is somehow truer than truth itself. Through listening to such stories, one can see that to the Płaszów people, while Titsch may have been the good hermit, Oskar had become a minor god of deliverance, double-faced, in the Greek manner, as any small god, endowed with all the human vices, many-handed, subtly powerful, capable of bringing gratuitous but secure salvation. One story concerns the time when the SS police chiefs were under pressure to close Płaszów, as its reputation as an efficient industrial complex was not high with the Armaments Inspectorate. Helen Hirsch, Goeth's maid, often encountered officers, dinner guests, who wandered into the hallway or kitchen of the villa to escape Ammon for a while and to shake their heads. An SS officer named Tibrich, turning up in the kitchen, had said to Helen, "Doesn't he know there are men giving their lives?" He meant on the Eastern Front, of course, not out there in the dark of Płaszów. Officers with less imperial lives than Ammon were becoming outraged by what they saw at the villa, or, perhaps more dangerously, envious. As the legend has it was on a Sunday evening that General Julius Schindler himself visited Płaszów to decide whether its existence was of any real value to the war effort. It was an odd hour for a grand bureaucrat to be visiting a plant. But perhaps the Armaments Inspectorate, in view of the perilous winter now falling on the Eastern Front, were working desperate hours. The inspection had been preceded by dinner at Emalia, at which wine and cognac flowed, for Oskar is associated like Bacchus with the Dionysian line of gods. Because of the dinner, the inspection party rolling out to Płaszów in their Mercedeses were in a mood of less than professional detachment. In making this claim, the story ignores the fact that Schindler and his officers were all production experts and engineers with nearly 4 years of detachment behind them. But Oskar would be the last to be awed by that fact. The inspection started at the Madrich clothing factory. This was Płaszów's showplace. During 1943, it had produced Wehrmacht uniforms at a monthly rate of better than 20,000. But the question was whether Herr Madrich would do better to forget Płaszów, to spend his capital on expanding his more efficient and better supplied Polish factories in Podgórze and Tarnów. The ramshackle conditions of Płaszów were no encouragement to Madrich or any other investor to install the sort of machinery a sophisticated factory would need. The official party had just begun its inspection when all the lights in all the workshops went out. The power circuit broken by friends of Itzhak Stern's in the Płaszów generator shed. To the handicaps of drink and indigestion, which Oskar had imposed on the gentlemen of the Armaments Inspectorate, were now added the limitations of bad light. The inspection went ahead by flashlight, in fact, and the machinery on the benches remained inoperative, and therefore less of a provocation to the inspector's professional feelings. As General Schindler squinted along the beam of a flashlight at the presses and lathes in the metalworks, 30,000 Płaszowians, restless in tiered bunks, waited on his word. Even on the overladen lines of the Ostbahn, they knew the higher technology of Auschwitz was but a few hours' journey west. They understood that they could not expect from General Schindler compassion as such. Production was his specialty. For him, production was meant to be an overriding value. Because of Schindler's dinner and the power failure, says the myth, the people of Płaszów were saved. It is a generous fable, because in fact only a tenth of Płaszów people would be alive at the end. But Stern and others would later celebrate the story, and most of its details are probably true. For Oskar always had recourse to liquor when puzzled as to how to treat officials, and he would have liked the trickery of plunging them into darkness. "You have to remember," said a boy whom Oskar would later save, that Oskar had a German side, but a Czech side too. He was the good soldier Schweik. He loved to foul up the system. It is ungracious to the myth to ask what the exacting Amon Gert thought when the lights went out. Maybe, even on the level of literal event, he was drunk or dining elsewhere. The question is whether Płaszów survived because General Schindler was deceived by dim light and alcohol-dimmed vision, or whether it continued because it was such an excellent holding centre for those weeks when the great terminus at Auschwitz-Birkenau was overcrowded. But the story says more of people's expectations of Oskar than it does of the frightful compound of Płaszów, or the final end of most of its inmates. And while the SS and the Armaments Inspectorate considered the future of Płaszów, Josef Bau, a young artist from Cracow, whom Oskar would in the end come to know well, was falling into conspicuous and unconditional love with a girl named Rebecca Tannenbaum. Bau worked in the construction office as a draftsman. He was a solemn boy with an artist's sense of destiny. He had, so to speak, escaped into Płaszów because he had never held the correct ghetto papers. Since he had had no trade of use to the ghetto factories, he had been hidden by his mother and by friends. During the liquidation in March 1943, he'd escaped out of the walls and attached himself to the tail of a labour detail going to Płaszów. For in Płaszów there was a new industry which had had no place in the ghetto: construction. In the same sombre two-winged building in which Amon had his office, Josef Bau worked on blueprints. He was a protégé of Itzhak Stern's, and Stern had mentioned him to Oskar as an accomplished draftsman and as a boy who had, potentially at least, skills as a forger. He was lucky not to come into too much contact with Amon, because he displayed the air of genuine sensibility which had, before today, caused Amon to reach for his revolver. Bau's office was on the far side of the building from Amon's. Some prisoners worked on the ground floor, with officers near the commandants. They were the purchasing officers, the clerks, Mietek Pemper, the stenographer. They faced not only a daily risk of an unexpected bullet, but more certainly than that, assaults on their sense of outrage. Mundek Koren, for example, who had been a buyer for a string of Rothschild subsidiaries before the war, and who now bought the fabrics, seagrass, lumber, and iron for the prison workshops, had to work not only in the administration building, but in the same wing where Amon had his office. One morning, Koren looked up from his desk and saw through the window, across Jerozolimska Street and by the SS barracks, a boy of 20 or so years, a Cracovian of his acquaintance, urinating against the base of one of the stacks of lumber there. At the same time, he saw white-shirted arms and two ham fists appear through the bathroom window at the end of the wing. The right hand held a revolver. There were two quick shots, at least one of which entered the boy's head and drove him forward against the pile of cut wood. When Koren looked once more at the bathroom window, one white-shirted arm and free hand were engaged in closing the window. On Koren's desk that morning were requisition forms, signed with Amon's open-voweled but not deranged scrawl. His gaze ranged from the signature to the unbuttoned corpse at the box of lumber. Not only did he wonder if he had seen what he had seen, he sensed the seductive concept inherent in Armand's methods. That is, the temptation to agree that if murder was no more than a visit to the bathroom, a mere pulse in the monotony of form signing, then perhaps all death should now be accepted, with whatever despair, as routine. It does not seem that Josef Bau was exposed to such radical persuasion. He missed, too, the purge of the administrative staff on the ground floor right and centre. It had begun when Josef Neuschel, Gert's protégé, complained to the commandant that a girl in the office had acquired a rind of bacon. Armand had come raging down the corridor from his office. "You're all getting fat," he had screamed. He had divided the office staff into two lines then. It had been, to Koren, like a scene from the Podgorja High School. The girls in the other line, so familiar to him, daughters of families he'd grown up with, Podgorja families. It could have been that a teacher was sorting them out into those who would visit the Kosciuszko monument and those for the museum at the Wawel. In fact, the girls in the other line were taken straight from their desks to Chujowa Górka, and, for the decadence of that bacon rind, gunned down by one of Pilarczyk's squads. Though Josef Bau was not involved in such office turmoil, no one could have said that he was leading a sheltered life in Płaszów. But it had been less perilous than the experience of the girl of his choice. Rebecca Tannenbaum was an orphan, though in the clannish life of Jewish Cracow she had not been bereft of kindly aunts and uncles. She was 19, sweet-faced, and neatly built. She could speak German well, and made pleasant and generous conversation. Recently she'd begun to work in Stern's office behind the administration building, away from the most immediate environs of the commandant's berserk interference. But her job in the construction office was only half her labour. She was a manicurist. She treated Armand weekly. She tended the hands of Untersturmführer Leo John, those of Dr. Blanke and of his lover, the harsh Alice Orlovsky. Taking Armand's hands, she had found them long and well made, with tapering fingers. Not a fat man's hands at all. Certainly not those of a savage. When a prisoner had first come to her and told her that the Herr Commandant wanted to see her, she had begun to run away, fleeing among the desks and down the back stairs. The prisoner had followed and cried after her, "For God's sake, don't! He'll punish me if I don't bring you back." So she had followed the man down to Gert's villa. But before going into the salon, she first visited the stinking cellar. This was in Gert's first residence, and the cellar had been dug down into the boundaries of an ancient Jewish graveyard. Down amid the grave soil, Rebecca's friend Helen Hirsch had been nursing bruises. "You have a problem," Helen admitted. "But just do the job and see. That's all you can do. Some people he likes a professional manner from, some people he doesn't. And I'll give you cake and sausage when you come. But don't just take food, ask me first. Some people take food without asking, and I don't know what I have to cover up for." Armand did accept Rebecca's professional manner, presenting his fingers and chatting in German. It could have been the Hotel Cracovia again, and Armand, a crisp-shirted, overweight young German tycoon, come to Cracow to sell textiles or steel or chemicals. There were, however, two aspects to these meetings that detracted from their air of timeless geniality. The commandant always kept his service revolver at his right elbow, and frequently one or the other of the dogs drowsed in the salon. She had seen them, on the Appellplatz, tear the flesh of engineer Karp. Yet sometimes, as the dogs snuffled in sleep, and she and Armand compared notes on pre-war visits to the spa at Karlsbad, the roll call of horrors seemed remote and beyond belief. One day she felt confident enough to ask him why the revolver was always at his elbow. His answer chilled the back of her neck as she bent over his hand. "That's in case you ever nick me," he told her. If she ever needed proof that a chat about spas was all the same to Armand as an act of madness, she had it the day she entered the hallway and saw him dragging her friend Helen Hirsch out of the salon by the hair. Helen striving to keep her balance, and her auburn hair coming out by the roots. And Armand, if he lost his grip 1 second, regaining it the next in his giant, well-tended hands. And further proof came on the evening she entered the salon and one of those dogs, Rolf or Ralph, materialized, leapt at her, and holding her by the shoulders, opened its jaw on her breast. She looked across the room and saw Armand lolling on the sofa and smiling. "Stop shaking, you stupid girl," he told her, "or I won't be able to save you from the hound." During the time she tended the commandant's hands, he would shoot his shoeshine boy for faulty work, hang his 15-year-old orderly, Poldek Dereshevich, from the ring bolts in his office because a flea had been found on one of the dogs, and execute his servant Lishek for lending a drushka and horse to Bosch without first checking. Yet twice a week, the pretty orphan entered the salon and philosophically took the beast by the hand. She met Josef Bau one grey morning when he stood outside the Bauleitung, holding up a blueprint frame toward the low autumn cloud. His thin body seemed overburdened by the weight. She asked if she could help him. "No," he said. "I'm just waiting for the sunshine." "Why?" she asked. He explained how his transparency drawings for a new building were clamped in the frame beside sensitized blueprint paper. If the sun, he said, were only to shine harder, a mysterious chemical union would transfer the drawing from the transparency to the blueprint. Then, he said, "Why don't you be my magical sunshine?" Pretty girls weren't used to delicacy from boys in Płaszów. Sexuality there took its harsh impetus from the volleys heard on Chujowa Górka, the executions on the Appellplatz. Imagine a day, for instance, when a chicken is found among the work party, returning from the cable factory on Wieliczka. Armand is ranting on the Appellplatz, for the chicken was discovered lying in a bag in front of the camp gate during a spot check. Whose bag was it, Armand wants to know. Whose chicken? Since no one on the Appellplatz will admit anything, Armand takes a rifle from an SS man and shoots the prisoner at the head of the line. The bullet passing through the body also fells the man behind. No one speaks, though. "How you love one another," roars Armand, and prepares to execute the next man in line. A boy of 14 steps out of the line. He is shuddering and weeping. He can say who brought the chicken in, he tells the Herr Kommandant. "Who then?" The boy points to one of the 2 dead men. "That one," the boy screams. Armand astonishes the entire Appellplatz by believing the boy and puts his head back and laughs with the sort of classroom incredulity teachers like to exhibit. These people, can't they understand now why they're all forfeit? After an evening like that, in the hours of free movement between 7 and 9 p.m., most prisoners felt that there was no time for leisurely courtship. The lice plaguing your groin and armpits made a mockery of formality. Young males mounted girls without ceremony. In the women's camp, they sang a song which asked the Virgin why she'd bound herself up with string and for whom she thought she was saving herself. The atmosphere was not as desperate at Emalia. In the enamel workshop, niches had been designed among the machinery on the factory floor to permit lovers to meet at greater length. There was only a theoretical segregation in the cramped barracks. The absence of daily fear, the fuller ration of daily bread, made for a little less frenzy. Besides, Oskar still maintained that he would not let the SS garrison go inside the prison without his permission. One prisoner recalls wiring installed in Oskar's office in case any SS official did demand entry to the barracks. While the SS man was on his way downstairs, Oskar could punch a button connected to a bell inside the camp. It warned men and women, first, to stub out the illicit cigarettes supplied daily by Oskar. "Go to my apartment," he would tell someone on the factory floor almost daily, "and fill this cigarette case." He would wink significantly. The bell also warned men and women to get back to their appointed bunks. To Rebecca, it was something close to a shock, a remembrance of a vanished culture, to meet in Płaszów a boy who courted as if he'd met her in a patisserie in the Rynek. Another morning, when she came downstairs from Stern's office, Josef showed her his work desk. He was drawing plans for yet more barracks. "What's your barrack number? And who's your barrack Altester?" She let him know, with the correct reluctance. She had seen Helen Hirsch dragged down the hallway by the hair, and would die if she accidentally jabbed the cuticle of Amon's thumb. Yet this boy had restored her to coyness, to girlhood. "I'll come and speak to your mother," he promised. "I don't have a mother," said Rebecca. "Then I'll speak to the Altester." That was how the courting began, with the permission of elders, and as if there were world enough and time. Because he was such a fantastical and ceremonious boy, they did not kiss. It was, in fact, under Amon's roof that they first managed a proper embrace. It was after a manicure session. Rebecca had got hot water and soap from Helen and crept up to the top floor, vacant because of renovations pending, to wash her blouse and her change of underwear. Her washtub was her mess can. It would be needed tomorrow to hold her soup. She was working away on that small bucket of suds when Josef appeared. "Why are you here?" she asked him. "I'm measuring for my drawings, for the renovations," he told her. "And why are you here yourself?" "You can see," she told him. "And please don't talk too loudly." He danced around the room, flashing the tape measure up walls and along mouldings. "Do it carefully," she told him, anxious because she was aware of Amon's exacting standards. "While I'm here," he told her, "I might as well measure you." He ran the tape along her arms and down her back, from the nape of her neck to the small of her spine. She did not resist the way his thumb touched her, marking her dimensions. But when they had embraced each other thoroughly for a while, she ordered him out. This was no place for a languorous afternoon. There were other desperate romances in Płaszów, even among the SS, but they proceeded less sunnily than this very proper romance between Josef Bau and the manicurist. Oberscharführer Albert Hujar, for example, who had shot Dr. Rosalia Blau in the ghetto, and Diana Reiter after the foundations of the barracks collapsed, had fallen in love with a Jewish prisoner. Madrich's daughter had been captivated by a Jewish boy from the Tarnów ghetto. He had, of course, worked in Madrich's Tarnów plant until the expert ghetto liquidator Amon had been brought in at the end of the summer to close down Tarnów as he had Cracow. Now he was in the Madrich workshop inside Płaszów. The girl could visit him there. But nothing could come of it. The prisoners themselves had niches and shelters where lovers and spouses could meet. But everything, the law of the Reich and the strange code of the prisoners, resisted the affair between Fräulein Madrich and her young man. Similarly, honest Raimund Titsch had fallen in love with one of his machinists. That too was a gentle, secretive, and largely abortive love. As for Oberscharführer Hujar, he was ordered by Amon himself to stop being a fool. So Albert took the girl for a walk in the woods, and with fondest regrets shot her through the nape of the neck. It seemed, in fact, that death hung over the passions of the SS. Henry Rosner, the violinist, and his brother Leopold, the accordionist, spreading Viennese melodies around Goethe's dinner table, were aware of it. One night, a tall, slim, grey officer in the Waffen-SS had visited Amon for dinner, and, drinking a lot, had kept asking the Rosners for the Hungarian song Gloomy Sunday. The song is an emotional outpouring in which a young man is about to commit suicide for love. It had exactly the sort of excessive feeling which, Henry had noticed, appealed to SS men at their leisure. It had in fact enjoyed notoriety in the 30s. Governments in Hungary, Poland and Czechoslovakia had considered banning it because its popularity had brought on a rash of thwarted love suicides. Young men about to blow their heads off would sometimes quote its lyrics in their suicide notes. It had long been a song prescribed by the Reich Propaganda Office. Now this tall, elegant guest, old enough to have teenage sons and daughters, themselves caught up in the excesses of puppy love, kept walking up to the Rosner boys and saying, "Play Gloomy Sunday." And though Dr. Goebbels would not have permitted it, no one in the wilds of southern Poland was going to argue with an SS field officer with unhappy memories of an affair. After the guest had demanded the song 4 or 5 times, an unearthly conviction took hold of Henry Rosner. In its tribal origins, music was always magic. And no one in Europe had a better sense of the potency of the violin than a Cracovian Jew like Henry, who came from the sort of family in which music is not so much learned as inherited, in the same way as the status of Cohen or hereditary priest. It came to Henry now that, as he would say later, "God, if I have the power, maybe this son of a bitch will kill himself." The prescribed music of Gloomy Sunday had gained legitimacy in Amon's dining room through being repeated, and now Henry declared war with it, Leopold playing with him and reassured by the stares of almost grateful melancholy the handsome officer directed at them. Henry sweated, believing that he was so visibly fiddling up the SS man's death that at any moment Amon would notice and come and take him out behind the villa for execution. As for Henry's performance, it is not relevant to ask, was it good or bad? It was possessed. And only one man, the officer, noticed and assented, and across the hubbub of drunken Bosch and Scherner, Tschurda and Amon, continued to look up from his chair directly into Henry's eyes, as if he were going to jump up at any second and say, "Of course, gentlemen, the violinist is absolutely right. There's no sense in enduring a grief like this." The Rosners went on repeating the song beyond the limit at which Amon would normally have shouted, "Enough!" At last, the guest stood up and went out onto the balcony. Henry knew at once that everything he could do to the man had been done. He and his brother slid into some von Suppe and Lehar, covering their tracks with full-bodied operetta. The guest remained alone on the balcony, and after half an hour interrupted a good party by shooting himself through the head. Such was sex in Poichouf. Lice, crabs, and urgency inside the wire, murder and lunacy on its fringes. And in its midst, Joseph Bau and Rebecca Tannenbaum pursued their ritual dance of courtship. In the midst of the snows that year, Poichouf underwent a change of status, adverse to all lovers inside the wire. In the early days of January 1944, it was designated a Konzentrationslager, concentration camp, under the central authority of General Oswald Pohl's SS main economic and administrative office in Oranienburg, on the outskirts of Berlin. Subcamps of Poichouf, such as Oskar Schindler's Emalia, now also came under Oranienburg's control. Police chiefs Scherner and Tschurda lost their direct authority. The labour fees of all those prisoners employed by Oskar and Madrich no longer went to Pomorska Street, but to the office of General Richard Glücks, head of Paul's Section D, concentration camps. Oskar, if he wanted favours now, had not only to drive out to Poichouf and sweeten Amon, not only to have Julian Scherner to dinner, but also to reach certain officials in the grand bureaucratic complex of Oranienburg. Oskar made an early opportunity to travel to Berlin and meet the people who would be dealing with his files. Oranienburg had begun as a concentration camp. Now it had become a sprawl of administrative barracks. From the officers of Section D, every aspect of prison life and death was regulated. Its chief, Richard Glücks, had responsibility as well, in consultation with Paul, for establishing the balance between labourers and candidates for the chambers, for the equation in which X represented slave labour and Y represented the more immediately condemned. Glücks had laid down procedures for every event, and from his department came memos drafted in the anaesthetic jargon of the planner, the paper shuffler, the detached specialist. SS Main Office of Economics and Administration. Section Chief D, Concentration Camps. D1-AZ, 14 FL-OT-S-, GEH TGB NO 453-44. To the Commandants of Concentration Camps, Dachau, Sachsenhausen, Buchenwald, Mauthausen, Soldau, Neuengamme, Auschwitz 1-3, Grossrösen, Natzweiler Struthof, Ravensbrück, Herzogenbusch, Außenlager Belsen, Gruppenlager Distrikt Riga, Gruppenlager Distrikt Cracow, Płaszów. Applications from camp commandants for punishment by flogging in cases of sabotage by prisoners in the war production industries are increasing. I request that in future, in all proved cases of sabotage, a report from the management must be enclosed. An application for execution by hanging should be made. The execution should take place before the assembled members of the work detachment concerned. The reason for the execution is to be made known so as to act as a deterrent. Signed, SS Obersturmführer. In this eerie chancellery, some files discussed the length the prisoner's hair should be before it was considered of economic use for the manufacture of hair yarn socks for U-boat crews and hair felt footwear for the Reichs Railway, while others debated whether the form registering death cases should be filed by 8 departments or merely covered by letter and appended to the personnel records as soon as the index card had been brought up to date. And here Herr Oskar Schindler of Cracow came to talk about his little industrial compound in Zabłockie. They appointed someone of middle status to handle him, a personnel officer of field rank. Oskar wasn't distressed. There were larger employers of Jewish prison labour than he. There were the megaliths, Krupp, of course, and IG Farben. There was the cable works at Płaszów. Walter C. Turbans, the Warsaw industrialist, whom Himmler had tried to force into the Wehrmacht, was a heavier employer of labour than Herr Schindler. Then there were the steelworks at Stalowa Wola, the aircraft factories at Budziny and Zakopane, the Steyr-Daimler-Puch works at Radom. The personnel officer had the plans of Emalia on his desk. "I hope," he said curtly, "you don't want to increase the size of your camp. It would be impossible to do it without courting a typhus epidemic." Oskar waved that suggestion aside. He was interested in the permanence of his labour force, he said. He had had a talk on that matter, he told the officer, with a friend of his, Colonel Erich Lange. The name, Oskar could tell, meant something to the SS man. Oskar produced a letter from the colonel, and the personnel officer sat back reading it. The office was silent. All you could hear from other rooms was pen scratch and the whisper of papers and quiet, earnest talk, as if none here knew that they lay at the core of a network of screams. Colonel Lange was a man of influence, Chief of Staff of the Armaments Inspectorate at Army Headquarters, Berlin. Oskar had met him at a party at General Schindler's office in Cracow. They had liked each other almost at once. It happened a lot at parties that two people could sense in each other a certain resistance to the regime and might retire to a corner to test each other out and perhaps establish friendship. Erich Lange had been appalled by the factory camps of Poland, by the IG Farben works at Buna, for example, where foremen adopted the SS work tempo and made prisoners unload cement on the run, where the corpses of the starved, the broken, were hurled into ditches built for cables and covered, together with the cables, with cement. "You are not here to live, but to perish in concrete," a plant manager had told newcomers. And Lange had heard the speech and felt damned. His letter to Oranienburg had been preceded by some phone calls, and calls and letter both promoted the same proposition. Herr Schindler, with his mess kits and his 45mm anti-tank shells, is considered by this inspectorate to be a major contributor to the struggle for our national survival. He has built up a staff of skilled specialists, and nothing should be done to disrupt the work they perform under the Herr Direktor Schindler's supervision. The personnel officer was impressed and said he would speak frankly to Herr Schindler. There were no plans to alter the status or interfere with the population of the camp in Zaborcie. However, the Herr Direktor had to understand that the situation of Jews, even skilled armaments workers, was always risky. Take the case of our own SS enterprises. Ostindustrie, the SS company, employs prisoners in a peat works, a brush factory, and iron foundry in Lublin, equipment factories in Radom, a fur works in Travniki. But other branches of the SS shoot the workforce continually, and now Osti is for all practical purposes out of business. Likewise, at the killing centres, the staff never retains a sufficient percentage of prisoners for factory work. This has been a matter of frequent correspondence, but they're intransigent, those people in the field. "Of course," said the personnel officer, tapping the letter. "I'll do what I can for you." "I understand the problem," said Oscar, looking up at the SS man with that radiant smile. "If there is any way I can express my gratitude." In the end, Oscar left Oranienburg with at least some guarantees about the continuity of his backyard camp in Cracow. The manner in which the new status of Płaszów impinged on lovers was that a proper penal separation of the sexes, such as was provided for in a series of SS Main Office of Economics and Administration memos, was created. The fences between the men's prison and the women's, the perimeter fence, the fence around the industrial sector, were all electrified. The voltage, the spacing of wires, the number of electrified strands and insulators were all provided for by main office directives. Amon and his officers were not slow to notice the disciplinary possibilities involved. Now you could stand people for 24 hours at a time between the electrified outer fence and the inner, neutral original fence. If they staggered with weariness, they knew that inches behind their backs ran the hundreds of volts. Mundek Korn, for example, found himself, on returning to camp with a work party from which one prisoner was missing, standing in that narrow gulf for a day and a night. But perhaps worse than the risk of falling against the wire was the way the current ran from the end of evening roll call to reveille in the morning, like a moat between man and woman. Time for contact was now reduced to the short phase of milling on the Appellplatz, before the orders for falling into line were shouted. Each couple devised a tune, whistling it among the crowds, straining to pick up the answering refrain amid a forest of sibilants. Rebecca Tannenbaum also settled on a code tune. The requirements of General Paul's main SS office had forced the prisoners of Płaszów to adopt the mating stratagems of birds. And by these means, the formal romance of Rebecca and Joseph went forward. Then Joseph somehow got a dead woman's dress from the clothing warehouse. Often, after roll call in the men's lines, he would go to the latrines, put on the long gown, and place an orthodox bonnet on his hair. Then he would come out and join the women's lines. His short hair would not have amazed any SS guard, since most of the women had been shorn because of lice. So, with 13,000 women prisoners, he would pass into the women's compound and spend the night sitting up in Hut 57, keeping Rebecca company. In Rebecca's barracks, the older women took Joseph at his word. If Joseph required a traditional courtship, they would fall into their traditional roles as chaperones. Joseph was therefore a gift to them too, a license to play their pre-war ceremonious selves. From their four-tiered bunks, they looked down on the two children until everyone fell asleep. If any one of them thought, "Let's not be too fussy in times like these about what the children get up to in the dead of night," it was never said. In fact, two of the older women would crowd onto one narrow ledge so that Joseph could have a bunk of his own. The discomfort, the smell of the other body, the risk of the migration of lice from your friend to yourself, none of that was as important, as crucial to self-respect, as that the courtship should be fulfilled according to the norms. At the end of winter, Joseph, wearing the armband of the construction office, went out into the strangely immaculate snow in the strip between the inner fence and the electrified barrier, and, steel measure in hand, under the eyes of the domed watchtowers, pretended to be sizing up no man's land for some architectural reason. At the base of the concrete stanchions, studded with porcelain insulators, grew the first tiny flowers of that year. Flashing his steel ruler, he picked them and shoved them into his jacket. He brought the flowers across the camp, up Jerozolimska Street. He was passing Amon's villa, his chest stuffed with blossoms, when Amon himself appeared from the front door and advanced, towering down the steps. Joseph Bau stopped. It was most dangerous to stop, to appear to be in arrested motion in front of Amon. But having stopped, he seemed frozen there. He feared that the heart he'd so energetically and honestly signed over to the orphan Rebecca would likely now become just another of Amon's targets. But when Amon walked past him, not noticing him, not objecting to his standing there with an idle ruler in his hands, Joseph Bau concluded that it meant some kind of guarantee. No one escaped Amon unless it was a sort of destiny. All dolled up in his shooting uniform, Amon had entered the camp unexpectedly one day through the back gate and had found the Warenhaupt girl lolling in a limousine at the garage, staring at herself in the rearview mirror. The car window she'd been assigned to clean was still smudged. He had killed her for that. And there was that mother and daughter Amon had noticed through a kitchen window. They had been peeling potatoes too slowly, so he'd leaned in on the sill and shot both of them. Yet here at his steps was something he hated, a stock-still Jewish lover and draftsman, steel ruler dangling in his hands, and Amon had walked by. Bau felt the urge to confirm this outrageous good luck by some emphatic act. Marriage was, of course, the most emphatic act of all. He got back to the administration building, climbed the stairs to Stern's office, and finding Rebecca, asked her to marry him. Urgency, Rebecca was pleased and concerned to notice, had entered the business now. That evening, in the dead woman's dress, he visited his mother again and the Council of Chaperones in Hut 57. They awaited only the arrival of a rabbi. But if rabbis came, they remained only a few days on their way to Auschwitz. Not long enough for people requiring the rites of Kiddushin and Nisuin to locate them and ask them before they stepped into the furnace for a final exercise of their priesthood. Joseph married Rebecca on a Sunday night of fierce cold in February. There was no rabbi. Mrs. Bau, Joseph's mother, officiated. They were Reformed Jews, so that they could do without a ketubah written in Aramaic. In the workshop of Vulkan the jeweler, someone had made up 2 rings out of a silver spoon Mrs. Bau had had hidden in the rafters. On the barracks floor, Rebecca circled Joseph 7 times, and Joseph crushed glass, a spent light bulb from the construction office, beneath his heel. The couple had been given the top bunk of the tier. For the sake of privacy, it had been hung with blankets. In darkness, Joseph and Rebecca climbed to it, and all around them the earthy jokes were running. At weddings in Poland, there was always a period of truce when profane love was given its chance to speak. If the wedding guests didn't wish to voice the traditional double entendres themselves, they could bring in a professional wedding jester. Women who might in the 20s and 30s have sat up at weddings making disapproving faces at the risque hired jester and the belly-laughing men, only now and then permitting themselves, as mature women, to be overcome with amusement, stepped tonight into the place of all the absent and dead wedding jesters of southern Poland. Joseph and Rebecca had not been together more than 10 minutes on the upper bunk when the barracks lights came on. Looking through the blankets, Joseph saw Untersturmführer Scheidt patrolling the canyons of bunks. The same old fearful sense of destiny overcame Joseph. They'd found he was missing from his barracks, of course, and sent one of the worst of the officers to look for him in his mother's hut. Amon had been blinded to him that day outside the villa, only so that Scheidt, who was quick on the trigger, could come and kill him on his wedding night. He knew, too, that all the women were compromised. His mother, his bride, the witnesses, the ones who'd uttered the most exquisitely embarrassing jokes. He began murmuring apologies, pleas to be forgiven. Rebecca told him to be quiet. She took down the screen of blankets. At this time of night, she reasoned, Scheidt wasn't going to climb to a top bunk unless provoked. The women on the lower bunks were passing their small straw-filled pillows to her. Joseph might well have orchestrated the courtship, but he was now the child to be concealed. Rebecca pushed him hard up into the corner of the bunk and covered him with pillows. She watched Scheidt pass below her, leave the barracks by its back door. The lights went out. Among a last spatter of dark, earthy jokes, the bows were restored to their privacy. Within minutes, the sirens began to sound. Everyone sat up in the darkness. The noise meant to Bao that, yes, they were determined to stamp out this ritual marriage. They had found his empty bunk over in the men's quarters and were now seriously hunting him. In the dark aisle, the women were milling. They knew it too. From the top bunk, he could hear them saying it. His old-fashioned love would kill them all. The barracks Altester, who'd been so decent about the whole thing, would be shot first, once the lights came on and they found a bridegroom there in token female rags. Joseph Bao grabbed his clothes. He kissed his wife perfunctorily, slid to the floor, and ran from the hut. In the darkness outside, the wail of the sirens pierced him. He ran in dirty snow, with his jacket and old dress bundled up under his armpits. When the lights came on, he would be seen by the towers. But he had the berserk idea that he could beat the lights over the fence, that he could even climb it between the alternations of its current. Once back in the men's camp, he could make up some story about diarrhea, about having gone to the latrines and collapsed on the floor, being brought back to consciousness by the noise of sirens. But even if electrocuted, he understood as he sprinted. He could not then confess what woman he was visiting. Racing for the fatal wire, he did not understand that there would have to be a classroom-like scene on the Appellplatz, and that Rebecca would be made, one way or another, to step forward. In the fence between the men's and women's camps in Płaszów ran 9 electrified strands. Joseph Bao launched himself high, so that his feet would find purchase on the 3rd of the strands, and his hands, at the stretch, might reach the 2nd from the top. He imagined himself then as racing over the strands with a rat-like quickness. In fact, he landed in the mesh of wire and simply hung there. He thought the coldness of the metal in his hands was the first message of the current. But there was no current. There were no lights. Joseph Bao, stretched on the fence, did not speculate on the reason there wasn't any voltage. He got to the top and vaulted into the men's camp. "You're a married man," he told himself. He slid into the latrines by the washhouses. "A frightful diarrhea, Herr Oberscharführer." He stood gasping in the stench. Amon's blindness on the day of the flowers, the consummation, waited for with an untoward patience, twice interrupted. Scheidt and the sirens. a problem with the lights and the wire. Staggering and gagging, he wondered if he could support the ambiguity of his life. Like others, he wanted a more definite rescue. He wandered out to be one of the last to join the lines in front of his hut. He was trembling, but sure the Älteste would cover up for him. Yes, Herr Untersturmführer, I gave Häftling Bau permission to visit the latrines. They weren't looking for him at all. They were looking for 3 young Zionists who'd escaped in a truckload of product from the upholstery works, where they made Wehrmacht mattresses out of seagrass. 27.